LLC.
Mr. Foot,
Okay.
Good morning, Michael
Hello.
Foot on behalf of Save the Aurora Reservoir or STAR.
all right. Procedurally, I believe that we had heard the
We're
direct
back.
testimony of William Thornton,
It's early.
a noise expert on behalf of STAR. Commissioners had asked Mr. Thornton questions, and I believe that at this point in time, Mr. Thornton is subject to cross-examination by Ms. Jost. Does that sound about right, Mr. Foot?
That's my understanding as well.
Mr. Prescott, any issues with that procedural definition?
Nope, thank you, Chair.
Ms. Jost?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just had a question. I guess it was my understanding that maybe Mr. Foot was going to present the rest of his witnesses and they were going to take cross all at the end. I'm happy to cross Mr. Thornton right now, but I didn't know if it would be better served to keep it like grouped like we did the rest of the testimony. I leave that up to you.
I don't actually care one way or another. We're going to get through this one way or another. You've got a couple other witnesses, Mr. Foot, is that right?
I do. I think my understanding at the end was that Mr. Thornton would be crossed and then redirect, and then we would move on to the next witnesses.
Yeah, I think let's just do it that way. I mean, it may be a little bit inconsistent. You did your transfers, he's doing his witness by witnesses, but I think at the end of the day, we're all getting all the information in, which is what's important. So, Ms. Jost, I would go ahead and have you do your cross with the witness. Mr. Thornton, good to see you with us. Thanks for showing back up. And
Good.
at this point, Ms. Jost has an opportunity to ask you some questions.
Certainly. Good morning. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Thornton. Thank you for
Good morning.
again. I'm just going to walk through a few cross-examination questions with you. If you could answer as generally and as quickly as possible, that would be great for purposes of timing for the commission.
Certainly.
I'll just go ahead and dive in. Again, it's nice to see you.
Good to see you this morning.
You are no longer a member of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, correct?
I'm not. That's
Okay,
correct.
you are no longer a member of the Institute of Noise Control Engineers, correct?
Also correct.
Okay, and you are no longer a member of the Acoustical Society of America, correct?
That's also correct.
And you are not an expert in the field of public health, correct?
Correct.
And you have not listed Arapahoe County experience on your CV submitted to the commission as an exhibit from STAR, correct?
Can you clarify that question?
Yeah, you have not listed any Arapahoe County experience on your CV, correct?
Oh, that's correct. That is correct.
Okay, and therefore you did not list any Colorado experience on your CV, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The one ambient sound study was the 2024 study cited in your report, correct?
Which report?
Your expert report that Mr. Foot submitted for STAR.
Certainly, yes, correct.
Thank you so much. You did not conduct a noise analysis of the surrounding residential and commercial community land use near Aurora Reservoir, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, and you did not conduct a noise analysis of the general public's activity at the Aurora Reservoir, correct?
If you're asking physically at the Aurora Reservoir, not at residential properties near there, then that's correct.
At the reservoir. So thank
Correct.
you.
That's
Thank you
correct.
for that clarification. You would agree that the ECMC Lowry Ranch Cap Order number 535-1490 concluded in paragraph 73 that, quote, to protect public welfare, Creststone committed to installing sound walls at proposed locations using a noise mitigation plan at locations with residences in proximity, as well as CDPHE BMPs from the April 2nd, 2024 consultation, correct?
I'm not aware of that, but I'll take your word for it. I'm assuming you could pull it up and show me, but yes.
Okay, thank you for taking my word for it. We're going to run through a couple more of those that I think you can probably take my word for. You would agree that the ECMC Lowry Ranch Cap Order number 535-1490 concluded in paragraph 74 that, quote, overall potential impacts to air quality and public health, safety, and welfare will be effectively avoided, minimized, and mitigated by Creststone's successful implementation of BMPs, end quote, correct?
If I take your word for it, then that's what it says.
Okay, thank you. And you would agree that the ECMC Lowry Ranch Cap Order number 535-1490 concluded in paragraph 80 that, quote, the commission concluded that testimony from STAR's witnesses relied on inapt comparisons to existing oil and gas development that did not employ BMPs to which Crestone committed for operation in the application lands. Further, many of the concerns expressed by STAR's witnesses amounted to generalized concerns with all oil and gas development rather than analysis of specific development proposed in the Lowry Ranch CAP application, end quote, correct?
I'm aware that it says that, yes. I'm also aware that at least one commissioner specifically cited me in later testimony and pointed out that I was, in fact, a credible witness.
Okay, and you would agree that you were a witness for STAR during the Lowry Ranch CAP hearing, correct?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, and you would agree that the ECMC Lowry Ranch Order 535-1490 concluded in paragraph 83 that, quote, the Lowry Ranch CAP meets all applicable requirements of Rule 314, meets the intent and requirements of the Oil and Gas Conservation Act, and protects and minimizes adverse cumulative impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, end quote, correct?
If I take your word for it, then I agree that that's what it says.
Okay, that was submitted as our Exhibit A1, and your attorney does have that. I appreciate you taking my word for it. It is as part of the record. You would agree that the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Location Form 2A incorporated the Lowry Ranch CAP noise best management practices and mitigation measures into the permit, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Location Form 2A incorporated the additional noise best management practices and mitigation measures from Arapahoe County into the permit, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and you would agree that silence is not the standard, correct?
Certainly. Silence is 0 decibels. Inaudibility, correct. That is not the standard for anything anywhere.
Thank you. I'm just going to talk a little bit about your slides. I don't think we need to pull them up. They were your slides, and so I think you can testify to them.
They were pretty simple.
Yeah. For your slide 2, you would agree that your testimony on this slide was based on hypotheticals and generalities instead of detailed site-specific analysis results, correct?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay. You would agree that dBA and dBc are the most commonly regulated decibels in North America, correct?
Well, for all practical purposes, they're the only decibels in North America.
Okay. And you would agree that dBA and dBc are regulated by ECMC Rule 423, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you would agree that ECMC Rule 423 provides proper noise protections that are feasible and easily implemented by operators in practice, correct?
No, I don't necessarily agree with that. No.
Okay, and I'm moving on to your slide 3.
Okay.
You would agree that Crestone did not submit an ambient noise study from ENRG for the State Sunlight Long OGDP, correct?
Absolutely. It appears that Crestone saw its own mistake, hired a new consultant, and replaced the previous ambient noise study, correcting the exact errors and deficiencies we pointed out.
You would agree that your slide references ENRG's study, though, correct?
I don't agree at references. I point out that was the motivator for the STARS ambient noise study. It was in response to the ENRG study.
You would agree that that is your opinion, correct?
No, not at all. We performed a study. I performed a study in response to ENRG's ambient noise report. That was our decision. It's not my opinion. It's a statement of fact. That's why we did it.
You would agree that Urban Solution Group studies were filed during the CAP process, though, correct?
I did not see an Urban Solutions Group ambient noise study during the CAP process.
Okay. You would agree that ENRG and Urban Solution Group are 2 completely separate entities, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And you would agree that the noise mitigation plan from the Urban Solution Group provided a detailed site-specific background ambient noise survey following ECMC Rule 423 requirements and all applicable ANSI ICO standards as well as best practices, correct?
There's a couple different questions there, as well as best practices. That's a separate question. I agree that Urban Solutions Group performed an ambient noise study that appears to be in compliance with the ECMC requirements. And I think I've pointed out multiple times, their ambient noise results were in significant agreement with our ambient noise results. Had that study been what we saw last year in 2024, it's entirely likely we would not have performed an ambient noise study.
And you would agree that there is no ENRG study that exists in the State Sunlight Long OGDP application, correct?
I don't know that as a fact, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay, I'm moving on to slide 4. You would agree that you hypothesize that Crestone, quote, purports to increase noise by 5 to 10 decibels above ambient, correct?
I reviewed the Urban Solutions Group report provided on behalf of Crestone. There was noise modeling and noise prediction. They did not provide the constituent data and inputs as is required and done as a matter of standard operating procedure in most environmental noise monitoring. So when I read the report, it purports, if it's accurate, correct, can't verify that from the information provided, it purports to increase the noise level above ambient by the amount I stated in my slide.
Okay, so even if this is true, you would agree that such increase is compliant with ECMC Rule 423, correct?
If the modeled results are accurate, if they're correct, then yes, they appear to comply with ECMC rules.
You would agree that you do not know what the predicted operation or drilling operation noise level is at Urban's 3 ambient measurement locations is, correct?
Can you say that again?
You would agree that you do not know what the predicted drilling operation noise level is at Urban's 3 ambient measurement locations is, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you would agree that you do not know what the predicted completion operation noise level is at Urban's 3 ambient measurement locations, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that you do not know what the predicted production operation noise level is at Urban's 3 ambient measurement locations, correct?
That's also correct.
Okay. And you would agree that you did not use the predicted drilling operation noise level at Urban's 3 ambient measurement locations to reach your hypothesized 5 to 10 decibel increases, correct?
Correct. I
Okay,
took
thank
some
you.
of the representations straight out of the Urban report.
And you would agree that you did not use the predicted production operation noise level at Urban's 3 ambient measurement locations to reach your hypothesized 5 to 10 decibel increase, correct?
Correct. I simply cited Urban's own statement.
Okay, you would agree that this hypothesized 5 to 10 decibel increase does not apply to both DBA and DBC, correct?
I don't know that. No, not correct.
Okay, you would agree that if temporary operations increase noise levels above ambient by less than 1.8 dBA, and if permanent operations increase levels by 1 dBA, those are both inaudible differences according to your general rules in your expert report, correct?
Not correct. I think I also pointed out that that is assuming the same frequency content. So that would be the same frequency content in the ambient noise and the same frequency content from the Crestone noise. When we have increases that have high tonality, significant low frequency content, as would occur with Crestone, even a 1 or 2 decibel nominal increase can be audible and perceptible to the extent that it's tonal.
And you would agree that even if an oil and gas location is farther away from residents, there are many factors other than noise that are included in the evaluation of a suitable location, correct?
I'm only qualified to opine on noise. That's what I looked at. I don't know that now.
So you would not think that there are other factors that determine an evaluation to determine if there's a suitable location other than
S-
noise? Noise is the only factor.
Certainly, common sense tells me that, but I am only tasked with looking at noise. I'm only an expert in noise.
You would agree that quiet fleets are approximately 12 to 15 decibels quieter than conventional fleets, correct?
No, based on a lot of measurements, quiet is a subjective word, utterly meaningless. If you can provide objective sound power data, that could be evaluated. Quiet fleets can be quieter. Just calling them quiet doesn't make them quiet. Just because they're electrification using electric power doesn't make them inherently quiet. They can be quiet. That has to be proven through objective sound power data documenting it.
You would agree that that fleets utilizing electric power are quieter than conventional non-electric fleets, correct?
I believe that using electric power has the potential to be quieter. It's not inherent.
You would agree that given the noise level predicts and ambient noise level measurements, environmental noise impacts from the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas location are minimal, correct?
No, I don't agree with that.
You've been retained by Mr. Foote prior to this ECMC docket, correct?
Can you clarify? I've been retained by Mr. Foote on behalf of STAR to address this issue. That's my only dealings with Mr. Foote.
You did not deal with Mr. Foote in the Lowry Ranch cap docket?
I did. In my
Thank
mind,
you.
it's all part of a continuous process.
You would agree that you're familiar with STAR and its mission to stop the development of the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan, correct?
Um, Not necessarily. No, I'm not. I mean, I know their mission as it relates to noise. That's what I'm familiar with STAR.
And you testified in the Lowry Ranch CAP hearing that you are familiar with STAR and its mission to stop the development of the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan, correct?
I'm familiar that yes, I do know that it's STAR's intent to stop both of these development plans.
Okay. Just a couple of items on your expert report. Again, I don't think we need to pull it up. You're familiar with your report you submitted to the commission, correct?
If you're referring to the ambient report, yes.
Yes, the ambient report. So on page 6 of your report, you would agree that you claim that, quote, sound power is the total airborne sound energy radiated by a sound source, end quote, correct?
Correct.
And this statement is factually inaccurate because you would agree that, quote, sound power is actually the total sound energy radiated by a second source per unit time, correct?
Second source per unit time? No, not at all.
You would agree that
That's
sound
sound
energy
intensity. No, absolutely not. That's not correct. That's a basic technical error.
on your part, correct?
No, not on my part. Sound
You would agree
power
that
is
sound
the amount of
energy is
radiated sound
measured-
energy.
You would agree
Hey,
that
hey,
sound
hey, hey, Ms. Jost. All right.
Mhm.
When the witness wants to explain a little further his answer, I want him to have that opportunity. So let's not talk over each other.
Okay, thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Thornton, did you want to answer anything?
Absolutely. Sound power is the total radiated acoustical energy of any given noise source in watts, just like light bulbs, converted to decibels.
Okay, you can continue with your cross, Ms. Jost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a
I'm,
couple other things.
Over Miss Joe's sound frequency levels.
On page 8 of your report,
Get her
you
outta here.
you would agree that you claim that, quote, low frequency noise, particularly very low frequencies below roughly 50 hertz, will induce vibration in structures where the noise frequency
Yeah,
content
he seems very locked
coincides
in right
with
now.
and excites natural structural frequencies, causing homes, walls, and items in the home to shake and rattle, end quote, correct?
Correct. My report states that.
You would agree that this is a generalized statement, correct?
Absolutely.
You would agree that the use of the term will is an overgeneralization, correct?
No, it absolutely will excite vibration. The magnitude of the vibration may vary, but it will happen.
Okay, thank you. And you would agree that ECMC Rule 423B 6-7 regulates impulsive and short-term noise in addition to overall dBA and dBc noise levels, correct?
Yes, I'm familiar with that. Yes, correct.
Okay. On page 10 of your report, you would agree that you state, quote, ANSI S1.13 specifically provides guidance that the wind speed must not exceed 2 miles an hour or 2m/s, 4.5 miles per hour, in order to comply with the standard as exerted below, end quote, correct?
Correct. My report states that.
And you would agree that this is a reference to an out-of-date version of the ANSI S1.13 standard, correct?
I'm agreed that the particular year on that standard, yes, it's been updated.
Okay, thank you.
For what it's worth, in the end, we used 5 miles an hour straight out of the ECMC rules, so it's somewhat irrelevant.
And you would agree that the location of the 2 noise monitors do not comply with ECMC monitor location requirements, meaning the 2 noise monitors utilized as part of your report, correct?
Well, let's clarify. This ambient noise study, I'm not an oil and gas operator, neither is STAR. We were characterizing ambient noise as it's actually incident on residents. So there was some deviation from what's outlined in the ECMC rules for the purpose. There was a purpose here. What is the ambient noise that these residents currently experience? To the extent that required us to deviate from a location, then yes, it deviates from the ECMC rules.
So you would agree that your report is erroneous due to the location of the 2 noise monitors and deviation not in compliance with ECMC Rule 423, correct?
This was not submitted as we're not an oil and gas operator developer. This wasn't submitted as part of an ECMC application. This was supplementary information to inform the ECMC committee as to the actual ambient levels in the community. This, I think, as I pointed out, had your newest ambient noise study been submitted, we probably wouldn't have done this study. We submitted it and included it for transparency's sake. We did do the study, so we submitted it.
You would agree that the noise mitigation plan from Urban Solution Group was submitted as part of the State Sunlight Law and Oil and Gas application, correct?
Yes, I'm familiar that yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. You would agree that acoustical engineering best practices state that ambient noise measurements should be taken further away from large reflective surfaces, correct?
Absolutely incorrect. Anticipated that question. I have several standard references that go into that point if you'd like to pull them up, but that's absolutely incorrect. Measurement locations have to be guided by the purpose and intent of the measurement. If the purpose is to characterize the ambient noise where people live, then we place the monitors where people live.
Okay, thank you. You would agree that ECMC Rule 423 requires measurements to be conducted no closer than 25 feet from the occupied structure, correct?
I think I've already addressed this. This was not strictly guided by ECMC rules. This was guided by ANSI standards. We were not submitting an ECMC ambient noise study. We're providing supplementary information to illuminate the actual ambient noise levels that Aurora residents currently enjoy.
But you would agree that the two sound level meter locations utilized in your report do not meet the 25-foot setback requirement from occupied structures per Rule 423, correct?
Absolutely not, by design.
Okay. You would agree that from a technical reporting perspective, reporting incorrect details of the ENRG study and ignoring the Urban Solution Group study leads to irreplicable and invalid information that you're attempting to use to strengthen STAR's argument, correct?
I'm not even sure what that question just meant. If you can break that down, I can answer the pieces, but yeah, I don't know what you just said.
Okay, I think, Chair, that's all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thornton.
Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Foote.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't even know what you said.
Mr. Thorne, I'm going to try to go somewhat in order as best I can based on cross-examination here. First, towards the beginning of the cross-examination, there was some discussion about sound walls and their effectiveness or lack thereof to reduce noise from a site. Could you talk a little bit more in detail about your opinion regarding that?
Certainly. I think I presented it's presented in my CV. I've talked about it in this hearing and part of the CAP. My actual graduate work was motivated by the ineffectiveness of sound walls. My graduate work focused on as an engineering student, focused on transportation noise, highway noise, out of a recognition that noise walls are very expensive and very ineffective. They're also highly predictable as to their performance. For a noise wall to provide any benefit, it must be tall compared to the distance between the noise source and the noise receiver. If we have a house 20 feet from one of these well pads, a 30-foot noise wall, well constructed out of the appropriate materials, will have a relatively large effect. As we measure the insertion loss, that's how we measure noise barriers, how much reduction they provide. As the separation between the source and the receiver grows larger, the insertion loss of a given noise barrier becomes smaller and smaller. Just because if we go on the backside of a noise barrier and we measure a 25 decibel insertion loss doesn't mean that effect lasts at larger distances. Sound is a pressure field. It's much more akin to smoke propagating over the landscape. It diffuses and spreads in on the backside of the noise barriers the further it travels. The bottom line is at distances of 1,000 feet, frankly, at distances over several hundred feet, 30, 50-foot noise walls become basically invisible.
Okay. So also in the cross-examination, you spoke a little bit about, or answered questions about the order of your analysis here. If I can kind of recap just to set this question up. First, there was your involvement with the Lowry Ranch cap. and the report that you submitted for that. Then there was testimony you made in front of the commission regarding the Lowry Ranch cap. Then there was an ambient noise study that you conducted, and then there was your report that you did for the OGDP, and now you're testifying for the OGDP. Do I have that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Could you go through just this, um, these instances and talk about why you did what you did, particularly the ambient noise study, just so we're clear about the genesis of that?
Certainly. I think I talked about it a little bit on Friday. I want to clarify if I need to, but during my involvement in the CAP, I was presented with an ambient noise study performed by ENRG. The results in that ambient noise study were clearly not credible, not realistic. There was clear evidence of systematic technical errors. It was my understanding at the time that that noise study may be used to push for higher higher noise limits to be applied in excess of the ECMC rules. At that time, there was a decision to get boots on the ground. I think that was a term Ms. Jost used a lot during the CAP hearing, to get boots on the ground, to get real world ambient noise data. What do the residents of Aurora currently experience in their own backyards? And anticipating that there may be a push for increased noise limits, to have real world data to rebut that ambient noise study. That was the motivation. I think I pointed out earlier, had we seen at the time, or had I been made aware of, if it existed at the time, the urban, now a new consultant is chosen by Crestone to do a new ambient noise study. Had I seen the urban ambient noise study, I would have not advocated that START do an ambient noise study. The results are the results in the urban ambient noise study are credible, believable, realistic.
Okay, so I guess all these questions about the ambient noise study, yours compared to Urban's, does that really have any impact on what your main conclusions are in the OGDP hearing today?
Absolutely not. I have three conclusions. None of them are based on our ambient noise study, or for that matter, Urban's ambient noise study. One is that Crestone, their consultants, as they provided noise modeling, noise prediction, noise studies, they have not provided all of the constituent information we would usually expect. At the most basic level, these types of noise studies would typically provide a table with all of the noise sources and their octave band sound power data. It's reflected throughout ANSI standards that test reports such as these, the noise modeling test reports, should be reproducible by an independent third party. I think most of us have learned this back in middle school science when we kept laboratory notebooks. Somebody else should be able to reproduce our work. I would expect to see in Urban's noise modeling studies and the noise reports created from them, I would expect to see all the work. I would expect to see them show their work. They did not. So there's no way to verify the accuracy or validity of the noise modeling results. The second conclusion is quite simple. It's just based on physics. If we move these pads further from residents, the noise incident on those residents drops off predictably. Moving the pad further from the residents is more protective of the residents, regardless of the levels. If we use quieter equipment, objectively quieter equipment, as demonstrated by sound power data on the pads, it's also more protective of residents. If we make the noise emissions from the well pad less, the noise incident on the residents becomes lower.
And Mr. Thornton, also in your cross examination, you were asked about the commission order from the CAP, and you mentioned something about a finding of credibility by the commissioners. Did you want to explain that a little bit further, and also any kind of information that you sought over the weekend in order to confirm that?
Certainly. So I reviewed the CAP order, the final CAP order. I also reviewed a transcript of the hearings and YouTube video of the hearings. I can pull up a reference if you'd like, if I can share that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I had it up and it had closed earlier. I'm pulling it up again now.
Mr.
I think
Thornton,
we've
if it,
lost your witness. Oh,
oh,
there
it
he's
didn't
back.
work very
I
well.
apologize. Didn't mean to waste your time.
Why don't you just summarize it, Mr. Thornton, if you
Sure,
can?
I think I've got it now.
Okay. Okay, we see it.
Yes. Okay. Good enough. So I think Ms. Jones already quoted the CAP final order, but I found in the ECMC Commission hearing in a transcript, August 7, 2024, time 122, Commissioner Cross, I've highlighted it yellow. Next, moving on to Mr. Thornton again, I found the testimony of Mr. Thornton to be credible, but wanted to touch on a few points that he raised. When I reviewed all of the transcripts, that's the only direct reference I found. Mr. Cross, Commissioner Cross, goes on to discuss concerns with my testimony or proposed. Yeah. Anyhow, the bottom line, Mr. Cross had stated that found my testimony to be credible.
Right, and just to kind of wrap up this thread and my redirect in general, have the points that you've raised and the analysis you've done in this OGDP hearing, are those different than what you did in the CAP?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have for Mr. Thornton.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the testimony of Mr. Thornton. Mr. Thornton, thank you very much for being back with us this morning.
Thank you, Chair.
I believe next procedurally, Mr. Foote, would be for you to call your next witness.
We'll next call Dr. Shanna Stacy.
Commissioner Cross.
I was wondering if I could ask a quick question.
Sure.
And-
Go on.
Did we lose Mr. Thornton?
He's still here.
Okay. Mr. Thornton, I just wanted to quickly, towards the end of the redirect there, you specifically tried to summarize your three main conclusions. One, you anticipated more data in the studies that were provided. Two, physics shows that increased distance will result in the decreased noise and therefore be more protective. And what was if you could quickly summarize what you think your
Sure.
third conclusion
Sure.
is?
Using lower noise equipment and systems on the well pads through all stages of the process will reduce the noise emissions, reducing the noise incident on the residents.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Miss Stacy is with us now.
Yes,
Mr.
good
Foote,
morning.
did we swear in all your witnesses? Sorry, it's been
I
Been a
think we
while.
did, but it has been a while, so. if
Mr.
you'd like
Boudreaux,
to
do
redo
you
it, that's fine.
recollect?
Yes, I believe we swore in all of STAR's witnesses, including.
Okay. Just trying to make sure we're keeping things straight and narrow. Go ahead, Mr. Foote, with your direct examination.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Stacy, if you could please first start off and just introduce yourself to the commission, including your relevant education and your history in the field, your employment history.
Yes, so, well, good morning. My name is Dr. Shana Stacy. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Carnegie Mellon University, where I graduated with honors. I subsequently obtained my Master of Public Health and PhD in Environmental and Occupational Health from the University of Pittsburgh. My research during my PhD training and postdocs focused on early life environmental exposures and their impacts on infant and children's health. This included our 2015 study, which was my first author paper, where we examined density of unconventional oil and gas development and impacts on infants' health in southwestern Pennsylvania. Later, I wrote an early scoping review of the literature on the health effects of UOGD, which was published in 2017. After I completed a postdoc at Brown University examining endocrine disrupting chemicals in everyday products and their potential effects on children's health, I did a second postdoc at the University of Pittsburgh Hillman Cancer Center, where I studied, again, early life exposures and impacts on childhood cancers, including leukemia. And this included, again, exposure to UOGD.
Mm.
And
Miss Stacy, just for the rest of us, I know what it is, but UOGD acronym.
okay, unconventional oil and gas development.
Thank you very much.
And Dr. Stacy, I guess maybe this might, in order to perhaps save time, this might be a good instance to see if there's any planned objection to you being certified as an expert related to the field of public health and epidemiology. And if not, we probably can just skip ahead to your presentation, but I just wanted to put that question out there for other.
Thank you,
comments.
Mr. Foote. Good question, Miss Jost.
No objection. We do have some cross questions, but we'll hold those. Thank you.
Of course. She's designated as an expert.
Great, thank you. Dr. Stacy, did you prepare a report to present to the commission about your findings for epidemiology in this case?
Yes, I did.
If you could go ahead and share your screen and please proceed.
Okay. Okay. First, I would like to thank the commissioners for their time today. I've been asked today to discuss the latest studies regarding the human health effects of unconventional oil and gas development.
And you're
Which,
not,
again,
Dr. Stacy, you're not in presentation mode.
Oh,
If-
I'm not.
yeah,
Okay,
if
thank
could
you. I
jump
thought I
over.
was. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Oh, I think I
There you go.
what happened. Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I'm good. My review today, although it does cover some of the other previous work that has been done, is focused on Colorado and is not meant to be comprehensive. So I'm having a little trouble advancing. This is just a brief outline of my presentation today. We will summarize several categories of health effects that have been examined in association with unconventional oil and gas development, including birth outcomes, cardiovascular effects, and reports of certain categories of health symptoms, including respiratory symptoms, and finally, childhood cancers, including leukemia. And by the end of my presentation, I hope you will see that given this latest work, particularly in Colorado, that the current proposed location of the Sunlight Lawn facility is not protective of public health and well-being. I started from a very basic place in epidemiology. In epidemiology, we search for patterns by examining characteristics of person, place, and time. And of course, our focus today is on place, where you live. And there's a mounting body of evidence across many areas of public health that where you live has a profound effect on your health and well-being. And we've been able to probe these relationships more deeply with advancements in the accessibility of Geographic Information System software, or GIS. And I bring this up because, as we'll see, and as has already been discussed, many of these studies that we're going to summarize today have used spatial surrogates to estimate exposure to unconventional oil and gas development. And this utilizes GIS software, GIS methods. They give us the ability to be able to look at these associations. We know that in their recent review, Aker et al. Identified 52 epidemiological studies looking at the human health impacts of UOGD. And this still remains a prolific area of research. Of these 52 studies, over 20 were published in the past 4 years. And a majority used retrospective cohort or case control study designs. Now, as we go through, I'm hoping you'll see the strengths of these studies. As we all are aware by now, we are not going to knowingly expose our study populations to potentially harmful levels of pollutants such as benzene and particulate matter. So we really rely on cohort and case control studies to be able to probe these associations. These studies that we're looking at today, many of them were very large, very rigorous. There's always concern when we do this type of work. Are we accounting for everything? Are we being comprehensive and including other risk factors that could affect the results? And many of these studies have taken those factors into account. We've also, during the hearing now, have discussed 2 categories of studies: human health risk assessments, or HHRAs, as well as the human observational studies. Both types of studies come with their own strengths and weaknesses, and both are very relevant and valuable for the topic at hand. HHRAs can provide us with valuable information about actual concentrations of pollutants in environmental media. Ideally, the chronic hazard indexes and cancer risks estimated in human health risk assessments are based on a large number of samples that represent 24-hour exposure. However, in these types of studies, 24-hour data is not always available, and other factors such as the time of day or season of data collection may miss temporal variations in the pollutants being examined and measured. Further, comparing the risks estimated in an HHRA to an established threshold can be a useful exercise on paper. The EPA uses what it calls an acceptable cancer risk range of 1 in 1 million to 1 in 10,000 to decide remedial cleanup actions at Superfund sites. However, other toxicological and public health related agencies like the ATSDR, the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, don't have an acceptable cancer risk range. And when you're deciding how concerned we should be about cancer risks that fall within that range I just stated, many factors go into making that determination, such as are sensitive populations being exposed who might already have an elevated cancer risk? Are children exposed early in life? Are people exposed to multiple carcinogens in a mixture? And those are just a few examples. But moving on again and going back to the human observational studies, like I alluded to before, many of these studies are using a proximity or well density metric to estimate exposure to UOGD. This has many practical implications. For one, it allows us to assign an exposure estimate to the thousands and thousands of people that are included in these studies. I've thrown this equation up here, which is the most basic well density metric that's been used. This has been, as you will see, improved upon in the most recent studies. And this is called the Inverse Distance Weighted Well Count, or IDW well count. We are able to calculate this because state registry data, the data that the birth and cancer studies have pulled from, can provide addresses of study participants' residences, and the locations of the oil and gas wells are also publicly available. And really the main point I want to make here is that the use of this metric in these studies is really showing us that although distance is important, so is well density. It does matter how many wells you have and how close they are to you. And this is particularly relevant for our discussion during this hearing when we're talking about a well pad that can contain up to 32 wells that are very close to where people are living. Now, the obvious limitation of using these exposure surrogates is that if you do see an association, they do not allow you to directly identify the specific pollutant that might be responsible for that association. However, like I said, they allow us to assign exposure to thousands of study subjects. They allow us to assess exposure retrospectively. And the studies are starting to show that these spatial metrics are correlated with levels of air pollutants and also with levels of chemicals that are in drinking water that are UOGD related chemicals. Spatial metrics are also nothing new in the realm of environmental health work. They are not uniquely used in studies of the impacts of UOGD. For example, there is a wealth of adverse birth outcomes research showing that increased risk of adverse birth outcomes are seen with increased exposure to traffic pollutants using proximity to major roadways and traffic density as surrogates. So I'm not going to state everything on this slide. It was in my public health statement. Like I said, my background and all of my academic research has focused on early life environmental exposures and effects on infant and children's health. And this is very important because the embryo and fetus is uniquely vulnerable to environmental triggers. And having these early life exposures not only affects the health of the baby or the child, but it can really affect your health across your lifespan. These are just some definitions. Again, this, in the interest of time, my review can't be comprehensive, but I did want to talk a little bit about adverse birth outcomes because it's absolutely been the most prolific area of research in the context of UOGD. So in table 1, I have summarized the US studies that have examined proximity or density of UOGD and measures of being born smaller than we would expect you to be, outcomes like low birth weight and small for gestational age, and also looking at birth weight as a continuous outcome. And I mean, I want to say that out of 12 studies that have looked at this group of adverse birth outcomes, more than half have found statistically significant associations with increasing well density. Several of these studies that you see starred here, including very recent ones, have reported effects at beyond 3,000 feet. And I also wanted to make the important point here that many of these studies have actually been quite comprehensive in the other types of risk factors that they're accounting for. So, like I said, we have this theme of where you live affecting your health. This includes social determinants of health, which are non-medical factors that can affect your health and well-being. Many of these studies, including Cushing's study published in 2020, take into account factors like maternal education, insurance, prenatal care. And so we're taking into account potential factors related to socioeconomic status, related to access to education, and access to healthcare. They're also taking into account other risk factors of the mother that can be, cause a baby to be born earlier or smaller than we would expect. Things like maternal smoking. So these studies are very large, include lots of subjects, and are really comprehensive in the types of confounding variables that they're able to account for. Moving on, so in the next few slides, I drill down a little bit on the most recent studies that have come out of Colorado. McKenzie et al. Published a study in 2024 looking at specifically atrial fibrillation exacerbation in a cohort of 10,000 AF patients, and they compared those living within 1 mile of a well site to those living more than 2 miles from any well. And they found that for the oldest patients in their cohort, so patients over 80 years of age, living a little over 2,000 feet of a well development site, that their risk for AF exacerbation increased by 83%. And this result was statistically significant. And although no previous study has looked specifically at atrial fibrillation, several ecological studies have also found correlations between UOGD and other types of cardiovascular outcomes.
Dr. Stacey, while you're taking that drink of water, just wanted to put out there that you have done some detailed slides for the commission to take a look at. And since we're time limited, it would be helpful to see if you could be as efficient as possible and go through the rest of the slides. But of course, not to limit your presentation, but let's try to keep track of time.
Of course. So I really feel that the story that these studies as a whole are telling us, and again, if you look at any individual study, it's going to have its strengths and weaknesses. As epidemiologists, we are absolutely trained to address these in our papers that we publish. We have entire sections devoted to talking about the strengths and limitations. We are always concerned in any epi study about the potential for unmeasured confounding. So is there just some factor that we're not aware of that could be influencing the analysis? However, like I've already stated, many of these studies were very comprehensive in the other types of factors that they've taken into account. And so when we're making determinations of, is the current proposed location of Sunlight Lawn protective, we can't just look at any one study. We can't just look at any one category of studies. We have to look at all of the work. And right now, the big picture of these epidemiology studies, including the ones that have been done in Colorado, is that the current proposed setback may not be protective of public health and well-being. We have, as you can see on this slide, increased reports of certain types of health symptoms, including respiratory symptoms, for people living within 1 mile of a UOGD site in Colorado. This is just summarizing childhood cancer. Again, I gave all of this background in my public health statement. McKenzie conducted they have an older childhood cancer paper, and they, in 2025, published a new one investigating risk of childhood acute lymphoblastic leukemia, or ALL, which is the most common type of childhood leukemia in Colorado. And I would just quickly like to point out that in this most recent study, they have used and what they called their intensity adjusted IDW metric, which is a more sophisticated version of the IDW well count. And it has improved upon standard IDW metrics by incorporating both phase of well development and intensity of operations. And again, they were able to account for other maternal and child risk factors, as well as proximity to major highways, and also potential exposure to other sources of pollution. And they found, as you can see in table 2, a 107% increase in risk of ALL in their most exposed group of children, compared to children living or children having an IA-IDW well count less than 1. And these effects are seen within 3 kilometers, and actually they tested several buffers in their analysis, including 5 and 13 kilometers. And the high and medium exposure groups were always statistically significantly correlated with higher IA-IDW well counts. I've already discussed these strengths and limitations. I will conclude by saying that the rapid growth of UOGD has, in a lot of ways, outpaced scientific study. There have been many research challenges, so it has been difficult to kind of go beyond these spatial surrogates in academic research in the context of UOGD. However, as we are still seeing epidemiological studies that are showing health effects at beyond 3,000 feet, I would say that the current proposed location of the Sunlight Lawn facility, which is going to have 32 wells very close to a community, is not currently protective for public health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stacy, and I believe that concludes your direct testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's proceed as we normally would, which is we'll do cross from Ms. Jost at this point, followed by questions from commissioners. Ms. Jost, you're up.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony this morning, Dr. Stacy. You would agree that you're no longer employed by Global Data PLC, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that you're no longer employed by the University of Pittsburgh Department of Epidemiology, correct?
That's correct. I'm an independent consultant.
And you would agree that your CV submitted by STARS Exhibit C17 shows no work history in the field of epidemiology since March of 2023, correct?
Correct. I'm raising my 3-year-old and working as an independent consultant.
And you would agree that outside of one unrelated publication in 2023, you have not had any publications or scientific presentations on epidemiology since 2019 per Exhibit C17, your CV, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you a member of Save the Aurora Reservoir Activist Group?
No.
You would agree that you've been influenced by Save the Aurora Reservoir Group since moving to Centennial, Colorado this year, correct?
I wouldn't say that.
You would agree you are under oath, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that you spoke in opposition of the State Sunlight Long OGDP at the September 11th, 2025 Rule 511 local public hearing, correct?
That's true. That was prior to STAR recruiting me as an expert witness.
You would agree that you said at the September 11th, 2025 State Sunlight Long OGDP Rule 511 local public hearing, quote, "When I heard that there was going to be activity half a mile away from schools where people are living, that is honestly insane to me," end quote, correct?
It was surprising to me, given all of the work that's come out since our study was published in 2015.
And you would agree that a half mile is 2,640 feet, correct?
Yes.
And you've reviewed the State Sunlight Long oil and gas application, correct?
Yes.
And since you reviewed the State Sunlight Long oil and gas development plan application, you would agree that the State Sunlight Long location is over 3,188 feet from the nearest residence, correct?
Well, yes, but my takeaway from the more recent studies that I reviewed as a part of my presentation is that given the large number of wells planned for that site, that it would be more protective of public health if it were moved further away from its current proposed location.
And you would agree that if you reviewed the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan application, then you would agree that the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas location is over a mile from the nearest school, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
there have been health effects studies seeing health effects within 3 kilometers.
Okay. Although you're a researcher who's presented by STAR as an expert on public health studies, would you agree that you are somewhat biased against the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan application due to your comments at the 511 hearing?
No, I mean, I'm not recommending that they stop the project. I'm recommending that they move it further from the community. And I do believe that there are studies to support that.
And you would agree that where a person lives has a profound impact on their health and well-being, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you would agree that where a person lives is also associated with numerous factors other than air quality that also affects their health and well-being, correct?
and as I was hoping to show in my presentation, many of these studies have accounted for those potential other factors.
Okay, and you would agree that these factors.
But yes, I agree with that, yes.
Okay, thank you. You would agree that these factors include determinants of health, such as economic stability or having a job, access to health care, access to education, access to nutritious and healthy food, being around others with similar cultural or religious affiliations, correct?
Yes,
Okay, you would agree that spatial metrics also measure these factors that are correlated with health, correct?
they could, yes.
And
But
you would-
again, these studies have also directly adjusted for things like educational attainment and access to prenatal care, which would reflect access to health care and insurance, the state birth and cancer registry data.
Thank you. And you would agree that spatial surrogates of exposure do not account for a person's time and activity patterns, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that spatial correlations can produce statistical artifacts, correct?
Yes, but as I said, these studies have been very rigorous in trying to account for other risk factors.
Okay. And you stated that, quote, on your slide 7, quote, calculating an IDW well count based on residential address allows us to estimate exposure at the level of the individual, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you would agree that the same holds true for individual level exposure and that spatial correlations can mimic causal exposure response relationships and produce statistical artifacts, correct?
Well, I guess I didn't, maybe you can tell me if I'm not understanding your question. So when you do an ecological study at a group level, like a county or a census tract, that's certainly true. But, here we're calculating an estimate of exposure, a surrogate of exposure at an individual level. So we're not assuming that, what everybody's exposed to is what the individual's exposed to.
Thank you. And you would agree that you stated on slide 7 that, quote, limitation, although biologically plausible pathways underlie the observed associations between, for example, childhood leukemia and proximity to fracking, spatial surrogates do not directly allow for the identification of scientific etiologic agents, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And you would agree that this statement also applies to any chemical substance for that matter, whether etiological relevant or not, correct?
Well, I mean, when we're designing these studies, we do have a biologically plausible pathway in mind.
Okay, and you would agree that it's the concentrations from emissions of the wells that matters and not the density of wells, correct?
Well, the more wells you have, I would expect that you would see higher concentrations in any environmental media that you would sample.
On slide 10, you would agree that you did not provide a background on the referent population in each of these studies, correct? during your testimony.
Is that my table one? Is that my table one?
Yes, Dr. Stacy.
Yes, that's true. The
Okay.
covariates for these are not summarized in this table.
Okay, so then you would agree that you did not describe the reference group in any of those studies on
Oh,
that,
sorry.
correct?
That's true.
Okay. And then sticking on slide 10, you would agree that the description of the referent group varied by study, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and also on slide 10, you would agree that you did not present any results in your testimony today, which would show whether a dose-response relationship was seen, correct?
I did not, but I do know, well, for example, I know in our 2015 study that there was a dose response between increasing risk of small for gestational age and increasing well density.
Okay, and you would agree that there was no association between IDW well density and low birth weight in Colorado in the McKenzie et al. 2014 study, correct?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yes.
Thank you. On slide 12, you would agree that the self-reported symptoms were part of a survey and not a study, correct?
That seems like a little bit of semantics, but yes, they were self-reported health symptoms.
Okay, thank you. And on slide 15, you would agree that you did not describe the referent group for these studies, correct?
That's true, not in the table.
Thank you. And also on slide 15, you would agree that there are other results presented in these studies that were not discussed as part of your testimony, correct?
Well, the McKenzie 2017 study, I believe, may have looked at other cancers, but I honestly don't remember. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, thank you. You
Yeah,
answered. Thank you.
table 2 was focused on ALL. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. You would agree that you did not describe the well density for the most exposed group for McKenzie et al. 2017 study, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that the odds ratio of ALL is 4.3 is a very imprecise estimate, as indicated by a greater than 10-fold difference in the upper and lower confidence limits, correct?
It is quite high compared to what I'm used to seeing in the other environmental health work that I've done. I mean, these, in environmental health work, we're used to seeing, very small effects, and these are not suggesting small effects, small impacts.
Okay, and you, sticking on your slide 15, you would agree that the McKenzie 2017 study found that there is no increased risk of ALL in children age 0 to 4, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure, yes. Sticking on your slide 15, would you agree that the McKenzie 2017 study found there's no increased risk of ALL in children age 0 to 4, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you would agree that the odds ratios were below 1.0 for children's ages 0 through 4, correct?
Correct, and they did use the McKenzie 2017 study used cancer controls. So their controls were actually childhood cancers that they felt would not be related to unconventional oil and gas development. So it was a different control group.
Okay, and you would agree that you did not describe what other factors were adjusted for in these studies, correct?
That's true, although, yeah, I did summarize in my testimony the other factors that McKenzie 2025 adjusted for.
Okay, and you would agree that the results you presented for the Clark 2022 study adjusted only for birth year, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that when the results were further adjusted for maternal race and WIC assistance, the odds ratio for the most exposed group was attenuated and was no longer statistically significant, correct? I can ask that again.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, I understand. Yes.
Okay, thank you. You would agree that the unexposed cases and controls in the Clark 2022 study lived more than 2 kilometers or 1.24 miles from a well, correct?
The unexposed, yes.
Okay, and you would agree that a large majority of unexposed cases and controls live greater than 10 kilometers from a well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that the most exposed group in the McKenzie et al. 2025 were not study subjects living within a 3-kilometer buffer, but were study subjects who had an IDW values that were log transformed, and the log IDW value was between the 80th and 100th percentiles of distribution of log IDW values, correct?
You're talking about the unexposed?
The most
Sorry, maybe
exposed group. Yeah, I'm happy to ask again.
Oh,
The most exposed.
sorry, could you?
You're okay. You're good.
The most exposed.
Yes, the most exposed in the McKinsey 2025 study.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. And you would agree that you did not acknowledge where the approximate 80th and 100th percentiles of the log IDW falls on the distribution, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you do understand that they were compared to cases and controls who live more than 10 miles from any well, correct?
So in McKenzie 2025, their controls or their unexposed had an IAIDW less than 1, was my understanding.
Okay, thank you. And you would agree that your expert report and opinion did not account for the 90+ best management practices, mitigation measures, and conditions of approval to be applied to the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas location, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Chair. No further questions.
All right. I think at this point, we'll have commissioners ask questions, Mr. Foote, and then we'll give you a redirect based upon all of that. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Stacy. I did want to try and touch on one thing, and it was in slide 6 of yours. And as I'm trying to look at it here again, you specifically note in slide 6, I apologize, slide 7, it's the strengths and limitations of spatial metrics. It says, calculating an IDW well count based on residential address allows us to estimate exposure at the level of the individual, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so one of the things that we heard from Civitas's experts in looking at toxicology and epidemiology was the problem with a lot of these spatial studies is you don't get a look at exposure. You can tell the distance, but you're not actually seeing exposure. So how does it allow you to estimate the exposure if we don't know which way the wind's blowing? We don't know if the emissions or whatever the toxic chemical is exposed in that area.
Yeah, that is true. I agree with that. I mean, I do agree that this is an important limitation with these studies. And although I may have slipped and just merely said exposed sometimes, we really are, what we're talking about are associations between health effects and using the IDW well count density of, well density. Particularly when I believe our study was the second study published after McKinsey's birth outcome study. So of course we were building off of their work. So this does give us, a preliminary way. I don't want to make that sound like it's not important, but sort of an, preliminary way of trying to look at, okay, is living close to these facilities, is it associated with health outcomes? And, I do think what is missing are studies doing, combining environmental monitoring, combining more personalized exposure assessments with health outcomes, such as the adverse birth outcomes. I don't know if I should speak to reasons why that's been challenging in this field of research, but I don't want to make it, I agree that these studies are limiting in that way. I don't know. You can tell me if that answers your question or not.
I think it does. And I part of it is just me making sure that I'm understanding what both sides are saying here, because one's saying like you don't actually see exposure, but you're saying it does estimate exposure. So I just want to make sure I understand kind of what your conclusions are, and not trying to make my own conclusions, as I'm not an expert in this by any means.
Well, and if I, as a scientist, I do like to say things, or, as someone who has done academic research, we are trained to, think in a very nuanced way. So yes, we've seen associations between these health effects and these estimates or surrogates of exposure. But yes, in a next study study design that you would do with more personalized monitoring, that would be the next step
Okay. And
for sure.
and so from your perspective, what is a protective distance?
Well, yeah, I mean that's a good question, and I don't really, I guess, see I feel that the intent of my testimony today is to show that more recent studies have shown effects at beyond 3,000 feet. Some have even shown effects at more than a mile, and so given that, I can say that I don't feel that the current proposed location of Sunlight Lawn is protective of human health, given these epidemiological studies.
Okay. And do you have any opinions on, or have you looked at anything assessing any current impacts from existing oil and gas locations within the Lowry Ranch?
No, I do not. I have not examined that, and I don't think anybody has. Like Mackenzie's work has been in more of the Broomfield area.
Okay. And McKinsey's study also showed that increased chances, the increased association, even beyond the mile that you talked about, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think those
Yeah,
might be-
her most. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I please continue.
No, yeah, I was just going to be a little more specific that the closest buffer that they used in their 2025 study was 3 kilometers.
Okay. Perfect. That's my only questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Stacy, for being here, providing testimony. You had indicated that you had hoped that you were going to be able to get to a slide that talked about how these studies accounted for other factors. I'd like to hear that. So if you'd like to provide a little more detail on that, I would appreciate it.
Sure, yeah, and I don't have a direct slide about that. So, and I'm going to again use adverse birth outcomes as an example, since early life exposures were my expertise. So these studies are using, as I said, relying on state birth registry data, and this includes not only the medical outcomes of birth weight and preterm birth for the infant, but includes information that, and actually I now being a mother myself, I have had to fill this out, asking questions about that relate to other risk factors, like smoking, like education, prenatal care, things like that, insurance. And so using those factors that again are also available in the state registries, that is how these studies are able to account for these in their models. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, pretty open question. I was just giving you an opportunity to provide some more information.
Oh,
that I
thank you.
wanted to
Yes,
talk
thank
about.
you.
Yeah. So one of the other questions I had is, and this is building on Commissioner Cross's questions. I think you had indicated that there are a number of reasons why it's challenging to identify kind of the specific exposures of emissions. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Oh, just the research challenges for these types of studies.
Yeah.
Sure. Um, well, you can stop me if I don't want to speak out of turn. I will say that there are, at least what I've observed maybe is a bit of reticence on the part of some researchers and academic institutions and even bodies that might fund this kind of research. And I do think it's because it has been perceived as being kind of a controversial area of research. And, that kind of has in a lot of ways hindered progress in this area as far as getting beyond these exposure surrogates, these spatial metrics that we've been using to represent exposure. Other challenges, like aside from that, include things like, as has already been discussed, disentangling impacts from exposure to UOGD and exposure to other pollution sources. Although, as I shared, the most recent McKenzie study was at least trying to take that into account in their models by including proximity to major roadways. And they also calculated an IA IDW metric for other pollution sources. But yeah, in other terms, it's, trying to secure sufficient long-term funding to do more studies, and challenges in obtaining specific chemical exposure data.
Thank you. And I'll ask you a question that I asked some of the witnesses who were also epidemiologists and toxicologists. But I mean, is it fair to say that distance may be one of the best tools to avoid, minimize, and mitigate potential adverse impacts associated with emissions or direct public health impacts?
Yes, I do think that distance is one of the best tools we have to mitigate those risks.
Great. Thank you.
Dr. Stacy, let me ask a follow-up question. In answer to one of Commissioner Messner's question, you indicated now I'm a mother of a mother, I think earlier you said a 3-year-old. And then you listed some factors: smoking, education, prenatal care, insurance, these factors. I'm sorry, I didn't follow what you were answering in that dialogue.
Oh, sure. So the concern is that, are these analyses confounded? Are there other factors out there that are related to the outcomes we're looking at and potentially related to the exposure, which in this case is UOGD, well density, or proximity? And so I was giving examples of other factors that many, although not all of these studies have accounted for in their models. And particularly in the birth outcome studies, those are some of the factors their models have adjusted for.
And then you also, quote, observed reticence on part of researchers and bodies that might fund this research because it's controversial, therefore hindered progress to get beyond spatial metrics. Help me, where were you going with that?
Okay. And well, so, and I'm talking about the broader industry here, of course. Whenever one of these studies is published, there is a lot of pushback by the industry. And although, of course, again, as epidemiologists, we, write entire discussion sections devoted to the strengths and weaknesses of these studies. So I'm not denying their limitations. I just, I do feel like it creates an environment of, people not wanting to fund this type of research, not wanting to get involved and to do this type of research. And it's just been, it has been very difficult to make progress in this field, the progress that we'd like to see.
Okay. Commissioner Oath?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Stacy, for your review of these studies and for your testimony here today. These studies are clearly very important to us and the work that we are doing. So we appreciate that. And just would make, I guess the comment that we do have a process that we're undertaking to look more closely at these, and certainly of the 3 studies that you kind of spent time highlighting, 2 of those 3 are ones that the panel is focused on, and actually the third on AFib was a new one to me. So thank you for raising that. I'll be looking into that more closely, and just would also note that, as you said, these are very nuanced issues, right? And I think that's in some ways to me reflected in the fact that we have had experts in all sides or by multiple parties here in this hearing in particular, looking at the body of literature and looking at these studies and coming to different conclusions, right, about whether or not the current regulations and regulatory setbacks and other requirements are protective. And so, I think that is a really difficult situation for us to be in, and to me, I think why I'm very hopeful and intentional that that's what the panel process is going to help us grapple with, right, is in light of the different conclusions that folks can draw, what are kind of overall key takeaways that this commission can draw about our regulatory structure. So I apologize. I realize that's not really a question and more of just a comment and a thanks to you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions of the witness? Mr. Foote, redirect.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Stacy, just very briefly, following up on Ms. Joe's questions of you about what you did or did not include in certain tables in your PowerPoint presentation, did you include a 3-page reference list in your report that listed all the references that you ended up referencing in your presentation?
Yes.
And did you also include a slide at the end of your PowerPoint presentation that referenced the studies that you referenced in your presentation?
Yes.
And would it be possible to summarize all of the information you were asked about on cross-examination during your allotted 15 minutes or so of time for your presentation?
That would be difficult.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Hearings Manager Thomas, time check, please.
Yes, Crestone has 1 hour, 23 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Maverick has 32 minutes, 17 seconds remaining. And Star has 14 minutes and 28 seconds remaining.
All right. And Mr. Foote, you've got a couple more witnesses that just wanted you to be aware of time allocations.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I guess we've tried our best to keep this pretty tight. Redirect has gone a little bit longer than I had hoped in some of these cases in reference to cross-examination. We have one final witness, and I believe his time would be around 20 minutes of direct.
Okay.
And then would just, I guess, perhaps beg for your discretion for a closing argument at that point, and we would, I don't see any need for us to do rebuttal at this point, so we would not do that to try to make up for some of that time.
Okay. I will allow that to occur. Just, let's keep everything in pace, but we do want to hear your full case. So thank you for that. Let's take a morning break and return at 10:40.
Damn. That's good that allowed for time. I think. It's the morning. I'm surprised there's still only 5 commissioners here. I would have thought, seeing as this has lasted like a week, that the other two commissioners would show up at some point. But I guess it's just these 5 making the decision. They seem pretty friendly. Well, yeah, I mean, the board commissioner seems pretty friendly. He could have been an asshole there. And been like, you have 14 minutes for both your last witness and your closing arguments. Okay, short break. Come on back. I'm gonna get some breakfast, I think. BRB. Oh.
All right, we're back on the record. Energy and Carbon Management Commission, docket 241200313, 1041 on Tuesday, November 25th. Mr. Foote, your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We next call Nate Lyon.
And Mr. Foote, to try to streamline through this, is he going to be trying to be qualified as an expert, or is he just
No,
testifying as
he's
lay?
lay witness.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Did you want me to just go straight into it, or we're?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't seeing you on my screen. I apologize. Mr. Lyon, I have a couple quick introductory questions.
Sure.
First, could you just introduce yourself to the commission and mention where you live and also if you have any involvement with STAR?
Yes, my name is Nathan Lyon. I live in Southeast Aurora. I've lived in this part of town for over 14 years and in the South Shore development for the last 4+ years. And I have been involved with STAR for the past 3 years to some degree, and am a member of STAR's board since this past February, I believe.
Okay, when you say you've been involved with STAR, are you a volunteer for STAR?
Correct. Yes, from the start and still to this day, a full volunteer with STAR, as is all of our leadership.
Okay. And have you prepared a PowerPoint presentation about the community aspect of this presentation for the commission?
Yes, I have.
All right. If you want to go ahead and go into the presentation, feel free.
All right. Just confirm when you can see that, if you don't mind.
I'm seeing it.
All right. Good morning, ECMC commissioners and everyone from our community listening in. I'm here representing STAR, a nonprofit group of residents united around a common goal of protecting our community. I would also like to point out early on here that despite any assumptions to the contrary, numerous mineral owners within the Sunlight and Long DSUs have not leased or sold their mineral rights. In fact, it is our understanding that significant owners, including the South Shore Metro District and the Cherry Creek School District, as well as many residents, have declined mineral offers. STAR is presenting a fact-based case demonstrating that the proposed Sunlight Long well pad location fails to meet the intents and requirements of Colorado's protections for public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. This section examines whether the project siting complies with the ECMC's mission to minimize adverse impacts to the health and safety of Coloradans. When the original state land board lease was signed in 2012, this was largely an undeveloped area with no homes within 1 mile of the proposed site and light to moderate density of development within 3 miles. At the time, I lived exactly 3 miles west of the proposed site. My friends and family would joke that I lived in the middle of nowhere, and they really weren't wrong. However, today, within 1 mile of the proposed site, there are approximately 900 occupied homes. Within 3 miles of the site, there were over 8,000 homes and 7 public K-12 schools, in addition to several preschools, businesses, and places of worship. These maps help visualize that growth. Between 2012 and 2025, housing and school proximity to the proposed pad have increased exponentially. What was once lightly inhabited is now a dense suburban environment filled with families and children. A lot has changed in 13+ years. Several high-use recreation areas fall within 3 miles of the site today as well, including Aurora Reservoir, along with the Perimeter Trail, Swimming Beach, Scuba Beach, and Archery Range, Blackstone Golf Course, Legacy Stadium used throughout Cherry Creek School District, Cherokee Trail High School athletic fields, the Aurora YMCA, and Southeast Aurora Recreation Center, plus numerous community pools, fitness areas, parks, and playgrounds. This isn't a theoretical risk to public health we're talking about. It's a quantifiable, mappable change that must be recognized when evaluating the merits of alternative locations. And no, we're not talking about the minuscule location changes that Civitas touts as already having taken place. We're talking about real alternative location options that this commission should consider confidently protect our community. The ECMC decision must be based on the reality of the area today, and solutions must account for the neighborhoods that exist now, not at the time of the original lease, as was referenced in the state land board letter read aloud last Wednesday. Looking back at the Lowry Ranch CAP decision over a year ago, numerous ECMC commissioners, including Chair Robbins, confirmed that the commission would be looking closely at moving and evaluating alternative locations, especially for sites closest to residential developments. Sunlight Long would certainly fall into that category. And at the time, despite the unfavorable result of the hearing, the community was given some level of hope that that would happen. However, Civitas has yet to present a single alternative location that they consider a viable option. Why is that? The most obvious solution for our community is to deny this site or to seriously consider locations significantly further east. STAR believes there are numerous viable alternative site options. You heard today from Dr. Stacy about negative health impacts in detail, but as a community, these studies bring to light major concerns. Despite repeated outreach to local and state health departments, STAR has been denied answers on why these statistically and peer-reviewed research studies are not being incorporated into current decision-making. Is our community destined to suffer because review processes and committees can't move as quickly as oil and gas applications must be granted approvals? We hope that's not the case, but if it is, it's hard to see how this process is truly serving public health. The public comment record for Sunlight Long, 874 unique written and oral comments prior to last Wednesday's additional 30+ oral comments, show that our community is highly informed and cares deeply about the potential effects to our health. The voices of the immediately affected people should matter, and they should have immense weight in your decision. Why? Because your mission is to protect us. Our emergency response estimations show that travel times will exceed 20 minutes from the nearest fire stations. And this is likely an understatement, considering the response teams will need to travel much further south than the Scuba Beach shown here, on gravel roads and likely with heavy equipment on the roads as well. Many of us saw what happened during the tragic Marshall Fire in 2021. Even under the best travel conditions, this distance is simply too far to handle a potential disaster just over 3,000 feet from the nearest homes. The community is not comfortable with this level of risk. This issue was brought up during the Lowry Ranch CAP. STAR had concerns that Bennett Watkins Fire District could not respond in time and with adequate resources. In examining the documents that Bennett Watkins produced via STAR's CORA requests, we were not able to confirm with confidence that Bennett Watkins is truly prepared to handle its widespread oil and gas commitments within Lowry Ranch and beyond. This is not intended to be a criticism of Bennett Watkins. It's a geographic limitation. A location further from homes would significantly help minimize risks from rapid fire spread. First responders would have slightly longer time to respond and have a better chance of success. Given recent incidents such as the Bishop Well spill in Gallatin, these uncertainties are unacceptable until independent verification of readiness and response times is complete. Community voices provide essential context for decisions related to public health, welfare, and safety. If residents don't feel safe and protected in their homes and local recreation areas, then the protections in place are not truly working. The Aurora Reservoir is a public recreation and drinking water resource used daily by families and visitors. It's a gem in both Aurora and Arapahoe County. Unfortunately, it's already being tarnished by nearby large-scale oil and gas development sites in the Lowry Ranch, such as Civitas's La Plata South pad, clearly visible from the reservoir and with extremely bright lights at night. But Sunlight Long is the biggest one in terms of disturbed acreage, number of wells, and proximity to the reservoir. It will certainly be the most disruptive. Unfortunately, Civitas's low vantage point mock-ups from directly west of the site only show the most favorable views for their case. Due to the actual geography, Sunlight Long will be highly visible from the reservoir. Permitting heavy industrial activity within such proximity to the Aurora Reservoir introduces not only perceived risk, but a very real potential for contamination that would require ongoing mitigation and monitoring, likely at the taxpayer's expense. For this reason and many others, the current site is clearly not as protective of public health as a location further away would be. This area also supports multiple Colorado species of special concern, including northern leopard frogs, burrowing owls, and black-tailed prairie dogs. Noise, traffic, and air emissions from 24-hour drilling will, without a doubt, degrade wildlife habitat. Just 10 days ago, I viewed 5 pronghorns walking directly along the haul route, likely within hundreds of feet from the Sunlight Long site. In addition, the pre-production timelines from Civitas seem to be ever-changing. This may not seem significant to some, but the seasonality and specific timelines matter for wildlife mitigation. Will these discrepancies be trued up somewhere down the road? Public comments to the ECMC, which were not forum comments and were over 99.5% opposed to the project, overwhelmingly cite proximity to thousands of homes as an unacceptable risk. The ECMC's comment analysis shows that over 2/3 referenced these proximity concerns, yet the proposed location remains as close to homes as it did before thousands of public comments were received at the county and state levels. This is a real issue, and while the seemingly obvious solution of moving the site significantly further east may not be convenient for Civitas, it is what's right for public health and the safety of our community. Procedural deficiencies at the county level show the importance of this decision being conducted independently without influence from Arapahoe County's decision, which operates under a different set of standards than the ECMC. The ECMC has rigorous standards and takes public input seriously in application decisions. Proof must be provided by the operator that the site is protective. STAR would like to note that the county approval was granted without public hearings and with incomplete hazard assessments.
Yeah.
The Sunlight Long application was approved by one individual using a check-the-box process behind closed doors. To highlight just a few of the community concerns that were ignored, cumulative impacts were dismissed as being outside county purview, excuse me, despite directly affecting county residents. Health data newer than 2020, including the CU Anschutz leukemia study from March 2025, was not factored into the decision. The haul route runs alongside the reservoir at points only 500 feet from drinking water, with no clear accountability from the county beyond meets current state regulations. And to clarify this from last week in the hearing, multiple documents submitted by Civitas show the haul route now approximately 1,000 feet from the reservoir. However, multiple other documents submitted, including the emergency response plan, show the haul route still coming as close as 500 feet to the reservoir. We would like, you would think we would have clarity at this stage of the process. And finally, although the community believes that full electrification is required for this site, Civitas still included language in its approved county application that allowed for exceptions if timelines weren't met by Xcel Energy. Again, we still have doubts. This section illustrates why one-off location reviews cannot satisfy the ECMC's duty to evaluate and address cumulative impacts. This map shows overlapping 3-mile impact zones from multiple large pads, each averaging about 20 wells. This is the kind of analysis we would have expected Civitas to do, as it is the reality of what the situation looks like for the community. We took the step to show it here now. As you can see, this is dense industrial development happening all around the same time. It's part of the reason why Star objected to the Lowry Ranch cap in the first place. How is this situation acceptable? While a denial of sunlight law alone would not remove all the risks for our community, it is the largest pad within the cap and the closest to homes, so it would remove some density of sources in the highly populated southwest area shown.
Why does Target get a call
All
out
right,
here?
let's move on. This map makes me sick. This chart further illustrates this point. Several fully or partially approved pads are less than 2 miles apart from each other, creating an dense industrial cluster. This density of sources increases cumulative exposure to air pollutants, traffic, and noise for thousands of residents. The Lowry Ranch production timeline chart demonstrates that pre-production and drilling phases will overlap for 3.5 years, ensuring prolonged disturbance and exposure. The pre-production phases are ongoing from right now through 2028. Simply put, the community gets no breaks.
The map Baker was just a really big fan of Target.
Even with on-site electrification and pipelines, heavy truck activity would remain intensive near the reservoir and homes, with tens of thousands of trips over the project life. The cumulative impacts will be significant, and the overall size of the Lowry Ranch project is creating a harsh reality for our community. Commissioners, this decision is about ensuring compliance with the law's requirement to prioritize public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources above economic convenience. Allowing heavy industrial development of this intensity and proximity to homes, recreational areas, and wildlife would contradict the intent of Senate Bill 19-181 and the ECMC's own mission. Respectfully, in this case, a yes vote cannot coexist with your mission. As we've shown today, they are in direct opposition to one another. Therefore, Star requests that the ECMC deny the sunlight law application full stop, or deny the application with the possible option to return with a different site proposal that contains much more thorough, viable alternative locations and contains in-depth cumulative impact and emergency response modeling. We also ask that the ECMC take full consideration of updated public health data. And finally, as you consider this application, please consider this. While the fate of this site is meaningful for all the parties you've heard from, it's different for us, the community. We aren't visitors here. This isn't temporary for us. This is our home. We're invested so far beyond a sponsorship logo on a county building, boxes checked on an application, or a list of best management practices. If you approve this, our home will never be the same. Our community will be fractured. Your decision matters to us. Thank you for your time and for making the best decision for the Colorado families you serve.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lyon. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does.
All right, that's all we have for our direct examination, Mr. Lyon.
Cross-examination, Ms. Jost?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lyon, for your testimony. Mr. Foote, can you please pull down the slide screen so I can see Mr. Lyon better? Thank you.
Yeah, I think Mr. Lyon's going to have to do that since he's
Okay.
joining the
Yeah,
slides.
sorry, it popped into a different mode here. Let me.
Let's take your time. Take your time. Give you a chance to pull that down, Mr. Lyon. There you go.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I can see you directly on my screen. I appreciate that, Mr.
Great.
Bryant. Well, again, I'm going to ask you a few questions regarding your testimony today. If you can please answer the questions as direct as possible for purposes of efficiency for the commissioners, that would be great.
course.
Did you directly prepare the slides used in your testimony today?
Numerous of the slides, and I worked with other members of our team. I've thoroughly reviewed all the slides I presented today. Yes.
Okay. And did you prepare 100% of the testimony you were reading from today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any assistance in writing your testimony today?
Did I have any assistance in writing my testimony? I reviewed it in advance with Mr. Foote, and he gave some suggestions for consistency or flow.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And you listened to last week's hearing on the State Sunlight Law OGDP application, correct?
Absolutely.
And you would agree that you saw the STAR residence map that Crestone utilized during its direct testimony, correct?
I believe this is the map that shows little stars where our affected parties are. Is that what you're referring to?
That's correct.
Yes, I'm familiar with it at a high level. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you would agree that you do not reside within 2,000 feet of the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you would agree that you do not reside within 3,000 feet of the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location, correct?
Yes, I'm just beyond 3,000 feet, I believe.
Thank you. And you would agree that you're not an air quality expert, correct?
I'm not an air quality expert. Correct.
You would agree that you're not an air emissions expert, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree you're not a wildlife expert, correct?
I'm not a wildlife expert. I have witnessed a lot of wildlife in the area, and in particular around this pad site, but no, I'm not a wildlife expert.
And you would agree you're not a produced water trucking expert, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that you're not a noise expert, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you would agree that you spoke at the ECMC September 11th, 2025, Rule 511 hearing on the State Sunlight Long OGDP application, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you would agree that Star Leader Randy Willard told Fox 31 News that he believes the State Sunlight Long OGDP will be permitted, correct?
Objection, Mr. Chair. I don't know if we're going to get into this series of questions, but I think Ms. Jost is trying to impeach Mr. Lyon on hearsay from somebody else, and that would be inadmissible. I would ask the court to, or I would ask Mr. Chair to exclude that line of questioning.
Let's
I'll move on. Chair.
move on. Thank you.
Thank you. You would agree that no STAR member resides within 2,000 feet of an oil and gas location, or the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you would agree that no STAR member resides within 3,000 feet of the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location, correct?
Yes.
I wonder if she's feeling the
measurements
stress
have it at
because
about 3,100.
if this doesn't get approved,
closest
she
property line.
probably very
Thank you,
well
Mr.
will
Lane.
be looking for a new
You would
job.
agree that Crestone has obtained an approved permit from Arapahoe County for the development of the State Sunlight Long site, correct?
Yes, with several conditions. Yes.
And you would agree that Colorado Parks and Wildlife approved Crestone's wildlife mitigation plan, correct?
I don't know that specifically.
Okay.
I'll take your word for it, but I don't know that specifically.
Okay, thank you, sir. You would agree that Colorado State Land Board has approved the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location as part of the surface use agreement, correct?
I believe that to be correct as well.
Yeah. You would agree that the ECMC director has issued a recommendation for conditional approval of the State Sunlight Long OGDP, correct?
Yes, I've read that recommendation. I would also like to make a point that this was called out in a ECMC informational hearing that that recommendation is purely that the application is ready to meet this stage of review, and the ECMC commissioners have full discretion on making the final ruling. That's a staff recommendation that it's complete, but yes, I have read that.
And you would agree that the ECMC director recommendation states that Crestone has been compliant with the statute and all of the ECMC rules as part of that recommendation, correct?
I don't remember that specific wording, but I don't think they would do their recommendation if that was not the case. So I'll take your word for that as well.
Okay. And you would agree that the State Sunlight Long OGDP is subject to the Lowry Ranch Cap Order 535-1490, and its mandates for public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources protections, correct?
I know there's been some back and forth on the cap being stayed at some point, but I believe we now know it falls within it. So yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. You would agree that Crestone has committed to produce gas, oil, and water pipeline takeaway at the State Sunlight Long location, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that this commitment will produce fluid tanker trucks from the Western Lowry Road, correct?
Yes. If Western Lowry Road the road that runs directly east of Aurora Reservoir? I'm not familiar with the naming of all the roads within the.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. Okay. And you would agree that you are not an expert on Colorado State Land Board Lowry Ranch tiering maps and plans, correct?
I don't know if there is an expert on those. I have seen them and reviewed them, and but no, I'm not an expert on them.
Okay, thank you. You would agree that Arapahoe County approved Crestone's noise mitigation plans, correct?
I would assume they approved it as part of the application. I don't know that detail specifically, but again, I'll take your word for it.
You testified that based on your readings about oil and natural gas development, that the State Sunlight Long OGDP is not protective, correct?
Based on my readings, I referenced some recent health studies, including the McKinsey study from March of this year that Dr. Stacy went into detail on. Are you referring to other readings? I don't remember that term.
Yeah, you had just stated in your basically your preparation for oil and gas development, you believe that State Sunlight Long OGDP is not protective. So we can move on.
I strongly agree that I do not agree that it's protective.
Okay. You would agree that you have not provided any testimony on any specific best management practices or mitigation measures that you believe are insufficient, correct?
No, but I do, in reading through the best management practices, I have read through those thoroughly. I see a lot of off ramps, or I would call it loopholes, with a lot of them, based on wording like when possible and when convenient. So they don't give us as a community a whole lot of confidence.
You would agree that STAR did not provide any testimony regarding the subsurface development of the proposed horizontal wells, correct?
I didn't specifically, but I've got a high-level understanding of them.
You would agree that real estate development, including the South Shore community, displaces wildlife, correct?
Displaces. Well, it's completely built out right now. I'd say that it was possible that it did, and I think that's a whole nother can of worms that we're not here today to talk about.
Hey, you would agree that the Lowry Ranch cap order is unambiguous in its requirements for drilling rig electrification, correct?
I believe it was completely unambiguous, which is why I was very surprised to see off ramps in the county application, which came out after the cap order, and that's why I referenced it.
Okay, you would agree that oil and gas has been developed on Lowry Ranch since before you moved into your neighborhood, and that information was publicly available, correct?
I'm aware. Yes, I'm aware of some oil and gas development on Lowry Ranch, especially much further east and some of the areas we would consider more protective. It's, I believe, been referenced as happening since the 70s.
Okay. And you would agree that the State Sunlight Long OGDP development of the Colorado State Land Board owned minerals directly supports school funding and education and safety of all of our school children, correct?
Safety.
I would not put safety into that. So no, I do not agree with that statement as you stated it.
On your slide 4, we don't need to pull these up. They're just clear, you just testified to these.
Sure, I'm just pulling it up on my end. Yep,
We
okay.
don't need to pull them up. You would agree that since 2012, the ECMC has conducted over 20 rulemakings to adopt increasingly stringent regulations on oil and gas operations, correct?
Doesn't mean they're enough.
I don't know a specific number. I know there was one rulemaking approximately a year and a half ago, and I know there was legal changes and laws such as SB 19181.
You would agree that your testimony did not consider the 20 plus rulemakings and resulting rule changes since 2012, correct?
My changes were talking about this area and the changes you can see in the density of homes. It was not related to changes in the rulemaking over that time frame, correct?
Okay, thank you. And on your slide 6, you would agree that you did not provide any source data or specific study reference in your testimony for your first and second bullets regarding risk to children from oil and gas operations, correct?
No, I would refer to our expert witness, Dr. Stacy, on that.
Okay. And you would agree that STAR provided public comment talking points to its members, correct?
We have at times, yes.
And on your slide 7 emergency hazard slide, you would agree that STAR or someone affiliated with STAR submitted a Colorado Open Records Act request to Bennett Watkins Fire Rescue, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that Bennett Watkins Fire Rescue responded to this core request, correct?
Yes. My understanding is we've sent 2, one prior to the CAP that we did not hear, CAP hearing that we did not hear back from in time. I believe we later heard back, and then I believe we submitted a second request. Yes.
Thank you. You would agree that STAR did not follow up with Bennett Watkins Fire Rescue after receipt of the first or second core information, correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
You would agree that STAR did not attempt to ask Bennett Watkins Fire Rescue about its, quote, more questions than answers, end quote, correct?
I don't believe that's correct. I believe we've asked specifically about their hazmat capabilities.
Okay, and you would agree that the picture on your slide 7 is not a Crestone or Civitas well, correct?
The blow up.
That is showing the closest publicly accessible road routes, which gets you to the scuba beach. Crestone's sites are well beyond that. You have to transition to private roads at that point.
Thank you. And you would agree that Bennett Watkins Fire Rescue are professionally trained emergency responders, correct?
I have no reason to think otherwise.
Okay. You would agree that emergency response vehicles have significantly faster travel times than what is shown on Google Map directions, correct?
Yes, I also know the nature of these one-lane roads, and I know our maps are underestimating. We'd love to hear an actual response time. That'd be great.
Okay, you would agree that you've not conducted water quality testing on water from the Aurora Reservoir, correct?
I don't believe, I personally have not. I don't believe any STAR members have.
And you would agree that Aurora Water monitors water quality at the reservoir, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location is more than 1 mile from a school by your own map on slide 2, correct?
Yes, I believe it's about 1.05 or 1.1 mile from Altitude Elementary, and a similar distance to Woodland Elementary.
Thank you. And you would agree that the ECMC does not have jurisdiction over the Arapahoe County local government permit process, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that STAR could have sought review of Arapahoe County's permit approval of the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location, correct?
Presumably, we've sent about 18 formal requests to Arapahoe County and heard back 3 or 4 times. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but we certainly expressed our displeasure with their decision.
Okay, and you would agree that STAR did not seek review of the Arapahoe County permit approval, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you would agree that the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location, haul, and access route has been approved by the Colorado State Land Board, correct?
My only understanding that's from last week during the hearing, so I'll take your word for it.
Okay, thank you.
I
And
do
you-
want to clarify which route we're talking about, though, because documents submitted in this hearing show two different routes very clearly on multiple documents. So we have confusion still.
Okay, you would agree that the state Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Haul access route has been approved by Aurora Water, and I'm referencing the haul and access route to the east of the reservoir.
Yeah, I'm referencing the same route as well. There's some versions that show it going further out, about 1,000 feet away at the closest point, and there's some versions that show it about 500 feet away. Do I know if Aurora Water has approved it? I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, great, thank you. You're aware that Crestone is responsible for building out roads to facilitate emergency access as part of its Arapahoe County permit, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that under the ECMC mission change rules, the review of cumulative impacts for an oil and gas location is 2,000 foot, correct?
I don't know the exact distance off the top of my head.
Okay, you would agree that your map you put up with the red radii used 3-mile radii, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that this map is misrepresentative of the review area of the applicable ECMC cumulative impact rules by almost 15,840 feet for each circle, correct?
I wasn't relating it back to the rules. I think there are studies that show effects up to 3 miles, some up to 8 miles. I wanted to show the density of sources in the area. Cumulative impacts refer to multiple sources. That's what that showed.
And you would agree that there's no applicable ECMC rule that requires Crestone to evaluate and address cumulative impacts for a 3-mile radius from the state Sunlight Long oil and gas location, correct?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay, thank you, Chair. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Lyon.
Thank you.
Mr. Lyon, the commissioners now have an opportunity to ask any questions. Commissioners, questions for the witness?
I wonder how many people she has on her team who are helping type those up.
Seeing no questions, redirect Mr. Foote.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, Mr. Lyon, you were asked a few questions at the beginning of cross-examination by Ms. Jost about your expertise. Do you recall those lines of questions?
Yes.
Would you say that you are highly knowledgeable about the community that you lived in for the last 14 years?
Yes.
Do you work for an oil and gas operator?
No.
Do you know whether or not it's STAR's burden or the operator's and applicant's burden to provide information like subsurface testimony, water quality testing, and other technical aspects of an application?
My understanding is that it's the operators.
And when you were asked about seeking review of the Arapahoe County decision, were you aware whether or not seeking review of that Arapahoe County decision involved extensive costs and expenses in order to seek court review of that particular decision?
I'm not aware, but I would assume anything involving a court would have considerable costs. It's something as a volunteer-led organization we have to be very aware of.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, Mr. Foote, your case in chief is concluded. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. That means we've got the cases in chief from all three parties at a concluded stage. Let's take a break. Attorneys, I'm going to ask you about rebuttal and closing. Actually, let's go ahead and have that discussion real quick right now before we take a break. Ms. Jost, do you have rebuttal testimony?
I do, Chair. Yes, we are going to pull up 5 of Crestone's witnesses for rebuttal.
All right. Mr. Prescott, do you have rebuttal testimony?
That'll depend on what Crestone presents on rebuttal. We haven't heard any new testimony since we presented.
Okay. Mr. Foote, rebuttal?
I think the same would go for us as well.
All right, then we'll return at 11:30 and we'll start rebuttal testimony on Ms. Jost's part. Go ahead, Ms. Jost.
Chair, it might just be efficient if I could have Mr. Thomas go ahead and promote rebuttal witnesses to panelists, if I may list those folks.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. That will be Kathy Stearman, Vince Ginter, Dr. Brian Puckett, Dan Harrington, and Lila Huning.
Got all that, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, we'll get them elevated during the break.
Wonderful. Thank you so
all right.
much.
We'll return at 11:31 now. Give us 10 minutes.
We're in the end game. We're in the end game. Interesting. I was doing some research on the board. And so it's a 7-person board, but only 5 of these are actually voting members. And so Brett Ackerman's a voting member, and they're supposed to all have like different areas of expertise. Michael Cross is the guy who's supposed to have the oil and gas background. Brett Ackerman's the environment and wildlife. Dan Gibbs, who's not here, but also non-voting. Department of Natural Resources. Karen McGowan, who's not here, is supposed to be the person with public health experience. It's like, where are you at? John Mesner, whose photo is like 20 years old. You don't look like that anymore, John Mesner. Planning and land use, Trisha Oeth, who I thought was gonna, I mean, she still might lean and comment one way, but technically a non-voting member, unless maybe has a proxy of McGowan. I don't know if they're allowed to do proxies. Director of Environmental Health and Protection. And then the chair just says he's got general experience. And there's, of course, a bunch more here. But I'm going to take a break. We'll be right back for the end. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's not a very diverse group of people, but such a small group of people making these decisions. By approving the checked boxes, yeah, I don't know too much about her background or what's happened before this. But I am also gonna take a quick bio break so that can be here for the end. BRB.
All right, welcome back. Redirect, Ms. Jost.
Yes, Chair, rebuttal, if that is
Rebuttal.
okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yep, no worries. If I may go ahead and have Ms. Kathy Stearman join me on screen. Wonderful. Oh. And Chair, I'm so sorry. Before we start, can I get a time check?
Sure. Mr. Thomas?
Yes, Crestone has 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 10 seconds remaining.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. Good morning, Ms. Stearman. Thank you for joining us. We're going to just
Ms.
run you.
Jost, just 2 seconds.
Yes.
I don't see Commissioner Messner. Just want to make sure he's
sorry.
listening in. Oh, there he is.
Sorry,
Great.
I was here. I thought I had my video on. Sorry.
I figured as much. Just wanted to make sure we're all here. So go ahead, Ms. Jost.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Ms. Stearman, can you please describe how the State Sunlight Long facility goes above current regulations as it relates to air emissions?
Yes, I can. And good morning, commissioners. The State Sunlight Long is tankless. You guys have heard that. It's electrified both on the facility and the drilling. It will have the 3-phase takeaway, and that will eliminate the equipment that's usually generally associated with air emissions. One thing you haven't heard from us much that's true of this site is that we are also going to have the ability to reduce separator count. So typically we'd have 1 separator per well, which would be about 32 separators. In this case, we're going to be able to develop the facility with as low as 4 to 6 separators. So the benefit there is that we're going to have way less separator heaters on site. There'll be less equipment for maintenance, better performance on the separators in general. And so that's going to keep with the theme of continuing to eliminate surface equipment where it's possible.
Thank you, Ms. Stearman. Can you please describe some of the ways Reg 7 and Arapahoe County have strengthened the monitoring requirements in recent rulemakings?
Yeah, I can. And this commission probably remembers that in 2023, the ECMC funded an evaluation of the monitoring program and submitted and published those findings in August of 2024. And that report recommended potential standardizations to achieve consistent monitoring programs and data. So the results of that led to, for example, more clarity on how and where to locate our air monitors. It led to how many will cite at a minimum. There will be requirements to perform monthly bump tests, requirements for data recovery rates. There's new and more specific reporting thresholds, including a new 1-minute data sampling interval requirement. And to meet the requirements of Arapahoe County, we'll be using the canisters that do speciation and measurement, even though we're beyond the 2,000 feet of an RBU, which is required by Reg 7. And that means we'll be speciating any potential emissions that have concentrations that are high enough to trigger those ground sensors. The other thing is Arapahoe County will also require us to monitor other pollutants as well, such as nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, and particulate matter.
Thank you. And Ms. Stearman, is there anything you'd like to expand upon or clarify in response to Earthworks claims about the interplay between FLIR cameras and on-ground monitors?
Yes, we would like to respond to some of the claims made by Earthworks that tend to discredit the ground monitors. For example, the Earthworks slides imply that 0 events were detected by the monitoring during the forward-looking infrared or FLIR camera video periods that they reference on the slides, and that's just not factual. We did pick up, for example, on Lessing Trust, we picked up activity on the sensors on 8/17, which is the date referenced during drilling, but it did not surpass the external notification thresholds, which are thresholds intended to protect public health. So that means the concentrations were not high enough on the ground to react or report, even as close as that monitor is to the well pad. So the other thing I want to note is that the public monitoring report, which is public, also does show detections that reach the reporting thresholds on surrounding days. So that can be found by anybody in the public. And we thought this is important information for the commission to consider and to get into the record, because it reinforces that the monitors do work and they do respond as expected. This is a protective measure for public health, and it will remain in place for the life of the wells. So to summarize that, when Earthworks state on slide 2 that 0 were detected by monitoring, That would have to be rewritten to say 0 reached reportable thresholds by monitoring, because the sensors were working. I'd also like to add that the ground monitors are very much relational to public health, much more so than the FLIR camera, which is a very, very useful tool to find unintended leaks, but it's not a tool for measurement. So to recap that, the FLIR camera
I don't think
response
there's any
cannot
tool
be
for measurement.
translated to
That's kind of what we
concentrations,
learned.
especially for the air at or beyond the fence line.
Okay,
Just-
thank you, Ms. Stearman. Chair, I'd like to now pull up Mr. Vince Ginter, or Dr. Brian Puckett, if they can join me on screen. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Ginter, respect to noise, can you please address the reason why sound power octave band data was not included in the urban noise mitigation plan for State Sunlight Lawn?
Yeah, you bet. ECMC Rule 423A includes a specific list of requirements for information that goes into the noise mitigation plan, and sound power is just not one of them. The noise mitigation plan is a
I didn't need
summary
to do
of
it.
results for the commissioner's review, including ambient results, for example, and sound power would be included in the site-specific noise impact assessments that, to Mr. Thornton's point, is standard procedure for those types of investigations. But the noise mitigation plan is really meant to be a presentation of results. Are you going to be compliant? Are you not? What are the levels? And how do you intend to attain compliance? Those sorts of things.
Great, thank you, Mr. Ginter. And are you aware of any published third-party reports stating that sound walls are effective for reducing environmental noise, specifically with respect to oil and gas development?
So
Not produced
I'm
by
not
oil and gas?
sure Mr. Thornton intended to mean that sound walls are ineffective always, because
That's not
that's
what he
simply not
said.
true. Sound walls work very well in the intended applications. That's why we use them. And we've done lots of studies that show that these sound walls are absolutely effective as well. We continuously monitor these things to see how our models are lining up with data. So off the top of my head, I guess for environmental noise, specifically for oil and gas, I would say that there's at least 2 studies. The U.S. Department of Interior and the U.S. Geological Survey,
Off
they
the top of
published at
his
least 2
head,
reports evaluating the effects of noise from oil
like
and
he
gas
didn't
development
look it
on
up.
wildlife and on the environment. And these reports specifically recommend sound walls as an effective noise mitigation strategy, and they use a data-driven evidence showing that the sound walls reduce noise levels in areas surrounding oil and gas locations.
Great, thank you. And is it your understanding that the nearest residence is over 3,000 feet away from the State Sunlight Lawn location?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and is it your understanding that there are certain topographic barriers between the residence that is over 3,000 feet away and the State Sunlight Lawn location?
Yeah, you bet. There's like an 85 to 90 foot tall hill between the State Sunlight Lawn oil and gas location and the Aurora South Shore community that acts as a large natural sound barrier, reducing noise from the location. Additionally, as Mr. Benefit already provided, Crestone is going to be using a 32-foot sound wall around the full perimeter of the location as well, along with the initial noise mitigation measures outlined in the best management practices in the noise mitigation plan.
And Mr. Ginter, did you hear Mr. Thornton's testimony Friday afternoon in his cross-examination today?
Yes, I did.
And you heard him testify that meeting the nominal noise limits will not guarantee the public is adequately protected and that noise will be harmful due to the increase above ambient, correct?
Yes, I did.
Do you agree with this statement?
No, I do not. The ECMC engaged many stakeholders in writing their Rule 423 noise regulation, including the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, as well as the American Petroleum Institute, who in turn engaged environmental acoustical consultants to collaborate and consult on the written code. These consultants reviewed the body of research available to identify what is protective of public health, safety, and welfare, specifically for drilling, completions, and production operations, and came to the opposite conclusion that Mr. Thornton came to. Based on the due diligence and the investigations conducted by those experts, these regulations as written are in fact protective. As for the increase above ambient, it must be noted that silence is not the standard, as Mr. Thornton has already conceded. And this is easy to prove from the ECMC Rule 423 code itself. Adjustments to the permissible noise levels are allowed, such as an increase of 7 decibels above the ambient and 5 during the daytime and 5 decibels during the nighttime are allowed. Therefore, the rule itself allows these small incremental change increases above ambient.
She's mostly just arguing what the rules
by
are.
the expert that helped, review and develop the code. Finally, since the predicted noise levels are 4 times quieter on a DBA basis and 2 times quieter on a
Which I guess
DBC
makes
basis
sense
for
when you're the
permanent
oil and gas
operations
company.
compared to what the site is allowed, Crestone
as-
has not only met their obligation for
as
what's
much as
protected,
you
they
want,
have
as
exceeded
much
it
as you can get.
for the code.
And
Okay, and would you agree that moving the source further from affected residents is required to be protective for noise?
So no, this is unnecessary, given that the Colorado ECMC Rule 423 is in fact protective as established by CDPHE, CPW, and the American Petroleum Institute with their acoustical consultants, and Crestone is well below permissible noise levels. This protective requirement is exceeded without moving the location.
And final question, Mr. Ginter, with your many years of experience and specialized experience in this area of the DJ Basin, how likely is it that a resident over 3,000 feet away from the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location will hear or feel the drilling or completion operations from this location?
Okay, well, feel. In our opinion, this is very unlikely. Earthborne vibrations this far away from drilling and completions operations are extremely uncommon in the DJ Basin for the specific best management practices outlined in the noise mitigation plan, and for the particular drilling rig and the reduced noise completions fleets that is proposed for this location. And this is based on Urban's 8 years of experience in the DJ Basin. Will homeowners be able to hear drilling and completions operations at 3,000 feet? This is going to depend on wind speed, wind direction, local ambient sound pressure levels. But generally, all operations are going to be inaudible much of the time. We are not saying you will never hear operations at the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location. We are saying that DBA noise levels are 4 times quieter, and DBC noise levels for long-term operations are 2 times quieter than what's allowed by Colorado ECMC regulation. And therefore, Crestone, again, has already met this obligation of being protective under the code. Now, regarding production operations are the lowest predicted noise levels of all the proposed operations. So there's going to be no issue there either. And I just want to try and give an idea of what the noise that might be heard at the nearest homes due to operations at the State Sunlight Long location might be. And it's always difficult to try and produce some sort of an anecdote that works for this sort of thing, but I'm going to give it a shot. It might be similar to a busy highway, about a mile away. Most days the highway can't really be heard much of the time, but there are times it might be slightly audible as kind of a light hum when you're outdoors. Another comparison might be to compare it to the average aircraft flyover heard at the edge of the Aurora South Shore community as recorded in the Urban Ambient Sound Study audio files. Most days, operations at the oil and gas location cannot really be heard much of the time because aircraft flyovers are much, much louder than the location. But there are times it may be slightly audible as a light hum, again, when you're outdoors during extended periods of time between flyovers, depending on wind direction, presence of other ambient local noise sources, this sort of
It definitely seems like he's reading something.
Is the State Sunlight Long noise mitigation plan in compliance with the ECMC Rule 423?
Yes, it is.
And is the State Sunlight Long noise mitigation plan in compliance with the Arapahoe County regulations?
Yes, it is.
And has Urban been asked by other jurisdictions outside of Colorado to educate them on Colorado's stringent noise rule 423 for use in their own regulatory framework?
Yes, absolutely. We have educated regulators, operators, and developers in Louisiana, Texas, Utah, Pennsylvania, Wyoming, Nebraska, and Arizona on the benefits and the protections provided by the comprehensive nature of Rule 423 for being protective by minimizing adverse impacts, especially as it pertains to regulating DBA, low frequency, impulsiveness, as well as periodic and shrill noise.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Ginter. Thank you, Dr. Puckett. If you'll just stick around, Dr. Puckett, there may be commissioner questions. Chair, I'd like to go ahead and pull up Mr. Dan Harrington and Ms. Lila Huning. And Mr. Anvil, if you could please pull up our rebuttal slide deck. Great, thank you. Mr. Harrington, can you please go ahead and take us through your 3 rebuttal slides for purposes of this portion of our rebuttal?
I can. Thank you, Ms. Jost, and hello again, commissioners. We'd like to touch here on one aspect that we touched on during the cross-examination of Mr. Herringer, and that is Maverick's elections in the recent Aspen Quicksilver unit in Watkins. Maverick alleged concerns with the configuration of the state sunlight and state long DSUs, which are 6 miles wide and 1 mile high. However, Maverick is an owner in Creststone's Aspen. So
I'm going to
Quicksilver,
object to undisclosed exhibits. These were available to Creststone well before this hearing and weren't disclosed, nor is any of this relevant to what we're doing here.
Chair, if I may. Yes, thank you. These are absolutely relevant. These are impeachment exhibits according to the case management order issued by the hearing officer on October 5th. It specifically states admission to the record of new material at hearing for impeachment or other purposes will be subject to commission's discretion. This material is relevant because Mr. Herringer admitted during his cross-examination that Maverick had participated in the Aspen Quicksilver unit and had signed elections to participate, and we are entering those into the record as part of our rebuttal for his impeachment as to the remaining portions of the Maverick case. This is fully allowed.
I'm going to let it in. Objection overruled.
thank you. Maverick is an
They're just
owner
trying to
in
get people on rules.
Preston's Aspen Quicksilver DSU in Watkins, which is a 7 mile wide by 1 mile unit.
Yes.
And of note, Maverick did not
Answer one
protest
question
that
wrong.
DSU nor its pooling, and in fact consented participation in the 14 wells proposed by Creststone, signed here on the right on September 25th, 2025. They also elected to pick up additional non-consent interest and available. And Maverick's approximate capital commitment at Aspen Quicksilver is at minimum $650,000. So they certainly believed in Aspen Quicksilver.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington.
Still
You can
unsure
go
how
ahead and
that's an
continue.
impeachment offense, but
Thank you. One other rebuttal here to the Maverick case. Stepping
this guy's
out,
too
we
smug.
are aware of Maverick being an interest owner in at least 5 Civitas operated units in the Watkins area, which are here marked in red. With the exception of Invicta, which was permitted by another operator, every single one of these units have reduced setbacks, less than the statewide Rule 401A 600-foot setback. Moreover, these units are generally bounded by other Civitas operated units, here marked in blue. Every single one of these units have reduced setbacks, and they were permitted with appropriate engineering testimony supporting those reduced setbacks. During all of this development, Maverick did not protest any DSU nor any pooling order associated with their interest DSUs or offsetting DSUs.
How's that related,
Maverick's
though?
issues with drainage and reduced setbacks are curiously limited to only sunlight and long DSUs.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. If you could please walk us through your final rebuttal slide.
Thank you. We've heard there are concerns with the density in sites in the Lowry Ranch Cap area from STAR, and I'd like to put some context around this. Civitas has actually worked very hard over the past 4 years to optimize the Lowry Ranch Cap plan and consolidate our operations as much as possible. The intention of this table is to show the high-level changes we made in development plans in Watkins over the years. You'll recall the Box Elder Cap, which is primarily Aurora sites, approved in late 2022. The backbone of the Box Elder Cap was the Creststone Aurora Operator Agreement, which incorporated many legacy Conoco sites planned in the late 2010s. In general, these sites assumed a max lateral length of 3 miles, and in many cases just 2 miles, and max wellbore side sail of only a 1/4 mile. So that means 2 pads per section. As you can see, it took a lot of pads to develop the cap, and these numbers include certain consolidation we had Civitas made in 2020 onwards. So 37 pads, 37,000 mineral acres developed. So roughly 1,000 mineral acres developed per pad. In the middle here, we have the original Lowry development plan. This is was never submitted as a cap, but this is kind of what we had at the start of our asset acquisition from Conoco. 20 pads, 20,000 mineral acres, again, about 1,000 acres per pad. Lastly, on the right, we have the current Lowry Civitas plan. It's important to note that this includes some legacy 1 to 2 well sites, in addition to our forward plan sites. All of this is accounted for in the cap. As you can see, with this current plan, we're developing up to 32,000 mineral acres from 13 sites. So about 2,500 mineral acres per pad, which is nearly 2.5 the pad efficiency development as the prior caps. If you looked at this as a ratio of surface disturbance per pad sites to mineral development, the ratio would be even better as larger pads are more disturbance efficient.
Great, thank you, Mr. Harrington. Chair, that ends our rebuttal. If we could stop our time for a minute, I do have a question for you, if I may.
Go ahead.
So we have prepared responses to commissioner questions that both you and Commissioner Cross and Commissioner Messner asked about during commissioner questions, and we said we are working on information and would bring that information back to you. Is now the appropriate time to present those responses to commissioner questions?
Yes.
Okay, and I would assume that does not count against our time, correct?
It's me asking you a question.
Great, thank you so much, sir. Mr. Harrington, can you please go ahead and walk us through our responses to commissioner questions resulting from questions last week from commissioners?
Thank you. The first few slides here are going to relate to alt location 1 that we got some questions on. We've heard those questions about the state sunlight law, alt site 1, but I wanted to set it up and just point out that it's important to note that alt location 1 is not more protected than the proposed state sunlight site for a number of reasons that we'll get into in the following slides. As a reminder, here's our proposed state sunlight law pad siting, which is not within 2,000 feet or 3,000 feet of any RBU. Site is not an HPH, not in DIC, and not within a mile of any school, childcare center, or high occupancy business building unit. It does have an approved Arapahoe County permit, and that permit came following an exhaustive process more than 1 year in duration.
2,000 feet's so little.
We have heard that STAR prefers state sunlight law alt 1, but we should know that STAR has protested at 511 hearings and in written and oral public comment at the state and local level pads much farther than state sunlight law alt 1, including state La Plata, state Harvard Yale, state Wetterhorn Handies, and even the Chico North up in Box Elder, which is over 4 miles away from this area. Our experience is that no distance will placate the group. You did ask me, commissioners, a little more details on the issues we have with the state sunlight law alt site. So this is a detailed map with the factors that make the siting problematic, and it is busy because there are a lot of setbacks we need to work around out here. So we've included here the State Land Board Tier 1 NSO areas, which are in a red buffer.
Yeah, they seem to be ignoring
RBU
that
setbacks
study.
of 3,000
trying
feet,
to
including from the
avoid
newly
it
platted development under
in all
construction along
discussions.
County Line Road in Section 34. Potential riparian areas with a 500-foot setback, which is the county minimum with CPW support, as well as the locations of an identified swiftfox den and red-tailed hawk nests with appropriate setbacks, and more details to come on those in a moment. Lastly, we include the reservoir setbacks, and you can see how the proposed state sunlight law site fits well within those setback boundaries, and there isn't a whole lot of room to the east over here.
It's a very
Mr.
convenient
Harrington,
carve out.
hold
Yes,
on.
sir.
This is important information, and I am not following you. There's
Gotcha.
a lot going on with this, so I don't know what's a better way to try to walk us through this, but the way you're currently walking us through it, it's not landing with this commissioner.
Of course. If I may, I'll slow down and take an additional time, and if I can ask Mr. Annable to help me point, because he is controlling the slides. So I'd start with the orange polygon that is a 3,000-foot RBU setback. So that 3,000 foot is our county requirement. 2,000 foot is in yellow, but we're working with a 3,000 feet.
Okay,
Next,
that's more helpful. Let's take your time.
thank you. Next, let's go to the reservoir setbacks, and those are in kind of the blue polygons. So for sunlight, for the Aurora Reservoir, we're showing a 3,000 foot setback, which is the Arapahoe County requirement with topographic isolation, which we've demonstrated. So that's that line. Next, we have a mile setback from Planned Reservoir B, and again, that's the confirmed outline of Planned Reservoir B, which are showing here, and there is no topographic isolation, so the county rule is 1 mile there. Next, we have our riparian areas, and those are buffered off the stream sets. There you go. And we have a 500-foot buffer, which is the county minimum, and a 1,000-foot buffer, which is a county rule that's waivable with CPW and biologist support. So as you can see, we did get that waiver for the current Sunlight Lawn there. And next we have the State Land Board NSO area, and I point to that over in section 25. It's a bit hard to see. It's a maroon sort of color. Yeah, so that's the tier 1 NSO from the State Land Board there. There it's generally following Coal Creek. And then beyond that, we have 2 red-tailed hawk nests that have been spotted in the area and a single swift fox den in the area. And those are those 3. And for those, I will
say a single swift fox
den
den
to talk a little bit more.
Can't be further away. Okay. I mean, I guess that's part of what's
Thank you,
considered.
Mr. Harrington. Good morning, commissioners. So I'd like to provide a few points from a wildlife perspective regarding alternative location 1. Before I walk through specific data points, I'd first like to note that we visited the proposed Sunlight Lawn location twice with CPW, and that during these site visits, a representative from HWA was present with all of HWA's wildlife data in hand via tablet. When we stopped at each location, HWA would show CPW their map of nearby wildlife data points collected since 2012, so we could ensure that sensitive resources such as swift fox dens and raptor nests were being avoided whenever possible. First, as briefly mentioned earlier, there's a previously mapped swift fox den, shown in purple here, in the area near alternative location 1. The den was identified and confirmed to be occupied in 2018, and additional swift fox sightings were documented in the vicinity of the den in 2020 and 2023. Multiple data points across multiple years suggest that swift fox activity and occupation is consistent in this area, and therefore avoidance of the area is the best way to protect them. While the proposed location is greater than a mile from the documented den site, alternative location 1 is within a quarter mile of this den site. Second, you may recall from my testimony, and as Dan has mentioned here, there are 2 red-tailed hawk nests in the vicinity as well. Red-tailed hawk activity was documented at these nest sites in 2022. While the proposed location is outside the recommended 3rd-mile buffer zone around both nests, alternative location 1 would overlap the buffer zone of at least one of these nests. Regarding the potential access road and pipeline routes for alternative location 1,
right
building an access road across Coal Creek or Black Shack Creek has much higher potential to impact wildlife species compared to the access route for the current proposed location, which follows part of an existing road and does not cross any riparian corridors. If alternative location 1 was accessed from the south to avoid these creeks, the pipeline would still have to be routed north and would no longer be partially co-located with the road like the current proposal. So overall, from a wildlife perspective, alternative location 1 has a higher potential to disrupt swift fox, raptors, and amphibians and other species along the creeks, and it would cause fragmentation between 2 of the main
Sounds
creek
good.
corridors at the ranch that provide important habitat for a multitude of species. And I hope this additional wildlife context provides some helpful perspective and clarity. I'll now hand it back over to Mr. Harrington.
Thanks, Lila. And let me just touch really quickly on our pipeline systems. I just want to remind everyone that our midstream systems all exist to the north. They're attached to a spine that runs along Quincy Ave. So if we were to tie back from alt location 1, the pipelines would have to traverse either Coal Creek to the east, the La Plata site. And Jeff, if you could point at La Plata. Yeah, that would be one potential route, but that goes right through Coal Creek. And the other connection point is, of course, up the western spine to Quincy near Blanca at the northern edge of section 15. So to build to there, we're going through Black Shack Creek. So before I move on, let me just ask, I apologize, it is a busy slide with a lot on here. Any other questions on these before we go to the next one?
Commissioners, do folks have questions on this slide before we move to the next one? I'm sorry, I couldn't see who raised their hand. Okay, everybody raised their hand except Commissioner Oath. Commissioner Cross. Commissioner Cross, you're muted.
Apologies, I thought I hit it. I was hoping to get just a little bit of clarification, as it's hard to see in the legend here a little bit, but so around Mr. Annabelle, right where your cursor is now, there's the buffer around, I can't remember which creek that is, not Coal Creek, the other one. But there's also some diagonal lines kind of on the edge of that. What is the buffer that's on the edge of that goes slightly into the state sunlight lawn?
I can, yeah, thank you, Commissioner Cross. The county standard for riparian setbacks is 1,000 feet or 500 feet if supported by CPW and an independent biologist. That is an element of the Arapahoe County permit. You can go look it up. We were able to get that waiver for state sunlight law.
Okay, so that's the waiver that within the 1,000 foot. That's what we're looking at there.
Correct.
Okay. And so kind of looking at this pipelines, access road aside,
they're taking a check,
kind of,
but they're independent.
What you're trying to get to is, aside from the state sunlight lawn proposed pad, the only other thing that doesn't hit some of these buffers, if you set aside the wildlife, would be looking over into sections 26 or 25. And then once you include the buffers, really it would just be that very southwest part of 25.
That's correct. And we will get into some limitations on our drilling technology from the Yellow Star site, so the alt location 1. Suffice it to say that southwest section,
it's not an alternative if you have
mile
reasons
side sail, 5 mile west. That's impossible to develop the entire area from.
Okay. And then as you were saying towards the very end, the pipeline, if you were over in the proposed alternative 1, the options for pipeline are either going through Coal Creek to the east, or if you went west, you would still have to bore the pipeline through the other creek.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you. I appreciate that. And this map is helpful and would have been helpful in an alternative location analysis for sure. So thank you for pulling it up. Can you point to the other 2 alternative locations using your red pointer? They're not on the map here. Can you show me approximately where those are? So there's one.
So there was one to the north there, and one to the northwest, and they basically both conflict with Arapahoe County's reservoir setbacks.
Okay, just point to those 2 spots again for me real quick. This is one.
That's one, and then that's 2.
I guess so. My follow-up there would be knowing that those are hard setback requirements, and that there are BMPs and other timing stipulations and other things along wildlife being a bit softer requirements. Can you explain why you proposed those in that location instead as alternative locations?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. I think this slide kind of tells the point is that there are no good locations down here, and that the current state sunlight lawn really is fit into a keyhole, but there isn't a lot of open area that doesn't conflict with some setback.
Right, but my question was, why did you elect the hard reservoir setbacks instead of other setbacks that do have timing and conditions associated with them?
I mean, again, I think that any given site would conflict with some hard setback, and why we selected those to the north, probably because that we analyzed them prior to the Arapahoe County rulemaking.
So you didn't update your alternatives.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for your response.
Commissioner Messner?
Thanks. And I think this is good information. I think it's hard to absorb it all so quickly. But one of the things that I think is interesting in here is that we've had discussions now of the actual boundaries of the proposed reservoir, and you've provided the information of the settled boundaries and testimony from Rangeview that actually will be the settled boundaries of Reservoir B, and we've acknowledged that the East Aurora Reservoir is no longer on the table, but the tier maps, the tier 1 maps associated with the State Land Board, which create the no surface occupancy, still are not updated to that new Reservoir B settled location, and so therefore have some potential inaccuracies associated with actual tier one no surface occupancy locations. And so I'm assuming in this map, you're showing the what I would call reasonably inaccurate no surface occupancy tier one locations from the state land board map, because in my understanding, those were based on the original proposed boundaries of the East Aurora Reservoir. Is that true?
Yes, thank you for that question. And you can see the, let's call it the defunct tier one associated with Aurora East Reservoir, kind of in central section 23, Jeff, if you could point at that. So it's still there. That said, the state sunlight long site does not conflict with that tier one, even though we know it's no longer planned that way.
Yeah, I understand that. I know that the state that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that the state sunlight long here, but I think it does not create an accurate evaluation of a potential alternative location or alternative location one if you're utilizing that as a rationale for a no surface occupancy. Does that make sense?
Well, I do think that the 1 mile buffer from planned Reservoir B, which is a county rule, covers the entire Aurora East Reservoir Tier 1, so it eliminates it regardless. That
Okay,
area,
well,
that
could
area.
be. I can't tell that from this map, but I hear what you're saying there. And so this is really hard to determine without fully understanding the wildlife analysis, CPW's thoughts on it, looking at the setbacks and the alternative location analysis. Because right now, best I can tell, the alternative locations that you've provided are all
bad.
either regulatorily or technically infeasible. So they're really not alternative locations.
Get
They're just
'em.
locations that you picked on a map.
Get 'em.
And so, as we look at alternatives, I think that ends up being important and actually rule required that the alternatives that are provided. And I know that in your opinion, this is a voluntary alternative location analysis, but they do have to be technically feasible. That's part of the rule requirements. And
Get 'em.
and so I appreciate this information, but I'm not sure that it alleviates my ultimate questions around, what are the potential alternative locations? And so I guess that's not a question, but more of a statement. So.
Well, if I may, so we had talked about an alternative location 2, which is to the northeast, and in violation of the planned Reservoir B, Arapahoe County 1 mile setback. Theoretically, we could go to Arapahoe County and seek a waiver on that reservoir setback. I highly doubt we would get that. So it's not an entirely infeasible location. There are regulatory pathways to get there. They're just bad. But more to the point, I think that's the point of this map, is that the amount of land that is not covered by some setback buffer is so small that there aren't a lot of good alternative locations. So we tried to show some.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions on this slide? All right, I'm not seeing further questions. Does the witness have further information for us, Ms. Jost?
We do, yes. Mr. Harrington, if you could continue on.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So lastly, there are issues with the alt location haul route relative to our currently proposed haul route, which is the most protective. Again, here we have the proposed sunlight long site at the western edge of the map, and the potential alt site in section 26 with the yellow star. The haul route from our proposed site is in blue, and the haul route from the alt site here is marked in red. So our blue haul route goes on private land more than 1,000 foot from Aurora Reservoir onto Quincy, the stretch of Quincy of 3 mile from there to Watkins. is an industrial zone. There are no RBUs there. Total haul distance there from the site to I-70 is 14 miles. And again, 0 RBUs until you get to the Quincy-Watkins intersection. Were we to go from the alt site, we would go south on private road to county line. West, we cannot go. That takes us past Aurora neighborhoods. So we would have to go east on county line, past a number of RBUs along county line. You can see those. And the next road that goes through to the north is Brick Center Road here. So we go up, we go west on Quincy
It's almost like
to
it's a
the Watkins
bad
intersection.
place.
So the distance here
to
is
develop
32
oil and
miles
gas.
to I-70, and we pass multiple RBUs on Quincy and Watkins. So this adopting this alternative site would not be neutral in terms of haul route impacts. It would be significantly more. Next slide, please. All right. The terms of correlative rights and waste have been utilized by all 3 parties in this matter, and we thought it would be helpful to illustrate the 3 different ways in which these concepts apply to each party's position. I'll start with Creststone's position as it relates to Mavericks. If Creststone is forced to bring Mavericks minerals into the State Sunlight DSU, then Creststone's correlative rights, along with the 3,542 other non-petitioning mineral interest owners' correlative rights, would be diluted without reason, without technical support. Maverick attempts to persuade this commission that its correlative rights will be harmed. However, it ignores the fact that it has failed to take any actions to protect its minerals and create a unit to protect its own correlative rights in its own DSU. Further, Maverick claims waste will be created by an allegedly stranding of its de minimis 59 acres of minerals. However, it fails to acknowledge hundreds of acres of minerals surrounding its 59 acres that Maverick itself could unitize and pool for the purposes of development. There's no scenario where Maverick's minerals are stranded in the true sense of stranding, meaning there's absolutely no possible way of developing the minerals. There are numerous avenues Maverick can take to develop its own minerals, and therefore no waste will occur. Next, excuse me, as it relates to Star's position, Creststone maintains its position that the Sunlight Long oil and gas location is protective and is compliant with the ECMC's stringent and nation-leading rules, as Creststone has testified to during this hearing. Because State Sunlight.
Mr. Harrington, can you
Yeah,
hang on a second? Sorry, Chair.
I can't hear him.
Mr. Harrington, we've lost you.
Your
Sorry,
microphone
Chair. Thank you
died.
for the patience.
Sorry, thank you.
No worries, you're good. Thank you. Go ahead.
My Bluetooth acted up for a moment. If Creststone is forced to drill from alt location 1, notwithstanding the protective nature of the Sunlight Long oil and gas location, then the commission would immediately be creating waste by cutting out over 1.5 miles of developable hydrocarbons and putting about 870 mineral interest owners' real property at risk. And we'll get into some of the technical details around that in a moment. STAR does not argue about correlative rights or waste in the subsurface technical context. Rather, STAR argues that the commission should just accept that waste is allowed because State Sunlight Long should just be moved, with no substantial evidence to support the request. STAR completely misses the fact that there cannot be a determination of waste until and unless there is an explicit finding, backed by scientific and technical evidence, by the commission that the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location is not protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. STAR cannot support this finding, and therefore the commission cannot create waste under the act.
Huh. I don't get that argument.
Thank you. We
Hold on
discussed
just
this
a
on
second,
Friday.
Mr. Harrison, hold on.
Sure.
We need to take a quick break to accommodate some issues with the commissioner. We need about 5 or 10 minutes. So before we get into the kind of the next area, let's break. Let's return at 12:25.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
BRB. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just waiting on Commissioner Cross. Give me a second. All right, the commissioners are back. Let's stop the break screen share. Let's let Mr. Harrington re-share his screen, and then we'll continue with commissioner questions being answered.
Great, thank you, Chair.
Mr. Thomas or Ms. Amaro, if we could stop our ECMC screen share. There we go. All right, Mr. Harrington, go ahead and reshare. Or Jeff Annable, whomever it is.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. We discussed this on Friday. We've already touched on it today. There's no new information here, but for the purposes of the record, we wanted to relate that we did speak with PureCycle Rangeview last week. They provided this map representing the confirmed boundaries of planned reservoirs B and C. And these boundaries are what we planned around, basis of the buffers you saw on the earlier map, and they're represented in Lowry Ranch Cap and State Sunlight Long materials. Also confirming here that PureCycle is the company that operates the Rangeview Water District. Next slide, please. Okay. Next, we were asked for more detail around the technical limitations toward drilling and completions relative to wellbore geometries. I'd like to step quickly through a few developments Civitas has executed or planned over the years and how those geometry factors influence feasibility. Please note off to the right here, these DNC engineering parameters. The essential problem here is friction. The longer and more tortuous a wellbore, the more friction becomes an issue, either between the drill pipe and the rock itself during the drilling phase, as measured in torque up at the rig, and between the casing and the drill out string during completions, as measured in weight reduction at the bit. So those are kind of those kind of factors we're going to look at here. It's also important to think about these wellbores in 3 dimensions. The overall length of the wellbore is only one factor. We also have the lateral reach needed prior to entering the target formation. The longer the reach, the smaller the angle relative to the vertical, and the more friction on the drill pipe, if you think about it in 3 dimensions. Also important to consider are the relative angles. A well that sails in at an oblique angle to the landing zone is easier to drill than a well that turns the corner sharply before entering the landing zone. So in this first example here, we have a garden variety development, 2-mile laterals with a short lateral reach, albeit or an orthogonal reach. So it's easily doable. We're in the green for our factors here. Next slide, please. Next, we'll go to some 4-mile laterals. These are the Quicksilver laterals, in which we're fortunate to have Maverick as a working interest partner. We just drilled these this fall. These are longer, they're 4 miles. They're challenging wells, and again, 4-mile laterals are new to the DJ Basin. But we have a short side sail here, only a 1/4 mile, and the wells got to bottom without a problem. Next slide, please. Next, we have Invicta, and this came up as well. The laterals here are even longer. They're 4.5 miles from the pad surface to the toes. However, only the last 3 miles are completed, which means that those are the 3 miles of the wells are in the Niobrara zone. This means that the first 1.5 miles of the wellbore on the right here, called sail-in, they come in at a gentler angle. And also, we don't turn 90 degrees into the landing points of the wells. These 2 were drilled without problems. They were completed successfully, but they were challenging. We did have some operational issues here. Next slide, please. Next, we'll move on to Draco. Draco is explicitly brought up a couple of times earlier here. Important to note, this pad has been planned but not yet drilled. And the table has 2 line items, some for the one line representing the north side of the development, the other the south side. On the south side, the lateral length is 3.75 miles with a somewhat long step out of about 1.25 miles. Again, only the last 2 miles of the wellbores here are completed, which makes them easier. On the north side, we have more challenging wells, 5.5 miles total length, but we have an initial sail in of 1.75 miles. Step out is short and non-orthogonal. As you can see, these wells are pushing the limit of our torque and our pipe-on-pipe friction, and there are definite operational risks here. It's important to note that the reason Draco is planned this way is because if we'd sited the pad to the west, closer to the development area, we would have been within a half mile of 111 homes and within 3,000 feet of many more. So, next slide, please. Lastly, we'll get to the Sunlight Long pad as currently planned. As you can see, this is already a very challenging pad with a full 1.4 mile step out to the north, an orthogonal turn into the TPZ, and immediate entry into the production zone with a full 3.5 mile completed lateral. I want to remind you, this is not the original plan. This is not the way we would, from a drilling standpoint, want to do this. This was originally planned as 2 sites with 3 mile laterals, 1 site for each DSU, and much shorter step outs, which we adapted following stakeholders' feedback and to comply with subsequent Arapahoe County rulemaking. Were we to move out to alt location 1, and here you can look at the bottom, the bottom table, the bottom row of the table here, we'd move to a 4.5 mile lateral while retaining the same or longer side sail. So 1.4 mile side sail orthogonal into a 4.5 mile lateral. Models show this well plan would max out both the drilling rig torque as well as put us in the red on drilling friction. So these are not operationally feasible. For Maverick's preference, and here we go to the second to last line of the table. I apologize for being out of order. This is for the azimuthal deflection out in the last mile of the toe. The drill out friction looks a bit better, but we're still past our limit on drilling rig torque. So again, operationally infeasible. I just want to be very clear, we're not refusing these wellbore modifications for reasons of cost or ease. The wells that would be required for these alternative development plans are physically outside of our operational limits during operations, in large part because the current plan was already very ambitiously designed. We did get a question from Chair Robbins and Commissioner Cross about the potential for areas not developed were we to move to alt site 1. And given the limitations to drill rig torque and drill out string friction we showed you in the last few slides, we estimate that if we were drilling from alt site 1, we would miss a full mile of the Sunlight DSU, the toe mile, and about a half a mile of the long DSU. Again, that toe half mile. These areas represent 960 mineral acres owned by over 400 individual mineral owners. Should these areas be excluded, we estimate a loss of roughly $83 million in value, including mineral royalties to owners. And that's, of course, subject to oil prices.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Harrington. Chair, that wraps up our responses to commissioner questions as presented during the hearing last week.
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I think I'd figure that out after 7.5 years. All right. Does anybody have additional questions for Mr. Harrington? Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this additional information. I want to try and, if you go back to the previous slide here for a minute where you talked about some of the operational difficulties, I want to try and glean a little bit more information on a couple of things there. The first is you talked about the Invicta being drilled, and you're showing it sort of in that yellow for both the torque and the friction numbers there. And you said there were some operational issues at Invicta. Could you provide a little bit more detail on what you meant by some operational issues?
I know we had challenges drilling out plugs on at least one of the wells, so that relates to the rightmost column here. We did get the wells to bottom. I think the drilling went reasonably okay. So the problem was more on the plug drill out.
Okay. And so for the stakeholders listening in, when you're trying to drill out the plugs, that's going to have the issues of trying to make sure that the oil is and the gas is now coming back up, correct?
Yeah, so when we complete a well, we set sequential plugs, perf the well bore, fracture the reservoir, set the next plug, do it again and again and again all the way up the wellbore. At the end, you need to go in and drill out all those plugs so all of the perfs can flow into the wellbore. So it's kind of the last step before you bring the well online.
And I guess also to provide a little bit more information here, you're talking about kind of these operational limits, and you have some of the torque and the friction talked about in yellow and red and orange here and things like that. And I'm guessing, could you explain a little bit more of like when you're talking about these operational limits, are you talking about wellbore failures when you go past some of these torque and friction numbers? Are you talking about potential just failures at the drilling? Are you talking about potential spills underground? What do you mean when you're talking about these operational limits?
Thank you. For one, I want to be clear, we're talking about operational risk, not safety risk, right? So if we were to run into a problem with one of these wells, it would be a problem with the well itself, but it wouldn't mean any kind of a leak, any kind of an issue at the surface. We would just lose the wellbore essentially. So should a common way to get stuck here, if you hit that torque limit, is that the string gets stuck in the hole and you can't twist it, you can't pull it out, and you have to sidetrack the well and you lose the BHA and the drilling string downhole. And then you would have to back off, sidetrack, drill, try it again, which may or may not work, right? That itself is operationally difficult. On the completion side, there's a risk of not getting to bottom. There's a risk of getting that string also stuck, again, now within the cased wellbore. And then you've got to drill out string in the well and you can't produce it. So the risk is more about losing the wellbores.
So losing the wellbores, issues with the integrity of the wellbore itself, but as you said, not you're going to have a leak to the surface because of potential friction, potential bends in the pipe down below.
That's correct. And also from an operational risk standpoint, any of those mitigation, or I shouldn't say mitigation, any of those corrective measures I talked about, sidetracking, drilling out, fishing, those increase time that the rig or the completion fleet is sitting on the pad surface, right? So you do increase operational duration, which we try not to do.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Oath.
Thanks. My questions are also somewhat related to this, but kind of exploring a bit of a side topic. So specifically, with respect to, excuse me, thinking about Mavericks Minerals and understanding that, Crestone has brought some information here around some operational challenges of doing so. Maybe that goes to feasibility. If we assume for just this moment that it were feasible, right? Despite these challenges that I appreciate you highlighting, I guess what I want to understand is what potential risks there may be to that would go with operational challenges that would be needed. So I guess what I would like to understand is if you were to stay in the same location as the proposed location and were to have to make changes to try to access those minerals, what kinds of changes would that require? Would it mean a larger drilling rig? Would it mean not being able to use an electric drilling rig? Those types of things.
Of course.
I had lost your sound again.
Yeah, we've lost your sound again, Mr. Harrington.
Does he have a backup?
We are still having audio issues.
Only the one mic?
I apologize. My Bluetooth is having a problem here, so I'm just going to not use that anymore.
Actually, no, amateur.
I'll start with the question about an electric versus diesel rig. That's not really applicable here. It's not like diesel rigs have more power than electric rigs. In terms of the size of the rig, the numbers we're showing you here actually represent the tolerances in a recently upgraded rig. So this is already a very big rig, and it still can't do some of these more ambitious things you're seeing. With respect specifically to the Maverick situation, again, if Jeff, if you'd point at the tow mile of the State Sunlight West 1AH. So Maverick's request is that we would deviate that well up north past, yes, thank you, past the section line into where their mineral acreage is, and that's where the pointer is right now. So that's adding an extra twist in the last mile of the wellbore. Again, after a 1.5 mile side sail, after 2 full miles of lateral, and then we twist it up into another mile. And when we modeled that, it's beyond the capability of the rig. Does that answer the question?
Well, I think so. Well, I think what I heard with respect to drilling rig is that it would not require a change in the drilling rig because it's not that a diesel rig has more power. And then otherwise, I think what you were getting to gets more to feasibility or goes back to feasibility. Okay, so again, just kind of setting that aside and for just the sake of this line of questioning, I mean, would it require longer drilling time?
So if we think we could do it, and again, I don't think we can do it, but if we were to just kind of go for it and take a very large risk of having a stuck well, yes, that would increase the time the rig would be resident on the pad.
And would that mean an increase in emissions?
It would be an increase, let's call it an increase in cumulative impacts because operational duration is a factor in that. Again, it's an electrified rig, so it's probably not a whole lot of emissions.
Okay. And would it require changes to other types of equipment like piping, the type of piping that's used?
I don't think that would change. Again, there isn't any piping coming into the site for the drilling phase. I think it would, we would still plan to do the 3-phase takeaway, completions, water to site and lay flat.
Okay. And then last question, would including these minerals in the DSU make Alt 1 or even other potential alternative locations even to the east even less viable?
Yes, so we're showing scenarios here what we model out at Alt 1 with the current well plan, and we show from our currently planned site for the Maverick well plan. I think if you combine those two, we're completely infeasible.
Okay,
If
thanks.
that's
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Harrington, just to follow up on one of Commissioner Ost's questions, I think I heard you say the electric rig would remain, the size of the rig doesn't change, but that it's just not feasible. Like adding the extra twist, the capability of the rig doesn't allow access to those minerals. Did I summarize that testimony correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Other questions of Mr. Harrington from commissioners? Commissioner Messner.
Thanks for the additional information. So as I'm thinking about alternative locations and, some of the things that you're talking about in here, I mean, you've designed the DSUs for whatever reason, assume operational reasons. Has there been any consideration of sail in on these? Like looking far east?
Oh, so you mean a forward sail, like a westward sail?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the issue there is if you were to move the pad east and sail into the west, then how do you develop that area in between? And if you think of, if we thought of east facing wells, and Jeff, maybe if you could point here. We, for example, were to put the the top production zone of the west facing wells, let's say 1 mile east, right, to create a sail-in situation like you talked about. That means that the area underneath the rig would need to be developed by the east facing wells. And in order to do that, you would need to back sail those wells. So that means the well in 3 dimensions here comes back a ways and then zigs eastward. That is even more challenging than anything I've talked about here. We really try to avoid that kind of dramatic back sail. And you can just think about the geometry of how that looks, right? It's a very tight angle.
No, I've seen it in applications, right? I mean, I've seen all kinds of different geometry happen in applications, and so that's why I'm asking these things, is because it seems like there's. I think the thing I'm struggling with most, and I'm trying to understand, is that it seems like there was a location that was picked in 2011, and ish, you know, in that area, and that we're trying to fit something into there without like looking outside the box at different options as far as what may possibly be available for you know, for being able to drain what needs to be drained and accomplish what wants to be accomplished, but maybe is moving this thing as far away from people as reasonably possible. And so whether that's back sailing, whether that's forward sailing, whether that's
side sailing,
you know, utilizing 2 pads instead of 1 pads. And I understand that generally speaking, we discourage or want the consolidation of stuff, but I didn't see any exploration of two pads versus 1 pad, and should that accomplish anything. And so I'm just trying to understand like what is available, because as I look at the maps, I see opportunities. I mean, without knowing all the different problems with it because they weren't evaluated, right? But you know, opportunities outside of the proposed DSU, and then sailing into it, which may have its own set of problems.
parasailing,
And I
an
acknowledge
activity
that,
they
but I
should all
mean,
do.
These things just haven't been explored. You know, the back sailing, the forward sailing inside of it, the 2 different pads, the you know, the reconfiguring the DSUs totally and reimagining how those are laid out to see if they can better fit something. And so that's the things that I'm trying to figure out, what's possible and what's not possible. And I appreciate that you're providing information on the alternatives that you've identified, but I don't know whether or not these other things, you know, kind of outside the box have been considered, or whether we're just kind of honing in on one that was involved with a proposed site that was part of the conceptual site that was part of the CAP application. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and maybe if I may, we did go through multiple iterations of this development plan that involved two separate sites, right? And those sites had, you know, less of a side sail, they had shorter laterals, and we adapted to Arapahoe County rulemaking, we adapted to feedback from the community in Aurora Water. So what we've landed up at here is already incorporating those comments, getting us compliant with the Arapahoe County rules, exceeding ECMC rules. So I think we did explore additional development plans, including two pad plans.
You missed some drama earlier where they called out proposed alternatives as not very viable alternatives.
Further questions from commissioners? All right, let's drop the screen share.
Mr. Chair, very brief cross on that rebuttal.
Just a second, Mr. Prescott. Hold on. Ms. Jost, did you have any further answers to commissioner questions from your client?
No, Chair, that covered them all. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Prescott, you're indicating brief recross, whatever we want to call it.
Brief cross of the rebuttal testimony. I'll just ask that we bring up the second slide that Mr. Harrington discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Mr. Annabelle, could you please pull up slide, I believe it was slide 3.
Mr. Annabelle.
One more. Mr. Prescott, I believe it's the next one.
Next one, please. Thank you. Yep, that's it. Thanks so much. Mr. Harrington, very briefly on this one. So I'm looking at this and I'm trying to understand its relevance to this case. And I'm wondering if the point is to show analogous situations where Crestone cut Maverick out of a DSU and surrounded Maverick's lease. Is that what we're seeing here?
I think the intention here is more directly to your points about drainage past reduced setbacks. And we have cases here where Maverick was happy to be part of DSUs with reduced setbacks and happy to be offsetting DSUs for reduced setbacks. It's a little more specific, I think.
Okay, so we're not talking about carve outs and surrounding leases. We're just talking about where Maverick has had leases in Crestone DSUs before.
And offsetting DSUs that, per your argument, would harm your correlative rights.
Thanks. That's all I wanted clarity on.
All right. Mr. Foote?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a few questions. First for Mr. Harrington, if we could get the alternative location slide pulled up again, that would be super helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Foote. We will get that pulled up for you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harrington, I have several questions about this map that's in front of us here. I guess first, you agree that this map was first made available to STAR, Maverick, and the ECMC as of about 11:45 today, correct?
In response to questions, but yes.
Okay. And how many personnel hours were spent on this over the weekend so that you could prepare it?
Actually, people worked on it Friday and Monday. Wasn't much on the weekend.
Okay, so how many personnel hours on Friday and Monday?
Our GIS team is excellent. I don't know how much time it literally took them. Again.
Okay, would you say like this was fairly easy to put together, or just, all-nighters or something in between? I guess I'm just trying to get a general idea.
It took pulling some data sets together. I don't think it was at our fingertips, but I don't think it was an all-nighter either.
Okay. And so that this alternative location analysis that Crestone initially did was one of the main issues that STAR had brought up in its pre-hearing statement, right?
The voluntary ALA, yes.
Okay, and then you also knew the initial ALA that Crestone completed was brought up again in STAR's response statement, correct?
It was.
And just to, I guess, make the point clearer, despite all of that, Crestone just now, or on Friday and Monday, completed this map and presented it to the parties for the first time around 11:45 a.m. on today, correct?
Again, we just wanted to make a very clear map for to respond to commissioner questions.
Okay, so there was nothing that was unavailable to Crestone a year ago that would have hindered your ability to create this map, right?
Well, we performed an ALA, if that's what you're asking.
No, I wasn't asking that. What I was
Okay.
asking is, could have you created this a year ago?
We normally don't make maps.
We don't look at
specifically to this work. We were
alternatives.
trying
We
to
just
create
got a
something
plan.
bespoke to respond to
We go
commissioner
forward with
questions, kind of
it.
put everything on a
Rarely
single
do people
slide.
push
And
back.
it is busy, right?
Okay.
But it took you 2 days.
So I guess I'll take that as you answering no to the question. In other words, you could have created this a year ago. You had the technical capabilities, you had the personnel, you had the ability to do it. You just didn't do it until Friday and Monday.
Chair
right?
We did not
objection.
create.
Jan, hold on. Chair objection, putting words in the witness's mouth, not the way he testified to.
You can agree or disagree, Mr. Chair, and it's been a little hard to get him to actually specifically answer this question.
Go ahead, give it a shot.
There's no new information on this map. We tried to create something that was of what the commissioners wanted to see in response to their comments.
Okay.
Could have made it a year ago.
So now again, STAR, Maverick, ECMC staff, ECMC commissioners, now they've had about an hour and 15 minutes to review this information, and that's it, right?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
And would you consider that a fair process to all the parties involved in this case?
Well, everything on this map is public information, was included in filings with the ECMC, was included in filings with the Arapahoe County. So this is just kind of a repackaging of stuff that's already on the record.
Okay. So the answer to that is yes or no?
Maybe you can repeat the question for me.
Would you consider this to be a fair process to all the parties, including the commissioners and ECMC staff, to produce this now instead of before?
Yes, this is just when this is just a repackaging of information that's already out there.
Okay, I want to ask you a couple questions about
They
the
made the-
minerals that would not be accessed from Alt 1. I'm not sure if there's a specific slide.
I wouldn't even know how to
associated with
start to
that.
make this map.
But if I recall correctly, you were indicating that, okay, that's great. You were indicating that there's approximately 400 mineral owners that would not have their minerals accessed from Alt 1. Is that correct?
That's approximate, but yes.
Okay. How many of those mineral owners are voluntary leaseholders at this point?
How many of those mineral owners have signed leases? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
I don't have that at my fingertips.
Okay. Do you have any idea?
I don't want to speculate on that. I'm sorry.
Okay. So it's a possibility that the vast majority of those 400 mineral rights owners don't have an intent to actually sign a lease for these minerals, correct?
I can't speak to their intention.
Okay. There's a good possibility that a great number of these mineral rights owners will not sign a lease and will have to be force pooled, right?
Well, they were all notified as part of the OGDP and could have petitioned or protested, and they didn't.
Okay,
So-
but that wasn't my question, Mr. Harrington. There is a chance that many of these mineral rights owners will not be voluntary mineral rights owners and have to be force pooled, correct?
There's a chance, but they'll be given the opportunity to not.
Okay. And I think earlier, again, I can't keep track of the slides because I guess they're not necessarily numbered, but there was a slide you had in your presentation about Crestone developing about 32,000 acres of minerals within the Lowry Ranch cap. Do you recall that?
That's yes.
Okay, great. And if Alt 1 were put into place, and if this information turns out to be correct, because we haven't had a chance to really review it, you're saying that Alt 1 would make 960 of those acres inaccessible. Am I getting that right?
That's what we're saying, yes.
Okay, so that's 960 acres out of 32,000 acres that Crestone is going to develop within the cap.
That's correct.
So that's 3%, correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay. My next question
didn't
is
track
for
that,
Ms.
but-
Hunning. I'm sorry, I might have mispronounced that name, about wildlife.
Thank you. Ms. Huning, can you please come on screen?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Huning. Actually, it'd be helpful to pull up that alternative location analysis slide again. Thank you. Ms. Huning, you indicated specifically about the fox den, and that's in purple, right? The concentric circles that are purple that someone's pointing to now, correct?
Correct. The den is the star, and then those circles are going to be the buffers around it.
Okay, so you're aware that the CPW consultation on page 15 indicated that the Swift Fox Den had not been active since 2018, correct?
Correct. Well, not that
And-
we are aware of per the data. Correct.
Okay, and right, no one's aware of any kind of activity around that Swift Fox Den since 2018, fair?
No, I would say that's incorrect. There have been sightings of swift foxes in 2020 and 2023 around that den site.
Okay, so you're aware of the CPW consultation, again on page 15, says that there have been no Swift Fox sightings around that site since 2020, correct?
I'm not aware of that. Okay.
Okay. Would you like me to pull up the report to refresh your memory?
No, I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Huning. My next question is for Mr. Ginter.
Get them. What data
Thank
you be
Mr.
using?
Foote. Mr. Ginter, can you please come on screen?
He got.
And you can pull down
He
this
fact checked them in under an hour.
setback map
Well, I guess hour
at
20.
this point. Thank you. Mr.
Damn.
Ginter, this seems like a long time ago
Wonder
that
how
you
much-
actually
if Mike
testified
Foot
in
has a
rebuttal,
team.
so I might stumble through this question, but you indicated that yes, in fact, you did not include the data behind the modeling in your reports because it's not required by Rule 423. Am I getting that right?
Sort of. I mean, the intent of the noise mitigation plan is to present results, state whether or not you're compliant and what it's going to take to get compliant.
Okay. So you have the data. It just hasn't been disclosed, right?
Which Sorry,
The
you mean
the
the
source
Octoband
data.
sound power level data?
I'm sorry, I talked over you. What did you say?
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Do you mean the Octoband sound power data?
Yeah, the source data for the modeling.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Oh, okay. And again, I guess similar to a question I brought up before, you were aware from the STAR's pre-hearing statement onward that this absence of data in the record was an issue that STAR had brought up, correct?
I wasn't aware of that, but it's not that things are trying to be hidden. It's that we're trying to present the commissioners and the people that are trying to make a ruling on the permit with the information that they have requested without including a lot of other stuff that does not help them in that effort. That's all.
Okay, right. So, but throughout this process, when you knew this was an issue brought up by STAR, the data could have been disclosed at any time, right?
So the Octoband sound power level data could have been disclosed anytime. Is that your question?
Yes.
If someone would have requested it, perhaps.
So yes.
Okay. And then on to a little different topic. Mr. Ginter, you talked about compliance with Rule 423, and I guess I want to ask you, you're aware of over 400 noise complaints to ECMC that have been made since the mission change rules went into effect that involve excessive noise, right? Are you aware of that?
When you say the mission rule change, are you talking about the changes to the noise regulation specifically in 2021?
Yeah, I'll be more specific. So since the noise regulations were changed effective January 15th of 2021, otherwise known as the mission change rules.
Yes.
You're aware that still there have been over 400 some odd noise complaints made to the ECMC from operators that say that they're complying with Rule 423, right?
I'm aware that they get complaints, yes. And in
Okay.
our experience, we have managed a bunch of those complaints. And a lot of times they are just found to be compliant.
Okay. Ms. Stearman is next.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Foote. Thank you, Mr. Ginter. Ms. Stearman. Mr. Foote, she's available for you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Stearman. Again, this seems like a while ago, so forgive me if I'm stumbling through my first question, but the Sunlight Long location is still projected to emit NOx and VOCs, carbon dioxide, and other types of harmful emissions, correct?
Let me speak to NOx specifically. The production phase will not have any combustion engines, so I would disagree with that on the NOx side.
Okay, what about pre-production?
Yes.
All right. So in fact, the Form 2B that was submitted by Crestone in this case projects non-road internal combustion engines during pre-production to emit 312 tons of NOx, right?
If that's what's on the 2B, then yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. And if the Form 2B says that, again, during pre-production activities, non-road internal combustion engines are projected to emit still 50 tons of VOCs, would you agree with that?
Yes.
And the same question would apply to over 53,000 tons of carbon dioxide. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So those emissions are still going to happen despite all the BMPs and assuming that there's no uncontrolled emissions event, correct?
Reg 7 regulates us for pre-production and production emissions, and we are compliant with all of the emission restrictions that befall those different production phases. Yes.
Okay, so the answer was yes.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And are you testifying or have you testified that there will certainly be no uncontrolled or undetected emissions coming from the Sunlight Long facility during pre-production?
I am not testifying to that, no.
Okay, because accidents happen, right? Things happen, right?
Is that a question?
Yes. Accidents can happen. Failures can happen. Correct?
I cannot speculate.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chair, that's all the cross-examination questions I have.
Any recross, Ms. Jost?
Yes, Chair. Ms. Stearman, can you please join me back on screen just real quick?
Mr. Chair, I guess I'm curious as to the ability for Ms. Jost to recross when
I'm gonna
other
let her
parties in
do
this
it.
case have not had the ability to recross.
It's okay. I'm gonna let her do it. Go ahead.
I just have one question. Ms. Stearman, is the Air Quality Control Commission standard no emissions?
No, it is not.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Okay. Process wise, let's check in. Do we have any rebuttal from Maverick?
About 3 minutes, and then we'll be ready to close.
Do we have any further rebuttal from Star?
Maybe, possibly, but it wouldn't take very long, I don't think.
Okay. Let's take a short break and then we'll come back for rebuttal from Maverick, followed by Star, if any. And then we'll go into closings. Maybe 1:45.
Oh,
Ms.
it's
Jost, did you have a
lunchtime.
question?
I just would like a time check, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes, Crestone has 45 minutes and 30 seconds left. Maverick has 31 minutes and 19 seconds left. And Star has gone over their allotted time by about 17 minutes.
Okay. All right, we'll take a short break, return at 1:45.
Thank you.
I don't know if the timing. I assume it's just to help keep people on track, and that the chairman of the board gets to allow additional time. But that team, they're just so greedy. That was a powerful cross examination by Mike Foote. And a lot of that was like fact checking in real time of today. I wonder, yeah, if Mike Foote has, I assume he has at least a helper, but yeah. I think she's very much trying to get people on these like rules things, but I don't think the time one is like a hard and like legal one. I think it's to help balance things, but I believe Crestone got the most time. Because they're like the person putting forward the agreement, that they got considerably more time than the petitioners. So I think it's by its very nature it's like unfair. And I'm hoping she doesn't try to use it as like a legal wedge, and that's just a loose rule. Yeah. If the chair of the commission though was like really mean, he could use it as like a way to cut off time. I think because he's seen the public comment and because has concerns about the greed and the process of which Crestone is doing things, is giving time and consideration, and so is genuinely interested, and because he has that genuine interest, there is some like leeway being shown. If we were in a different state, or he was slightly less like, I think public pressure is a part of this too. Like, because they're seeing people watch this, they're seeing public pressure, they're seeing like a actually like well put together pushback, that they're kind of forced to consider things. The question is, because one of the chairs isn't here, is there only 4 voting members of the commission here today? And like, what happens if there's a tied vote? So I guess we'll find out, but I guess we're on lunch break. which I guess for me is, should I exercise? Either can work or exercise. It's a 7-person commission. Hold on, sneeze. But I was looking at it, and only 5 of the commission seats are, as at least the last time the website was updated, only 5 of the seats are voting. And so we're missing one of the voting commissioners. One of the ex officio commissioners is also not here, so that's why we see 5 commissioners. But Oath, I don't think is a voting commissioner, so I think it comes down to the 4 guys. It's actually 50-50. But yes, I think they should all be there, and especially this has gone on for over a week. It's like, what? Like, you could have been here for at least I mean, I guess I wasn't watch all days, but I was presuming that they haven't been here at all. I don't know why she's gone. I didn't watch the very beginning of the first day, but I don't think they've remarked to the gone commissioners since I've watched. Maybe they have like proxy rules, and maybe the voting one proxied Oath, and so they're like, they divvy up the work. Maybe that's like an internal process so that like they can spread out the work. But I don't know their actual internal rules or if that's a thing or not. Anywho, I'll be back at 1:45. I want to make sure I get my time in when not here at my screen. I hope you're having a good work day. And we'll find out here soon. Okay.
Mr. Prescott, do you want me to bring Harrington back up?
No, rebuttal on our end will just require Mr. Tom Smith to be elevated.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's go ahead and do that, Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Smith has been elevated.
Mr. Smith, can you turn on your video and your mic? Let's make sure that's working.
Good afternoon.
Good
Great.
afternoon. Just hang tight. Let me find one more commissioner and then we'll get going. All right, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission is back in gear. It is November 25th. It's 1:46. This is docket 241200313. We have before us rebuttal from Maverick.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. I just have a couple questions for you regarding Mr. Harrington's testimony related to feasibility of developing Maverick's leases. First, is Maverick proposing the aggressive deviation that Mr. Harrington discussed?
No, it is not.
Is Maverick proposing some kind of new twist, which I believe was his word?
Nope, we are not.
Does Crestone apparently misunderstand Maverick's proposal for developing the Maverick lease?
It appears they do, yes.
If Crestone drilled the well straight or kept the same deviation, just flipped it up instead of down, would it definitely develop Maverick's minerals?
Yes, it would.
Would it have any further operational difficulty in either of these situations?
No, it would not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Jost.
I was just going to say Chair No Cross.
Okay, so Mr. Smith, are we hearing this correctly that it's Maverick's position that including Maverick's mineral estate in the DSU does not require any changes to the development that's currently contemplated, and that in your position would develop your mineral resources?
That is correct.
Okay. Does any commissioner have a question of Mr. Smith? Seeing none, you are allowed to leave, Mr. Smith. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Prescott?
As promised, it was brief. That's it. That's all.
Mr. Foote, any rebuttal?
Nothing further from Star.
All right, Ms. Jost. I think with that, we are ready to move to closing statements.
Yes, and Chair, thank you. The closing statement order pursuant to the agenda is
Maverick, Star, and
Star, and then
Crestone.
Crestone. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Prescott, are you ready to go?
I am. Allow me to get myself into play mode up here, and I will share my screen and get going. Let's see. And then I believe we're there. Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for your attention to this case. To summarize, Maverick is asking you to increase the size of the State Sunlight DSU by 80 acres to include its leases in the south half of Section 18 to prevent waste, protect correlative rights, avoid drilling unnecessary additional wells, and prevent drainage. Maverick showed that 1, Maverick will be precluded from developing its leases or be forced to drill additional wells to develop its leases. Creststone's only defense, that service locations may exist to develop Maverick's lease, confirmed this is true. If Creststone is right, then you're requiring additional unnecessary wells to be drilled. The Act prohibits this. Thus, even accepting Creststone's unsupported argument, Maverick's relief must be granted without even getting into the weeds on drainage. Second, Maverick showed that Creststone's wells will drain Maverick's leases. This is a significant issue involving both an unconstitutional taking of property and theft of property. Creststone's evidence on drainage crumbled under even slight scrutiny. Maverick's evidence from an unbiased expert is clear and obvious. These wells will drain Maverick's leases, even if Creststone deviates them away from Maverick's leases. As we heard, the operational feasibility is identical whether deviated toward or away from Maverick's leases. So why not just deviate the wells toward Maverick's leases? We have the rules of the game here. Creststone has to prove its application complies with the rules and the Act. The burden is beyond a preponderance of the evidence, or more likely than not. This means Creststone, not Maverick, needed to prove its proposal won't preclude development of Maverick's leases. Creststone, not Maverick, needed to prove its alternative surface location proposals won't result in drilling additional unnecessary wells. Creststone, not Maverick, needed to prove its wells won't drain Maverick's leases. If Creststone did not prove all of these things, you can't grant the application as proposed by Creststone. The rules in the Act are not optional for you. You are a creature of statute. The legislature writes and dictates the law. Operators, mineral owners, local governments, and non-operators like Maverick rely on the law and your fair and just adherence to it. The Act makes clear that for DSUs, you must prevent waste. You must avoid the drilling of additional wells unnecessarily. You must protect correlative rights, and you must prevent drainage. Recall, the district court explained that drainage is a form of waste. The Act makes clear that waste is prohibited, which means drainage is prohibited. Also recall, the district court stated that if Maverick is precluded from developing its leases, its correlative rights are violated, and the ECMC must protect their correlative rights. There are 4 pillars: waste, correlative rights, unnecessary additional wells, and avoid drainage. If any pillar is violated, Creststone's application cannot be approved as proposed. Maverick's proposal to include its lease in the DSU ensures that none of these pillars are violated. Now, I spent the weekend thinking about this case, and I'll admit, this is a tough case for y'all. I've never experienced such a charged public comment. Star and the public are challenging Creststone's surface location. Star brought experts. Creststone brought experts. You heard a ton of evidence to sort through and weigh. Creststone asserted, and Star did not dispute, that Star's proposed surface location would preclude Creststone from developing some of the cap acreage. In rebuttal, Creststone asserts this would result in waste, but somehow argues that what it has done to Maverick is not waste. Regardless, an unintended consequence of Star's request would be the need to drill additional unnecessary wells to fully develop the resources in the cap.
Right.
If Creststone's surface location is pushed even further east, then acreage will remain on the western edge undeveloped. To develop it, Creststone would need to seek another surface location, even closer to the communities that Star and the public are asking you to protect. Maverick, on the other hand, is focusing on concepts that are well-defined and protected in the Act, but that you rarely have to deal with. You may not have heard evidence or argument like what Maverick has presented to you here.
Fascinating
We know
trial
new
because
concepts, arguments, and
Maverick
science
is
can
in
be
here.
difficult, but that doesn't make them wrong. You have no precedent for this case, and nothing from this case should have a bearing on future applications. This case is unique. These circumstances have not been seen and hopefully will not be seen again. As you recognized during deliberations on the cap, Creststone's decision to carve out Maverick's lease would be an issue for Creststone when it submitted its DSUs. You recognize this was a unique situation. Creststone chose to surround Maverick's leases. This situation, where a mineral owner or lessee has no way to develop its minerals due to an operator's development proposals, is not common. When it comes to drainage, the Watkins area is different than the rest of the Wattenberg. Drainage is different. Now look at Creststone's development in the Wattenberg area. Its units are neighboring, side by side. This creates an important concept called counter drainage, when two units drain from each other. When Creststone operates the adjacent unit, it knows the units will drain each other, but that's fine. Essentially, when Unit A drains Unit B also drains Unit A. It comes out in the wash. Operators know this. They know counter drainage is occurring, and it's their job to get as much as they can from the unit or units, recognizing they are sharing with each other. Why hasn't drainage been challenged by other owners on unit boundaries? Let's look at the south half of Section 18. The owners here are Maverick, E470, and Aurora. Maverick is the only owner being drained with industry sophistication, access to engineers and geologists that know things about drainage, let alone have the ability to intelligently discuss it. Is actual drainage in the Watkins area something you should be aware of going forward? Absolutely. Is it likely to be an issue in front of you again from someone else? Likely not. Creststone's development plans will result in counter drainage elsewhere in the Watkins area between one Creststone unit and another adjacent Creststone unit. It can be argued that correlative rights are not violated in that situation. Even in the absence of counter drainage, you're unlikely to have another sophisticated owner that is impacted like Maverick is impacted here. Recall, it's Creststone's burden to prove Maverick is not precluded from developing its leases. Creststone presented proposed surface locations. Locations Creststone never applied and would never apply for, west of the Aurora Reservoir. Locations within a mile of Infinity Middle School, on Aurora land and precious groundwater, and on an intermittent stream. Locations on ridges for all the public to see. Locations surrounding the Arapahoe Fairgrounds and Horse Park. Recall that star witness Mr. Nathan Lyon's second slide showing subdivisions in Southeast Aurora. The proposed locations from Creststone are adjacent to those subdivisions. When cross-examined on the proposed locations, Creststone realized how ridiculous its proposals are and punted. It attempted to shift its burden to Maverick to show where Maverick could drill wells. It's not Maverick's burden to prove his correlative rights are violated. Creststone has to prove to you it won't violate Maverick's correlative rights with this application. I want to discuss Mr. Herringer's testimony. He went out to these proposed locations and told you what he saw. He confirmed there's no way a well could safely be drilled in this area. He was credible and honest. Even on cross, when there weren't any questions about his testimony, but personal attacks on Maverick as a non-operator, he was steadfast and honest. When a commissioner asked him whether locations may exist in the cap, he was also honest. He was unable to access Lowry Ranch, but based on his analysis, he could not identify a viable location that was not precluded by Creststone's development plans. This remains unrefuted. In addition, he explained the economic and technical difficulties of trying to develop Maverick's lease from a location within the cap. Wells cannot produce within the cap, so they'd have to be drilled for miles just to reach a half mile or mile of pay grade. No operator would drill this. Maverick is precluded from developing its leases. Its correlative rights are violated. Even if a surface location were viable, you still can approve the plan because accepting everything Creststone said is true would require you to approve additional unnecessary wells to be drilled. Again, the Act prohibits this. The solution is easy. Expand the DSU boundary to include Maverick's leases. Section 116 of the Act expressly allows you to do this. I don't know how much you knew about drainage, how much you learned about drainage, and how much you still wonder about drainage. I know I learned a lot. I learned that the geology of the Watkins area is much different from the rest of the Wattenberg. The Watkins area has greater drainage distances. I learned what parent-child studies are and how much they tell us about a well's drainage distance. They're based on true production data. They require the engineer to confirm apples-to-apples comparisons based on things like when frac hits occur, whether wells are shut in to accommodate fracs, and whether the choke is the same or different. In this case, every single parent-child study of creststone wells in the Watkins area confirmed drainage by the parent well, out to 1,100 to 1,500 feet. This is shown by the amount of production from the child wells, the later drilled wells, and their distance from the parent well. I learned that Creststone's northern well in the State Sunlight DSU, proposed to be 620 feet from Mavericks leases, will drain Mavericks leases in the south half of Section 18, even without a deviation toward the north. It will also drain minerals owned by E470 and Aurora. I learned that Creststone's volumetric analysis starts with the desired result and plugs in data to get to that result. It is used to obtain permits, not to prove real-world drainage. It assumes geology allows for flush drainage or production until a magical line exists and drops production or drainage to zero at that magical
Yeah, I don't even fully get what the
This is not
difference
how
is,
geology works
besides
in real
maybe one is drilled first.
You heard two different explanations when it comes to drainage. One makes sense, is proven by apples-to-apples comparisons of production data from Creststone's wells, and shows that drainage will occur from Mavericks lease. Look at depiction 1, the upper one on this slide. This is how drainage works. I'm sorry. The bottom slide, the Maverick data photo here. This is how drainage works. As you move away from the well, the amount of drainage decreases. That is why interwell spacing is important, to maximize drainage or production between the wells. I was concerned by a commissioner question about the amount of drainage of Mavericks lease. It suggested that a little drainage is okay. That is not what the Act says. That is not what the Constitution says. Any drainage without inclusion in the unit and payment on the oil and gas is an unconstitutional taking in violation of the Act. Looking at the other image on the slide, the top one, this is Creststone's story about drainage. Creststone is saying that its wells drain 100 to 200 feet, and then an imaginary wall exists, and nothing is drained beyond that. Well, if that were true, then Creststone's proposed interwell spacing makes absolutely no sense. Creststone will leave more than 200 feet of oil and gas unproduced between its wells, according to its evidence presented to you. Creststone's evidence of drainage and reservoir properties in the Watkins area suggests the entire reservoir has consistent thickness and porosity, depending on which Creststone engineer you ask. This, again, is not reality. Maverick reviewed the impact of old wells drilled by Conoco on new wells in the same units drilled by Creststone. Maverick made sure to make apples-to-apples comparisons. Recognizing the impact of a well's choke, shut-ins, and frac hits, Maverick showed that Creststone's wells in the Watkins area drain out to 1,300 feet. Maverick showed that frac hits impacted Creststone wells out to 1,950 feet. Maverick showed that Creststone drilled but chose not to complete wells in some situations when they were 800 feet from a parent well, likely due to drainage. Creststone argued that parent-child studies don't require apples-to-apples comparisons. Creststone admitted a well choke impacts the amount of production, yet Creststone's subsurface manager could not tell us what the chokes were of the wells he was analyzing in his parent-child studies. He knows that by manipulating the choke, Creststone can increase production. This explains why, looking at production over the well's life, we see Creststone able to increase the production of child wells impacted by drainage. Creststone manipulated their choke. Creststone won't admit this to you. This is Creststone's exhibit. Creststone did not present it to you in their case in chief. Maverick had to. It shows Creststone's plans to deviate its wells in the last mile and the interwell spacing between its wells. Again, this interwell spacing confirms that either Creststone's drainage numbers are completely false, or Crestone is knowingly leaving vast amounts of oil and gas between its wells unproduced, which would result in waste and correlative rights on its own. When questioned about whether Crestone can deviate its wells north just as easily as it can deviate them south, Crestone didn't answer the question. Yet we saw countless examples of Crestone deviating its wells north and south throughout the basin. Obviously, Crestone can deviate its wells north just as easily as it can south to even more fully develop Mavericks lease. While Crestone's evidence came from Crestone employees who came to this hearing with understandable bias and a strategy to rely on I don't knows or to punt when they didn't like the answer being sought, Mavericks evidence came from an independent petroleum engineer with more than 40 years of experience. He explained on cross that he has no financial interest in the outcome of this case. He has no bias. He was just presenting the facts to you. Excuse me. Recall the cross-examination of Mr. Smith. Have you ever heard a witness simply say no to so many questions on cross? Counsel wanted him to admit things about drainage and resistivity that simply are not true, and he refused to do so. Maverick also talked to you about why this DSU should be split from one giant DSU to two separate DSUs. This issue stands on its own. Several lines of evidence, including depth, pressure, gross isopac, resistivity, maturity, and even simple lateral length, point to the west side of State Sunlight Long having better economics than the east, and no testimony has been offered to counter this trend. Further, no harm arises from dividing these OGDPs into separate east and west DSUs. This is commonplace by Crestone in the Watkins area and Lowry Ranch Cap. Whether the west is more productive or the east is, or east and west are equally productive, each party will receive what they are due, as occurs in every other DSU in the Lowry Ranch Cap. If, on the other hand, the OGDP is left at 2 6-mile-long DSUs, and anything is different between east and west, some parties will be taken from to the benefit of others. Again, we have 4 pillars. Violation of a single one is a violation of the Act. It is Crestone's burden to show that its proposal does not violate the Act, and Crestone did not carry its burden. Maverick's proposal is easy, and the only way to approve the State Sunlight DSU and OGDP without violating your rules in the Act. Increase the size by 80 acres. Include the south half of Section 18. Crestone can drill its wells as proposed, or spread them out at the end to increase production. It also means no additional well sites in the communities of concerned citizens and STAR, whether by Maverick if Crestone is correct, or by Crestone should the alternative location be approved. Maverick's second proposal is also easy. Wells are already planned to drill east and west. Just require Crestone to do the same thing Crestone has done everywhere else in the Lowry Ranch Cap. Divide it into 2. One for the wells drilled to the east, one for the wells drilled to the west. As I said in the beginning, Maverick's fixes are so easy and so obvious that we are still wondering why we had to be the one to identify them. Thank you again for your time and the opportunity to present.
Mr. Foote, you're up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will attempt to share screen.
Someone who still wants to drill, Maverick, but kind of this weird third-party situation.
And is that in presentation mode, Mr. Chair?
It is.
Great. Okay, well, first of all, thank you very much, commissioners and Star. Appreciate your attention throughout this long and complicated hearing. Put simply, the Sunlight Long OGDP should be denied. Its location is not protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife. And this is nothing new. 4 of the present commissioners deliberated after the Lowry Ranch cap was presented last year. All 4 noted location as an important issue. One of the commissioners wanted the proposed location to be considered as part of whether the cap was approved in the first place at that time. One specifically noted concerns about the proposed Sunlight Long location and how Crestone should work with the community to try to address those concerns. And 2 others indicated the location should be more closely analyzed during the OGDP phase. Well, we're here. Nothing has changed about the Sunlight Long location since the cap hearing, despite significant public input otherwise and significant weaknesses in Crestone's application. Crestone's response has been to double and triple down on its decision from the spring of 2024 to locate Sunlight Long in a less protective location. There are several reasons why Sunlight Long isn't protective and several issues with Crestone's application. Keep in mind, it's Crestone's burden to prove it's complying with all ECMC rules and is protective under the Oil and Gas Act. Cost effectiveness and technical feasibility are not excuses for them to fail to meet their burden. They aren't even part of the act anymore, as I'll highlight a little later. Neither is waste, because the act is specific in saying minerals can stay in the ground if for purposes of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife protection. Crestone has simply failed to meet its burden. Sunlight Long is not protective in several different ways. First, emissions from Sunlight Long are likely to impact the densely populated neighborhood 3,000 feet away. Crestone's response to that assertion is simply that they'll comply with AQCC's Reg 7. Even if, for the sake of argument, they will, it still doesn't mean emissions aren't getting out. Crestone admits as much in their Form 2B by indicating the tons of emissions of different types that will occur. That question is, the question here is whether more emissions than expected will occur with leaks and disruptive events. And that's where air quality monitoring is supposed to come in, but the air quality monitoring plan submitted by Crestone has huge limitations, like whether it will actually detect leaks and other events from the pad in the first place. You heard undisputed testimony from Andrew Closter about the leaks he detected using the same technology with the same training as oil and gas operators have. They are numerous and widespread. You hear Mr. Closter testify that he did 150 OGI surveys of 53 different locations during pre-production and early production over a 17-month period in 2022 through 23. Of those 150 surveys, he documented emissions traveling beyond the site boundary 45 times, or almost 1/3 of the time. He then reviewed 135 monthly emissions reports submitted to the APCD, and only one of those 45 emissions events was detected by the monitoring or reported. Now, there's no way of knowing the quantities of emissions in those cases because the air quality monitoring program didn't pick up them in the first place. Yet we see them happening, and there's no denying they did, in fact, happen. And yes, it happens to Crestone too. 8 of his emissions observations were at Crestone facilities, 3 of them in Arapahoe County. It seems, despite best efforts, this is likely to happen at some point at Sunlight Long as well. And we have hundreds of homes that include young kids, people with health conditions, elderly residents, and everyone else who should be able to breathe clean air within a few thousand feet of this facility. The best solution to minimize and mitigate this likelihood is to move the facility farther away so those emissions do not occur, or the emissions that do occur are much more likely to not impact the neighborhood residents. We heard during this proceeding that where you live impacts your health, and this is becoming even more clear lately through the latest research. While STAR is obviously interested in the ECMC's Public Health Studies panel and what it'll come up with, it sounds like we won't know the results of that process until mid-year 2026. Meanwhile, the Sunlight Long problem is right here, right now, and the public health concerns that have been trending upwards for years. Each year, more and more information comes out that shows associations between oil and gas activity and adverse health impacts. The slide in front of you is from Dr. Stacy's presentation summarizing the latest research. Of course, Crestone's response is nothing has been definitively proven, but it seems unlikely at best that an oil and gas operator will ever admit that its operations have been definitively proven to harm people. It's what we've heard over the last 15 years, And it's a pretty solid guarantee that's what we'll continue to hear over the next 15 years and beyond. The problem is there's real people living on the other side of this proposed well pad. They don't want to be part of this academic exercise. They don't want to wait 15 more years to see whether they get sick or not. They just want to be safe in their homes and their neighborhood. And there seems to be one relatively clear way to increase that level of safety, which is to move
Say
the
no.
location farther away from those people. Noise also has a big impact on the public welfare. I spoke in my opening statement about Crestone's lack of transparency with its data surrounding its noise modeling. It's even more clear now after testimony that Crestone's experts never disclosed that data and admitted an independent third party like STAR's expert or ECMC staff couldn't recreate the Crestone models without that data. In other words, they just didn't show their work. But instead of admitting that early on and disclosing the data, Crestone, as usual, doubled and tripled down on its conclusion and then attacked the messenger for bringing up the deficiency in the first place. Crestone made some really misleading attacks on Mr. Thornton, falsely saying a commission order found him to be inept and trying to insinuate the commission made an adverse credibility finding against him during the CAP hearing, when in fact he was found to be a credible witness then. This is just one more example of Crestone itself having the credibility problem in front of this commission. And since Crestone has the burden to show its application should be approved, its consistent troubles with the truth should be taken seriously by this commission. Can this operator really be trusted in what it presented to the commission that it will do what it says? A lot of residents are depending on that answer. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record here, it's clear one of the best ways to minimize and mitigate noise impacts to people is to move the facility farther away from those people. That works every time. Distance also matters when it comes to protection from wildfire. The graph on this slide shows an undisputed calculation of wildfire speed in dry grasslands from STAR's pre-hearing statement. It shows, for example, a rate of 6 miles per hour spread at 6 mile an hour spread at 30 mile per hour wind speed and an 8 mile an hour spread at 40 mile an hour wind speed. Neither of those wind speeds are at all that unusual along the Front Range, as is the likelihood of dry conditions. At 30 mile an hour wind speed going northeast from the Sunlight Long facility, it would take 6 minutes for the fire to reach the nearest home. But for the sake of argument, let's even double the amount of time it would take the fire to reach the neighborhood, and that would be 12 minutes. Neither of those scenarios is enough for the nearest Bennett Watkins unit to arrive at the scene or even get over to the other side of the reservoir to try to protect the neighborhood. One may think the danger of fire is always present in oil and gas operations, as ECMC statistics show a fire and explosion occurs on average once a month. So what makes Sunlight Long such a special circumstance? Well, here is one of the reasons. This map, taken from STAR's response filing, and again, not rebutted in this hearing, shows the place where Crestone wants to site Sunlight Long is smack dab in the middle of a Piedmont grasslands area. Not so for most of the other sites in the Lowry Ranch CAP, and not so for other possible locations for Sunlight Long, like Alt 1. The other parts of Lowry Ranch are mostly scrub brush, which provides less potential for fuel for the fire than Piedmont grasslands. Fire will spread not nearly as quickly in those areas. Also, unfortunately, Sunlight Long is by far the closest proposed location of all the Lowry Ranch CAP facilities in the neighborhood. So a fire starting in a highly flammable Piedmont grasslands could spread quickly to a neighborhood of hundreds of homes in a matter of minutes. This is what makes wildfire such a threat in this particular OGDP. Again, moving the site farther away from the neighborhood would significantly minimize and mitigate that threat. Even moving it further out, if still in Piedmont grasslands, gives first responders some essential more time to fight the fire before it reaches the neighborhood. I want to spend a brief moment revisiting the timing restrictions I spoke about during opening statements. You'll see here a comparison between what the CPW report indicated was the proposed timing of Sunlight Long versus the latest timing proposed by Crestone in Exhibit A90. Crestone indicated regulatory delay was one of the reasons for the timing change of its pre-production activities. But that seems unlikely given this hearing was originally set for October 29th back in July and was only reset 3 weeks ahead of the original date. Not all that unusual and even actually really quick for a contested OGDP, which Crestone knew this would be. And Crestone's new timing shows a delay of 2 to 4 months in drilling and completion as a result. More likely as Crestone is revising it as they go, but hoping nobody notices how their revisions negatively impact wildlife timing protections. It also appears the CPW consultation report filed in early October of this year either combined or just did not account for the road and pipeline construction phase of Sunlight Long. But either way, the road and pipeline construction now outlined by Crestone falls into the breeding season of the northern leopard frog, the burrowing owl's nesting season, and the swift fox denning season, to the extent swift foxes are even around that area anymore. And I'll get into that in a minute. Apparently, according to Crestone, they had a meeting with CPW sometime at the beginning of November of this year, and apparently CPW is totally fine with this new information. Of course, neither STAR nor ECMC staff nor the commissioners has access to any kind of supplemental report or finding by CPW, and Crestone did not call anyone from CPW as one of its 16 witnesses in this hearing. We're left to take their word for it, which, as we've seen in this hearing, can be a dicey proposition. This is another example of Crestone not meeting its burden to show it will be sufficiently protective, this time to wildlife resources. Because Crestone did virtually nothing to outline the cumulative impacts of Sunlight Long and its application, pre-hearing filings, or its presentation, you heard STAR witness Nate Lyon talk about what it is actually going to look like in his community. One of his exhibits was this timeline, and it's a best estimate given Crestone's propensity to change its timelines. But the bigger picture is looking at all of the new operations that are going in and around the reservoir area and how pre-production of all those facilities are going to last for a long time. That's at least 3 years of emissions, noise, traffic, nuisance impacts, and heightened fire danger. It's a lot for a neighborhood to withstand. The commission has seen what it looks like for areas of the Front Range where multiple new large pre-production activities come in around the same time in the same general area from Civitas subsidiaries, and it brings about a huge number of problems and complaints. But Crestone did not address this issue at all in its materials. It kind of just ignored it and seems to be hoping the commission will too. And of course, Sunlight Long is going to be a big part of those impacts, most apparent to the neighborhood because it's by far the closest to the neighborhood. While adverse impacts themselves are an inevitable byproduct of oil and gas operations, they can be minimized and mitigated if moved farther away from the neighborhood. Crestone has not given any consideration to that, however. It may be the understatement of the year to say the community is opposed to the proposed Sunlight Long location. There is no community license here to operate this close to the neighborhood. This image on the slide comes from the 511 hearing the commission granted a couple of months ago. And those that were there or reviewed the hearing will recall every single speaker was against the Sunlight Long location. Gatherings this well attended are really unusual with everything people have going on in their lives. A few spoke about oil and gas extraction in general, but most of them focused squarely on the proposed Sunlight Long location in particular. Crestone tried to make the case that they sent notice to 3,500 people, meaning mainly mineral rights owners, and hardly anyone objected, so apparently almost everyone must be in favor of the proposed Sunlight Long location.
I remember that.
I think we showed how misguided that assumption is, but just to recap, STAR has thousands of people involved in its organization, including mineral rights owners. Large mineral rights owners in the CAP still have not agreed to lease their minerals to Crestone, and in fact, Maverick shows the most western portion of the proposed Sunlight DSU has voluntary leases still as low as 14%. Apparently, Crestone thinks forced pooling a large number of mineral rights owners is the same as obtaining their support, but this commission knows that's far from the case. Even putting that aside, it's abundantly clear that this OGDP has substantial, justifiable opposition, yet Crestone is still trying to just ram it through. What it really comes down to in this case is location. STAR is merely asking the location of Sunlight Long to be moved. Crestone has insisted on the current location since at least April of 2024 and persisted through that belief despite public comment and argument during the CAP hearing, stated commissioner concerns about the Sunlight Long location during the CAP hearing, and over 1,000 public comments against the proposed location during the course of this OGDP process. Why is this? It seems to be solely because of the minerals. Crestone refuses to leave any minerals on the table, other than Mavericks, I guess, despite public opinion and whether the location is actually protective of public health, safety, and welfare. Remember, Crestone itself drew up this DSU. They could have drawn it differently like they have all their other Lowry Ranch DSUs, but they chose to draw it up this way. Then on the flip side, they say the only way to recover all the minerals in their DSU is to put Sunlight Long within 3,000 feet of a densely populated neighborhood. And also remember, and I'll go over this towards the end, there's nothing in the act that requires all minerals to be recovered. In fact, the act specifically indicates waste does not occur if minerals are left in the ground for public health, safety, welfare, environmental, or wildlife reasons. Crestone came up with the alternative location analysis shown on this slide as an attempt to justify its persistence. But the only thing this alternative location analysis did is show Alt 1 is actually a pretty good location. Alt 2 and 3 were merely strawman locations, and there was plenty of space to evaluate other locations besides Alt 1. One star drew attention to Crestone's meager alternative location analysis in our pre-hearing statement, and actually how Alt 1 didn't look all that infeasible after all. Crestone quickly put together some further explanation why Alt 1 was insufficient in their opinion.
And they lied.
Then on top of that, when pressed even further, it put together a whole new analysis that we just saw today. But I'll get to that point a little further later. So at the beginning of November, and this was after the director's recommendation and without a lot of time for STAR to do its own analysis, Crestone came up with some other reasons why Alt 1 was not a good location after all. Its first reason, represented on the left side of this slide, is that it would have to complete 4.5-mile laterals in order to capture all the minerals, and that's just not possible. But that assertion seems a little suspect given the bragging Civitas does to its shareholders and other ECMC proceedings about how they use cutting-edge, industry-leading technology to go even further out than their competitors. But even so, as I touched upon before, it's actually okay and squarely within the confines of the Act to leave some minerals untouched for now in an effort to be protective of public health, safety, and welfare. On the right side of this slide, Crestone goes into some other reasons why they don't want to do Alt 1. First is the State Land Board surface occupancy rules. Assuming the State Land Board surface occupancy tiers remain the same, which is far from assured given the water court litigation we heard about during this proceeding, there's a waiver process Crestone could go through in order to occupy some of that Tier 2 land. Crestone would know this because it already went through that process, receiving a waiver from the State Land Board to cross Tier 2 lands close to the reservoir. Crestone said during this hearing that, in its opinion, there would need to be a really good reason to get a waiver from the State Land Board. But we would submit preserving the public health of thousands of residents in the South Shore neighborhood would qualify as that really good reason. At any rate, Crestone hasn't tried to get a waiver for Alt 1, so we don't really know how the State Land Board would take it. What we do know of the State Land Board is that they have repeatedly deferred to the ECMC's siting discretion when it comes to locating Sunlight Long. If this location meets the Land Board and lease requirements, whatever ECMC decides to do with siting is acceptable to the State Land Board. As we heard, there's no preferred location according to the State Land Board, despite Crestone's assertions otherwise, and the State Land Board specifically signaled its openness to a real alternative location analysis if ordered by the ECMC. But getting back briefly to Crestone's reasons why Alt 1 is not a good location for them, they cited a nearby Swift Fox den. But the Wildlife Survey and CPW consultation report indicated there had been no observed Swift Fox den, or active fox den, I should say, in the area since 2018, and no sighting of the Swift Fox in the area since 2020. This is obviously an issue to account for in case an active Swift Fox den is discovered, but not a reason to take Alt 1 off the table. And this brings me to what we just saw today for the first time just before lunch. A completely substantive expansion of Crestone's testimony in the form of alternative locations that had not been shared with anyone else prior to today. I have to register a due process concern here at this ALA issue has been front and center since last year's CAP, and certainly throughout the OGDP process. Yet Crestone submits something brand new and expects all parties and the ECMC to completely digest it in real time. They could have done this a year and a half ago. They could have done it a year ago, a month ago, even right before the hearing, but they did not. I submit this commission should not make it part of its deliberations because there is no way other parties can adequately prepare for the information in those slides. And as was revealed during cross-examination, at least one of the substantive facts about the fox was shown to be incorrect. But as you've heard many times, the location of Sunlight Long is the main problem with this OGDP. Crestone has not submitted a protective location to the commission, and it's their burden to do so. Even so, we see members of the public through written public comment, including a School of Mines educated geophysicist, doing their best to suggest something
Okay.
that would work. This is actually kind of remarkable, but it goes to show the inadequacy of Crestone's application here, that someone would write in with their own idea about a workable solution. I guess in the spirit of Crestone's last minute ambush for their own additional alternative location analysis, STAR can make its own 11th hour ALA suggestions. But again, I need to reemphasize, this isn't anyone's job but Crestone's. It's not the public's job, not the petitioner's job, or even the commissioner's job. It is Crestone's job to come up with viable and protective locations, including analyzing locations that could be farther away than their own preferred location, but still doable. Here on this slide, we see a suggestion from STAR about what a real alternative location analysis from Crestone could look like. And looking at Crestone's new analysis submitted today, and excluding the false flag of the Foxton, we have two locations that are even viable according to Crestone's analysis. But taking into account Crestone's desire to capture as many minerals as possible, the current state land board surface disturbance tiers, high priority habitats, and other geographic factors, we see there are at least these two other on their face viable locations in addition to Alt 1. They aren't perfect, but they are far better than where Sunlight Long is currently proposed. Instead of Crestone putting up two locations in places where they could never locate the pad, like they did with their own Alt 2 and Alt 3, they could instead have analyzed Alt 4 and Alt 5 locations, and probably others as well. But might I suggest to the Commission, this is where a real alternative location analysis could have begun. Crestone did not do it that way, and spent 2/3 of its analysis before today detailing locations that could never be permitted due to Arapahoe County regulations. It is their burden to show you the way they did their analysis was appropriate, and the results show the most protective place, but they clearly have fallen short of proving that. To conclude my closing argument, I'd like to highlight a few of the ECMC rules and portions of the Act we hope the Commission will closely consider during its deliberations. First, Rule 301A states the basics, which is that an application can be approved only if the Commission finds it is fully protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Then more context is given to that requirement under Rule 307B1. The Commission can only approve an application if it meets all the ECMC rules and is protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Clearing the first hurdle does not necessarily mean the application clears the second. Commission rules clearly contemplate a possibility where the application meets ECMC rules but is still not protective. Crestone assumes and focuses on the former and how they've supposedly met all of the rules. But even if that were true, the bigger picture is whether the application is actually protective. One of the reasons why hearings occur on OGDPs is because there's a bigger picture to consider here. Otherwise, ECMC staff could check boxes about whether regulations were met and not require the Commission to be here adjudicating this OGDP 2 days before Thanksgiving. The Commission is well aware the vast majority of OGDPs sail through the Commission hearing process because of a lack of opposition, and it's clear the application meets regulations and is protective under the Act. But not so here. Sunlight Long is one of the exceptions, and it should be treated like the exceptional and non-protective application that it is. The next rule specifically focuses on alternative location analyses. Crestone already conducted what it called an alternative location analysis. We've already been through why their so-called analysis was insufficient, but the bottom line here is they conducted an analysis, and the Commission can require them to conduct a real analysis taking into consideration actual viable locations to Alt 1 and give the parties sufficient time to review and examine the alternative location analysis. If the Commission is uncomfortable just outright denying Crestone's application in this case, it has the discretion to stay the application in order to Crestone to conduct that alternative location analysis and give the other parties sufficient notice of what that analysis is going to show. And even though this has been mentioned a few times during the hearing, this needs to be reemphasized because it's so important. One of the changes made by Senate Bill 181 in recognition of the importance of the predominance of public health, safety, welfare was a carve out to the definition of waste. Normally, the Act requires the Commission to avoid waste of oil or gas. But when it comes to siting locations, that rule specifically does not apply if the siting of the location is done for purposes of protecting public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife. Crestone has acted throughout this hearing that it's just a given. They will be able to recover all the resources within its own customized DSU, when in fact, that assumption is completely contradicted by statute. Moving Sunlight Long, which is what STAR has been asking for all along, for the purposes of protecting the public, fits squarely within the Commission's authority to act. Not to mention, if Crestone's same-day analysis is to be believed, it would only impact a minimal fraction of their 32,000 mineral acres to go with a location like Alt 1. Another change briefly from Senate Bill 181 that's not really acknowledged by Crestone was the striking of technical feasibility and cost effectiveness from the Commission's consideration. Crestone acts like these requirements are still somehow in the act when it says a location like Alt 1 just isn't feasible for them. The Commission knows otherwise, but it's important to point that out because Crestone has not. So Commissioners, please listen to what the public is saying loud and clear. The Crestone Sunlight Long location is not protective. This has been obvious for over a year, yet Crestone has pressed onward. You are this community's last and best hope to call this location for what it is. STAR asks you to deny the application because the location is not protective. At the very least, STAR asks the Commission to order the Crestone to engage in a real alternative location analysis, and then also allow sufficient time for the Commission, ECMC staff, and all parties to actually consider it. Community members are counting on your thorough consideration of this, Commissioners, and appreciate the opportunity to argue its case. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foote.
And then we
Ms. Joseph.
hear from the worst.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Before I get started, I'd like to have Jeff Annabelle elevated so he can run my PowerPoint, if that's okay. And I would also like to just do a time check for purposes of the record for all three parties.
Just give your closing. Once we're all done, we'll figure out time.
All right, thank you. Well, good afternoon, Commissioners, staff, council, and the listening public. Thank you for the opportunity to present Crestone's protective, compliant, and approvable State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan application to you. After 349 days from submission and over 24 hours of Rule 511 and ECMC public hearings, Crestone is confident that it's met and exceeded all requirements of the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Act and ECMC rules with its State Sunlight Long OGDP application filings. It's also confident that it has provided this commission with substantial amounts of scientific, technical, and regulatory evidence confirming such compliance. With respect to statutory compliance, the State Sunlight Long OGDP application and drilling and spacing unit application is in compliance with the Act, as determined by the ECMC Director in the October 29th, 2025 Director recommendation, and the following statutory sections based on substantial evidence presented through the course of this formal hearing and all evidence in the record support this compliance. Specifically, Crestone is in compliance with CRS 3460-102-1A, Romanet 1 through 5, and the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan allows the Commission to meet every legislative mandate of this section in the Act. We are in compliance with Section 3460-106-2.5A. The State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan allows this Commission to meet Senate Bill 19-181's mandate of regulating oil and gas operations in a manner reasonable to protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And the plan will protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, soil, or biological resource resulting from oil and gas operations. And therefore, there can be no finding of waste as a result of these protections. Crestone has provided support for its compliance with 3460-107. The State Sunlight Long DSU and the State Long DSU prevents waste, and therefore the Commission can confirm that any waste of oil and gas is prohibited by the Act. 3460-116-1A and 1B are also met because the State Sunlight DSU and State Long DSU protects correlative rights and prevents waste and prevents the unnecessary drilling of unnecessary wells in accordance with the statute. Specifically with respect to 116-1B, Crestone has proven that it's filed an application with the local government having jurisdiction to approve the siting of the proposed oil and gas location and has obtained the local government's final disposition of approval for the local permit application. Crestone is in compliance with Rule 116.2 and has proven that the DSU as a whole can be efficiently and economically developed, and that the drilling units are smaller than the maximum area that can be efficiently and economically drained by one well, and has provided substantial evidence in support of additional wells at each unit under 116 paragraph 4. And then finally, Crestone is in compliance with 3461.17 because the state Sunlight DSU and state Long DSU protect correlative rights and prevent waste of owners within those respective DSUs. With respect to ECMC rule compliance, the state Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan application and the DSU application is in compliance with ECMC rules, again as determined by the ECMC director in the October 29th,
Potentially worst power plant ever?
director recommendation. And the following rule
What is
sections
this?
are based on substantial evidence presented throughout the course of this formal hearing and all evidence in the record. Crestone is in compliance with Rule 302A. Arapahoe County has regulated certain aspects of the state Sunlight Long oil and gas location in a manner that is
OLP,
more
bareback.
restrictive than the ECMC's rules, and this should be acknowledged and commended. They're in compliance with Rule 302B3, the relevant local government that does regulate the siting of oil and gas locations, and the proposed oil and gas location does not meet any of the criteria listed in Rule 304B2B, which is our alternative location analysis rule. Crestone is in compliance with Rule 303A1 through 7. Crestone filed all components of the OGDP application as confirmed by the ECMC Director Review and included the OGDP application, DSU application, Form 2A, requested additional information for completeness review, a voluntary alternative location analysis, Form 2B, local government permitting notifications in the Form 2C, full compliance with the rule. Crestone complied with Rule 303E. Notice of the OGDP application was provided to 3,542 owners of minerals to be developed by the Oil and Gas Development Plan, the Colorado State Land Board as a surface and mineral owner, police, fire departments, emergency service agencies, and first responder agencies responsible for ensuring public safety in all areas within 2,000 feet of any working pad surface included in the Oil and Gas Development Plan, CPW, CDPHE, and Arapahoe County, among others. Crestone is also compliant with Rule 304A, the Form 2A submission. Crestone submitted a Form 2A for the new state Sunlight Long oil and gas location. Along with that Form 2A, Crestone met every letter of the rule with respect to Form 304, Rule 304B 1 through 15. Crestone provided the 15 required documents to support its Form 2A submission. Crestone also is in compliance with Rule 304C 1 through 21 and provided the 21 required site-specific plans that demonstrate compliance with the Commission's rules for the operation of the proposed oil and gas location in a manner that is protective of and minimizes adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Each of the plans described and defined the 90-plus best management practices and mitigation practices to be applied to the state Sunlight Long oil and gas location. And Crestone applied the avoid, minimize, and mitigation hierarchy to each of those 90-plus best management practices and mitigation measures. Crestone is in compliance with Rule 305A1. Crestone filed
We're only
Exhibit
halfway
C,
through this.
the joint and spacing unit application seeking approval of the 2 DSUs as part of the state Sunlight Long oil and gas development plan, and also submitted 13 items of information that demonstrate compliance with the Rule 305B and as well as 305A2 standard of approval for reviewing drilling and spacing unit applications. Pursuant to Rule 305B, the drilling and spacing unit information confirms that the 2 drilling and spacing units will protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, as well as prevents waste of oil and gas resources, avoids the drilling of unnecessary wells, and protects correlative rights in compliance with the rule. Crestone is in compliance with Rule 309B1. Crestone engaged in continued consultation with Colorado State Land Board as the surface owner of the state Sunlight Long oil and gas location, as well as in compliance with Rule 309E and F, where the ECMC also engaged in consultations with CPW and CDPHE, both of which submitted extensive consultation letters in this matter, ultimately supporting the application. Crestone is also in compliance with Rule 314. Crestone utilized all required COAs from the Rule 314 Lowry Ranch Comprehensive Area Plan, Order 535-1490. Crestone's continued compliance with the noted rule sections on this slide are also based on substantial evidence presented throughout the course of this formal hearing and all evidence in the record. Crestone is compliant with Rule 503C, D, and E. Crestone's submission of the OGDP and DSU application documents together with the lengthy application criteria met the requirements of Rule 503 G1 and 2 as confirmed in the director's recommendation. Crestone's compliant with Rule 504A as Crestone sent the OGDP application notice of hearing and 7-day completeness letter to each of the Rule 303E and 504B, C, and D interested parties via U.S. certified mail, and also notified CDPHE, Arapahoe County, and City of Aurora in compliance with your rules. Crestone is compliant with Rule 505A through E because Crestone provided detailed and technical land, geology, and engineering testimony
anyone who didn't get back
in
to
support
them,
of its
they assumed
OGDP
they
and
were in
DSU
support.
applications, and such 505 testimony was found acceptable
They
by
didn't
the
have accurate
ECMC
numbers of
permit
how many
review staff,
people
ECMC
did or
OPA
did not
staff,
get their letters.
and ECMC engineering staff. And finally, Crestone is fully compliant with Rule 509, the contested hearings rule, and the hearing officer's October 3rd, 2025 pre-hearing order, unlike both petitioners. Notwithstanding the fact that the state Sunlight Long location has already been moved eastward due to Arapahoe County regulations and STAR's comments at the county level, during Crestone's case in chief and rebuttal testimony during this hearing, Crestone presented its voluntary alternative location analysis to
These
this
slides
commission.
are the worst.
An ALA was not required by
What does
Rule
it even
304B2. However, due to STAR's concerns with the state Sunlight Long oil and gas location presented during the Lowry Ranch CAP hearing, as well as the Arapahoe County permitting process, Crestone did what it thought was the right thing and
We only have
conducted
so
an
many more
ALA
minutes
as
of
part of the
listening. That's
ECMC
the
OGDP process.
light at the end of the tunnel.
Yet it now seems that no good deed goes unpunished because Crestone is now seemingly facing negative consequences from its good intentions. Crestone's direct testimony unequivocally showed the state's Sunlight Long oil and gas location is not only the preferred location by the Colorado State Land Board as owner and steward of the Lowry Ranch, but is the most protective location out of each of the alternatives evaluated. And Crestone's rebuttal testimony solidified this fact when it presented detailed evidence on the additional resource impacts that would result from the development of
That was
alternative
disputed.
number 1, not to mention the unreasonable and unnecessary loss of mineral development and value to the project if forced to use such alternative location. Crestone's voluntary AOA is substantial, it's detailed, it's technically based, and illustrates that there is not a better location than the state Sunlight Long location requested for approval. Crestone should not be punished for voluntarily providing the ECMC with additional information pursuant to 303A as part of the OGDP application. Crestone provided testimony that
Wrong
it is applying
information.
90+ mitigation practices and mitigation measures, best management practices and mitigation measures. And it's important for this commission to understand that although not required under commission rules, or frankly, even under the cumulative impact rules should they have applied, Crestone is utilizing the 7 disproportionately impacted community enhanced systems and practices on the state Sunlight Long location in an effort to extend additional protections to the surrounding areas and communities that they would otherwise not be entitled to do so by rule. This should not go unnoticed or unacknowledged by the commission as part of its evaluation of this OGDP application. This is not only above and beyond what would ever be required for this site, but places an emphasis on Crestone's commitment to include additional protections for this location as a result of the community's involvement and comments on this development. Crestone's OGDP application was submitted under the Lowry Ranch CAP Order 535-1490, which has already determined that the development plans within the Lowry Ranch CAP were deemed protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. The OGDP application also incorporated the required conditions of approval from the order and confirmed that Crestone will ensure that all produced oil, water, and gas is transported off location by pipelines during the production phase. That pipeline takeaway for oil, gas, and water will be constructed and ready for service prior to initiation of first production, and that it will use electricity to power all operations through the drilling and production phases. Every point of compliance that I just listed was reviewed by numerous stakeholders in this matter, and such stakeholders'
They also
outcome of
didn't
that
like it.
review resulted in a position of resounding support for the state Sunlight Long oil and gas development plan. Specifically, the ECMC director's recommendation, based on 11 months of ECMC staff's technical review and analysis, expressly provided support for the state Sunlight Long OGDP by recommending conditional approval of the applications with those conditions being the addition of the Lowry Ranch CAP conditions of approval and CPW's requested BMPs. The Arapahoe County AEUSR permit evidences support of approval of the state Sunlight Long OGDP, as well as compliance with Colorado Statute 3460-106 1F Romanet 1A and 3460-116 1B Romanet 1, requiring local government disposition of the required permit. The Colorado State Land Board, again, the surface owner and steward of the Lowry Ranch, and its surface use agreement, as well as the November 18th, 2025 response to commissioner questions, confirms that it is the board's preference for the state Sunlight Long oil and gas location, as well as the substantial benefit and much needed benefit to the school children of the state of Colorado that will result from this project. The CDPHE's Rule 309 consultation letter commended Crestone for the work on this project and the application of multiple best management practices to protect the surrounding area. The CPW Rule 309 consultation letter confirms CPW's approval of the wildlife mitigation plan, as well as numerous new BMPs for the protection of the northern leopard frog, among other species. Last Chance's DJ Holdco LLC's letter in support that did not result from a signed settlement document and was voluntarily submitted by Last Chance in an effort to illustrate a working interest owner's perspective for the protection of its own correlative rights from Maverick's attacks on the planned state Sunlight DSU.
Who?
Also
Last
shows
Chance
support,
DJ
along
Holding Co?
with the Colorado Association
What
of
kind
Mineral
of
Royalty
business
Owners'
name is that?
persuasive public comments supporting the
Yeah,
approval
you know,
of the
I'm
OGDP
the last
to
DJ you
prevent
get at the end
interference
of the
with
night,
and damage to
and
its members'
really,
real property interests in the
it's more
state
like a holding
Sunlight Long
company.
OGDP. And finally, the collective
I own this
silence
land.
of 3,542 properly noticed interested parties that did not individually petition the OGDP, but had every right to do so. Additionally, during hearing, you also heard Maverick's own witnesses agree that the state Sunlight Long oil and gas location is protective of public health, safety, welfare, the
They didn't agree to
environment, and
that.
wildlife resources.
No,
And you also heard
he said he
several
was
of Star's
unqualified.
witnesses agree with me that the 90 best management practices
She's lying.
and mitigation measures and Lowry Ranch CAP conditions of approval are protective to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife
And
resources.
she's
even though
mischaracterizing
Star still
testimony.
attempts to convince this commission otherwise. The approvable state Sunlight Long oil and gas development plan and the state Sunlight Long oil and gas location
I
is
guess
a
in
direct
closing
result of
statements,
Crestone's
I don't know if
detailed
you get
evaluation and
cross-examined, but
analysis of the
she
project,
lied.
this location, and its cumulative impacts, not
I was
only
there
through
for
the
that.
Lowry Ranch CAP comprehensive cumulative impact evaluation process, but also the site-specific cumulative impact evaluation process that it voluntarily agreed to do as part of the CAP. This results from its considerations
I don't
of
know if
many
that
STAR
has
members' public
reference
comments
to be
and
honest.
noted
I
concerns on the evolution of the state Sunlight Long oil and gas location as
That
it
makes
progressed,
sense.
beginning with 3
that,
pads
that makes more
and
sense than my
ultimately
idea.
reduced to 1 pad due to STAR's concerns provided during the Lowry Ranch CAP hearing, Arapahoe County oil and gas regulation rulemakings, Rule 511 hearings, and STAR's public comments. Crestone is deeply committed to the protections of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources of the rural areas and the urban communities in
Gotcha.
which it conducts its oil and gas operations, as well as Crestone's on-site workers. Crestone has spent countless hours evaluating concerns from the public whose residences are over 3,000 feet away from the pad and has applied those concerns to the development of this project. As you heard, Crestone employees also live in these communities. They are neighbors and friends. Their kids go to the same schools, and Crestone continually applies its protections for all of those within an area of a location. In addition to clear evidence of compliance with the act and the rules we just spent so much time on, during hearing, Crestone presented substantial witness testimony, exhibits and evidence in support of the state Sunlight Long OGDP application and corresponding
know,
join and spacing
3,000.
applications. You heard from Crestone's experienced, credible, and reliable internal and third-party noise, wildlife, air, and public health experts that the state Sunlight Long oil and gas development plan application is protective of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources with a specific focus on the protections against adverse environmental impacts
This is
on any
the
air, water,
Linda
soil, or
Dell's the one,
biological
the
resources resulting
epidemiologist,
from oil
who
and
said
gas
that
operations.
it's safe to be up to 500
Specifically,
feet
you heard from Mr. Dan Harrington,
from an oil and gas
who
rig.
testified regarding Crestone's compliance with the ECMC OGDP application criteria, the state sunlight long pad evolution, which included moving the state sunlight long pad over a mile eastward from the
She's
originally
like, it's hard to say without
planned
poisoning the
state
children.
sunlight
So
site, the
from as far as
Arapahoe
I
County
know and
regulations
see,
and permitting approval, stakeholder
can't really
outreach,
tell anything.
ECMC
besides
rule requirements, additional information regarding range views, reservoirs, BNC within 24 hours of request from the commissioners, and certain aspects of Maverick's offsetting leasehold interest. You
These
also
are
heard
mostly
from
just people
Mr.
who work
Nathan
for you,
Bennett,
though.
who testified to Crestone's detailed and voluntary ALA, the development and application of Crestone's 90-plus best management practices, mitigation measures, and COAs, the application of the avoid, minimize, and mitigate hierarchy to those BMPs, and Crestone's cumulative impacts evaluation and individual resource protections. You also heard from Ms. Kathy Stearman, who testified as to the specifics of Crestone's air monitoring program and air resources protections during pre-production operations as well as production operations that go well beyond the AQCC and Arapahoe County monitoring requirements. Specifically,
I think I heard this
Civitas and
from a climate
Crestone will
defiance
be
person,
monitoring for
is
the
like
life of the wells.
largest
You
climate
heard from Ms.
criminals
Lila
of
Huney, who
2025 or
testified as
like
to Crestone's consistent
having like
consultation
a
with CPW
awards show
Crestone's
for
wildlife
the worst
resources and
polluters or like
protections,
politicians or
specifically
people in
including the
Colorado.
northern leopard frog.
Um,
You heard from Ms. Julie Jenkins,
I would like to
who
nominate this
testified
for
about
worst slide
Crestone's
deck
land
of
testimony and
2025.
mineral interest owner obligations to
Thank you very much.
3,542 interest owners. You heard from Mr. Casey Decker, who testified about his vast engineering experience and his engineering testimony and subsurface setback compliance. You heard from him that Crestone has drilled and has data on almost 90% of the horizontal wells in the Watkins area of the DJ Basin. And you also heard how Crestone's drainage radius and development plans confirm that there is no drainage of 13,000 feet across a lease or unit boundary, contrary to Maverick's unsupported claims. You heard
Every
from Ms.
single one of
Emily
these
Swanson, who testified about her
is
geology
Civitas or
testimony and
consultants
subsurface
besides I think
development
maybe
compliance, and that Crestone has specific
group.
resistivity data
But I don't
and
actually know
uses that
anything about
data
this
to ensure the most efficient and economic drilling plans are developed from the geologic standpoint. You heard from our third-party
CDPHE, I
expert,
believe
Mr. Logan McConnell, who testified to the wildlife resources and protections of the State Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan and presented his 14 years of wildlife survey work on the Lowry Ranch and how this work has helped to develop some of the most protective wildlife BMPs for this area, including new BMPs for northern leopard frogs. You heard from our third-party air regulatory expert, Mr. Randy Dan, who testified to CDPHE's AQCC and Arapahoe County air regulations and protections and confirmed that the air monitoring plan utilized by Crestone for this location also meets and exceeds the requirements of the AQCC 3-month monitoring and
Well,
Arapahoe
I mean, he's still a
County's 3-year
partner,
monitoring.
so he's still
You
associated with
heard
the
from our
project.
third-party noise
These are
experts, Dr.
all
Brian
biased
Puckett and Mr. Vince Ginter from Urban Solutions, who testified to noise and public health protections from the State Sunlight Long location and confirmed that the noise mitigation plan is in clear compliance with ECMC Rule 423 and that Crestone has taken additional protections that results in the reduction of dBA decibels by 4 times and dBC decibels by 2 times at the State Sunlight Long location, as well as the fact that the noise data STAR continues to harp on is not required to be disclosed by Rule 423. You also then heard from our third-party public health experts. You heard from Ms. Tracy Green, our toxicologist, who testified on public health study evaluations and protections from the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location, and confirmed that there is no increased risk of toxicological public health impacts over a half mile from the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location based on her toxicology experience and expertise in the field, including expertise in Colorado. And finally, you heard from our third-party epidemiological
International
expert, Ms.
firm
Linda Dell.
ramble.
Ms. Dell also testified to public health study evaluations and protections from the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location and confirmed that it is unlikely that there's an increased risk of epidemiological public health impacts over a half mile from the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location based on her epidemiology experience and expertise in the field. The testimony and exhibits provided by each of these experts firmly illustrates that the state Sunlight Law OGDP meets and exceeds the required protections under the Act and the ECMC rules. What did Maverick show? It showed that Maverick has a Maverick problem, and their unsupported claims must be denied by this commission. Through its disingenuous petition filed 4 days after Maverick expressly participated in a 7-mile-long drilling and spacing unit with reduced setbacks with 0 objections on correlative rights issues, as well as its continuing violations of Rule 509 and the hearing officer's pre-hearing order, Maverick is asking this commission to cure Maverick's own poor business decisions on its offsetting 59 leased acres, many of which are set to expire in the first quarter of 2026. It's asking this commission to ignore that Maverick has taken 0 steps to develop its own leased acres in the last 3 years, ignore that Crestone has no privity of contract with Maverick's lessors, ignore the 3,542 interest owners that support the development of the state Sunlight Law OGDP as proposed, and those owners would be diluted and impacted by any change to the state Sunlight DSU. Ignore that
think
Maverick
they're gonna have a
clearly
big red
does
X
not
over
believe
Star?
its own testimony by its contradicting actions in other nearby areas of the Watkins area and the DJ Basin. It's asking you to ignore that Maverick has benefited from setbacks less than 1,300 feet, specifically 300, 460, and 600-foot setbacks in other DSUs, and has not objected to offsetting units seeking reciprocal or lower setbacks on correlative rights concerns. It's asking you to ignore that Crestone has substantial data from the development of 90% of the horizontal wells in the Watkins area and is technically capable of creating its own scientific technical development plans for the state Sunlight DSU. It's asking you to ignore the substantial support for the state Sunlight DSU and state Long DSU by
Don't know
Last
about
Chance,
substantial.
DJ Holco, and Camro, to ignore the detailed and lengthy ECMC technical review process required by the ECMC rules to get to this stage of review. It's asking you to agree that any change to the OGDP
Imagine
application
just
would
having
be
mineral
easy
rights,
at the commission level,
because
which for those operators like Crestone
we kick
that
people
interact
off
with
land,
the
and
ECMC
then
on
you
a
got
daily
some
basis
lease
know that nothing is easy, and it's intended to be that
for
way.
pennies.
The rules are the most stringent
handful
in
of
the nation
decades
for
ago.
a reason. And finally, it's asking you to ignore the Act
I
and
just sat on
applicable ECMC rules related
You
to
just
this
get the
OGDP
resources that are under
application.
them.
This
Or you
commission must not let a
can try to get the
59-acre
resources under them.
offsetting mineral interest owner derail the entire state Sunlight Law oil and gas development plan project because it's attempting to place blame for its risky business decisions on everyone but itself. There is no reasonable or necessary basis to support Maverick's position, and to do so would be in direct contravention of the law and this commission's own rules. As shown on the next 2 slides, Maverick's witness testimony was discredited during Crestone's cross-examination, as well as Crestone's technical, scientifically based subject matter expert testimony during its case in chief. In fact, Mr. Herringer made so many admissions during Crestone's cross-examination that there should be no question that Maverick's petition should be dismissed.
I mean, you asked like
In addition to the seemingly
stupid
complete
question.
resignation of Maverick's claims during cross-examination of Mr. Herringer, there were so many errors in Mr. Smith's exhibits, as noted by Mr. Casey Decker during his testimony, that the exhibits should be deemed unreliable and uncredible, especially when compared to Crestone's detailed and technically supported exhibits and testimony.
They did
So
get
what
the red
did
X.
Star show? Nothing. Star and its witnesses proved absolutely nothing. Star clearly only wanted to delay the ultimate approval of the state Sunlight Law oil and gas development plan, or otherwise just hope that the commission has sympathy towards its plight and completely disregard the Act and ECMC rules to obtain a denial of Crestone's approvable application. Specifically, Star hopes that this commission ignores the 2,000-foot siding requirement from a residential building unit under ECMC rules. It hopes that you ignore the 3,000-foot siding
overload them
requirement
with
from a
words,
residential
so
building
that's
unit
just, like,
under Arapahoe County rules.
Hard to think about
Hopes
what's
that
wrong
you
with each
ignore that
one,
the
and then you just
ALA
put up
was
a
not
symbol of what
required
you're
by Rule
trying to get them to take away.
304B2 and continue to question the robust voluntary ALA provided by Crestone. It hopes you ignore the over 90+ best management practices, mitigation measures, and conditions of approval that apply to this location. It hopes that you ignore the order number 535-1490 that applies to this OGDP application and that the order is actually meaningful and valid. It hopes that you ignore the valid and effective one-year process of the Arapahoe County AEUSR permit approval and Arapahoe County letter explaining the approved permit, and that you ignore the fact that STAR is collaterally attacking the land use compatible Arapahoe County AEUSR permit approval. It wants you to ignore the valid and effective Colorado State Land Board oil and gas lease, surface use agreement, and constitutionally mandated mission to develop state assets for the benefit of Colorado school children, as well as Colorado State Land Board's letter in response to the commissioner questions. It wants you to ignore the Rangeview Pure Cycle confirmation letter as to the approval of the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location in relation to Reservoir B. It wants you to ignore the City of Aurora and Aurora Water's helpful letter in response to commissioner questions. And specifically, it ignores and misrepresents the CPW letter in support
It's
of the
weird
State
to be
Sunlight
like,
Long
we
location,
need these resources
where Mr. Foote stated
for the
that there was
children.
no reference to the Swift Fox, but
when
however, the letter
person
says
with the most
the
profits
closest
isn't
Swift
actually
Fox detections have
those
been
children.
approximately 1 mile to
It
the
puts some of the
east back in
children at risk.
2020. This is important because Mr. Foote falsely stated there were no sightings. CPW contradicts Mr. Foote's own statements. STAR wants you to ignore
He
the
corrected
fact
himself.
that
He said no permanent dens.
3,542 interested parties in the OGDP did not petition, yet by STAR's own words to their members in a recently publicly available flyer, silence equals consent. It wants you to ignore the fact that only 3.5% of the residents around the Aurora Reservoir actually commented during the ECMC process. And again, by STAR's own words in its publicly available
Versus
flyer,
your how many?
silence equals consent. It wants you to ignore that STAR's own leader, Mr. Randy Willard, has publicly stated to the media that the State Sunlight Long project will be approved, even if delayed. It wants you to ignore STAR's consistent ex parte communications with the commissioners at hearings and by continual submissions to this commission from STAR members, including one from Jason Ephraim at 1:38 p.m. today in violation of Rule 530. It wants you to ignore that STAR is actually challenging ECMC rules applicable to this permit as it seeks new silent standards for noise. Silence isn't the standard. ECMC Rule 423 is. It wants you to ignore that it's challenging the AQCC rules as it now seeks to implement new no emissions ever required rules as part of this permit. And finally, it wants you to ignore that STAR is really asking for zero impacts from the development. Zero impacts is not the standard. ECMC Rule 303, 304, and
true.
314 are the standards,
They said they're
along
okay
with
with a
avoiding,
further-
minimizing, and mitigating
a further site.
those impacts to public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources.
Also,
as
the
required
impacts
and
you're asking them to
utilized by the
take on is
ECMC.
cancer.
It's clear from STAR's presentation
And
and
water
testimony that it's really not here for anything more than progressing it and
pollution.
Earthworks' mission of ending
air
oil and gas extraction and attempting to smear Crestone's good work that is so critical to the betterment of human lives. As shown on the next few slides, each of STAR's lay and expert witnesses can be discredited and were discredited during Crestone's cross-examination, as well as during Crestone's technical and scientifically based subject matter experts and public health testimony. Further, each of the lay and expert witnesses' testimony presented by STAR were biased, inflammatory, speculative, and in many instances, agreed with Crestone that their testimony was wrong or incomplete. I won't go through each of these, but as you can see, if we can go back one slide, Mr. Annabelle, thank you. As you can see, Mr. Klooster admitted specifically that in the February 2025 AQCC rulemaking that actually modified air monitoring frequencies and methods, the AQCC did not result in increased setbacks from the current 2,000-foot residential unit setback utilized by ECMC. Next
There's
slide,
been new
please.
studies since then,
This
right?
slide
The
continues to illustrate
Anschutz
the
one was,
unreliable
what,
nature
March?
of STAR's witness testimony and support for the complete denial of STAR's petition, Crestone's support for the complete denial of STAR's petition and requested relief. On this slide, Mr. William Thornton admitted that the purpose of his expert report was to only have ambient data to evaluate future noise impacts from the State Sunlight Long oil and gas location, and not to testify that moving the site would make it quieter, contrary to STAR's counsel's assertions. Specifically,
ready for,
he admitted on 2 occasions
Commissioner
that he's
report
not
back.
an oil and gas expert and is not a public health expert, and that he did not evaluate the Urban Solution Group noise mitigation plan filed with both Arapahoe County and the ECMC as part of his review. Next slide, please. This slide continues to illustrate the unreliable nature of STAR's witness testimony, and it illustrates the support for Crestone's approval as well as the denial of the STAR petition. With respect to Dr. Stacy, she admitted that she testified in direct opposition to the state Sunlight Long OGDP at the Rule 511 hearing with evidences her bias. She also admitted that she did not evaluate all aspects of the public health studies presented at the hearing today.
It's
or
crazy
in
how
her
being a
expert
member of
report.
the community is a
She
bias,
admitted
but
that
working
distance
for
is not the only metric in determining public health impacts,
the
and also admitted
person
that it
bringing
would
the
be
project
better to have direct
forward
measures of exposure rather than to rely upon surrogates of exposure, such as proximity to wells and well density. She admitted that spatial metrics do not account for time and activity patterns of the specific study subjects, and that spatial correlations can produce statistical artifacts. She also admitted, most
Yeah, that's
importantly,
how
that her
statistics
expert
work.
report and opinion did not account for the 90+ best management practices, mitigation measures, conditions of approval that are applied to the state Sunlight Long location. Next slide, please. This slide continues to illustrate the unreliable nature of STAR's witness testimony and Crestone's requested complete denial of STAR's petition and requested relief. Finally, with Mr. Lyons, he admitted that he and no STAR member resides within 2,000 feet of the state Sunlight Long oil and gas location, and that he and no STAR member resides within 3,000 feet of the state Sunlight Long oil and gas location. He also admitted that there's no applicable ECMC rule that requires Crestone to evaluate and address cumulative impacts for a 3-mile radius of the state Sunlight
and that's
Long
why they're
oil and gas
testifying.
location. The impacts of the denial to the state Sunlight Long OGDP application run far beyond just Crestone. Not only will a denial of the state Sunlight Long OGDP application set an unwarranted precedent that any person with any general grievance against oil and gas will not only be allowed to participate in a hearing, but could stop the development of an approvable, compliant, and critically needed energy development project for our state and nation. But it would also tell any offsetting interest owner that sits on its heels and does nothing to protect its own interests that it can derail an entire subsurface development project just by claiming harm to correlative rights. The precedent is just the starting point. More importantly, the denial of a state Sunlight Long oil and gas application in this instance will result in an immediate contravention of the Energy and Carbon Management Act and ECMC regulations, will result in a decision that is wholly unsupported by substantial evidence when considering the
Message
record
to
as
the
a whole.
school children.
It will result in an
that they're
order
not
that would be
important or
clearly
worthy
erroneous when
of additional
considering the record
revenues.
as a whole. It would undermine the Rule
worst.
314 CAP cumulative impacts evaluation process and purpose, which is to determine cumulative impacts and protections on a comprehensive basis, as well as the resulting
Yes,
Lowry Ranch CAP
they
535-1490
can
order
go
that
into
is
an
meaningful
executive
and valid.
session
It would
for legal
signal to
questions, which
ECMC
is not
staff,
public, but besides
CDPHE,
that,
CPW, and
they can
Colorado State Land
offer
Board
their opinions
that their specific areas of expertise are in question, and participation in the OGD
publicly,
process does
or
not
discussion
serve
publicly.
a substantial purpose and can seemingly be dismissed.
They're supposed to do it publicly.
It would inform Arapahoe County as the relevant local government that its 40 pages of oil and gas regulations and extensive one-year review and permitting of the AUSR process is not meaningful, notwithstanding dual citing jurisdictional mandates under Senate Bill 19-181. It would imply that City of Aurora, Aurora Water, and Rangeview are not reliable as to their position on this project. It would question Colorado State Land Board's knowledge and experience with its long-standing Lowry Ranch lease and furtherance of its constitutionally mandated stewardship protections, as well as Colorado State Land Board's express and singular ability to enter into surface unit agreements for preferred and protective locations on the Lowry Ranch. It would message to the school children of Colorado that they are not important or worthy of receiving additional revenues from Lowry Ranch that directly contributes to their education. It would confirm the dismissive nature of legislative mandated ECMC correlative rights and waste protections and resulting impacts to 3,542 interest owners' real property rights. And finally, it would result in the destabilization of the ECMC stature of having the most stringent regulations in the nation when compliance has been illustrated in the record and its own rules are not followed by the commission. What would be the benefit of setting this unreasonable and unnecessary precedent? The
They look
answer
at
is that
each
there's no
project
benefit
differently
to the commission to set this concerning precedent.
for
This
local
OGDP hearing is not the place where ECMC
circumstances.
rules can be challenged by Star and Maverick, as that is effectively what each petitioner is doing. Neither of them like the ECMC rules in place, so they have crafted and presented unsupported and untruthful claims against Crestone and the ECMC. This commission should not give in to their demands of change regardless of Crestone's compliance with rules and or threats of litigation through ex parte public comments or veiled accusations during this hearing. The commission should uphold and defend the very rules that it's worked so hard to adopt as a result of Senate Bill
If it was just
19181,
rules,
should defend its
where's the point of the
position
commission?
as having the most stringent rules in the nation, and defend the ECMC director and staff from the petitioner's unfounded accusations of incompetence and inexperience. Everything about the state Sunlight Long Oil and Gas Development Plan meets and exceeds the reasonable and necessary standard of the Act and the substantial evidence standard of review. Crestone has met and exceeded its burden of proof, and this is likely one of the most approvable applications this commission has been presented with thus far since the enactment of the mission change rules in 2021. To conclude, Crestone respectfully requests that this commission grant the following requested relief: deny the Star petition, deny the Maverick petition, approve the approximate 7,681 acre state Sunlight Long oil and gas development plan for up to 32 new horizontal wells developed from one new oil and gas location inside the state Sunlight Long oil and gas development plan boundary. Provide that the 32 new horizontal wells shall be located on the state Sunlight Long pad within the application lands unless the director grants an exception, and approve the associated amended Form 2A for the state Sunlight Long pad as applicable. And also find that the state Sunlight Long oil and gas development plan will protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, the welfare, environment, and wildlife resources, and will protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, soil, or biological resource in compliance with Colorado Statute 3460-106 And finally, we ask you to approve the state Sunlight Long Exhibit C drilling and spacing unit application as proposed, as filed by Crestone. And this includes establishing an approximate 3,840 acre drilling and spacing unit for sections 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 of Township 5 South, Range 65 West, and allow up to 16 new horizontal wells in the state Sunlight DSU for the development and operation of the Niobrara Formation, and also establishing an approximate
Niobrara.
3,840 drilling and spacing unit for sections 25, 26,
get
27,
what you
28,
want.
29, and
You don't have to
30,
read all these.
Township 5 South, Range 65 West, and allow up to 16 new horizontal wells in the state Long DSU for the development and operation of the Niobrara Formation. We ask you to approve the subsurface setbacks for both the state Sunlight DSU and state Sunlight Long, both in the application and shown on this slide, to provide that the approved wells in the state Sunlight DSU and state Long DSU will be developed from the state Sunlight Long oil and gas location unless an exception is granted by the director, and find that the establishment of the 2 drilling and spacing units for the application lands will prevent waste of oil and gas resources, avoid the drilling of unnecessary wells, protect creative rights, and will protect public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and
And we want
wildlife
you to go on
resources.
record saying
Thank
that
you for your
we're doing
consideration
everything.
on this matter
Fine.
and for your time and effort spent on your review and evaluation of this approvable state Sunlight Long oil and gas development plan application.
She's done.
All right. If you want to drop the screen share. Commissioner Oath.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I know that this is unusual, but I do have one clarifying question for Ms. Jost, if I may.
Go for it.
Ms. Jost, in your closing there, specifically with respect to ex parte communications in Rule 530, you referenced an email that I think you said came to the commission today at 1:30. Don't know what you're talking about. Could you please further explain?
Yes, Commissioner Oath, I'm happy to. So I received a notification through the e-filing system from the ECMC that Mr. Jason Ephraim, which is a known STAR member, uploaded a new submission to this docket via the e-filing system. And again, Mr. Ephraim is a STAR member, and so that would just illustrate the continuing ex parte. Whether it gets to you or not, I guess that's the question. But it was uploaded during the hearing today.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And that did not get to commissioners, and we will exclude that from the record, which is consistent with the advice we have received from our attorney generals regarding the appropriate time frame for public comment and or party comment. All right, thank you, Ms. Jost. Commissioners. I think next steps, go ahead, Commissioner Oath.
Sorry to jump in here again, Mr. Chair. Perhaps you were just about to go here, but I would also benefit from having some time in an executive session with our attorneys. I have a few legal questions I'd like to ask.
Yeah, that's where I was going as well. And with that, I informed everyone
I guess they
that
will be going
when
behind
we
the doors.
rescheduled this to this morning, I thought we would have time. I also didn't check my calendar. I've got a hard stop at 4 today. And so with that, I think we should stop working on this application today, continue it to December 3rd, allow us to have an executive session that morning, and then move to deliberations on that day. Does anybody have
We're
a
not done yet.
concern with that proposed course of action? I just don't think we can get in and out of executive session in 40 minutes. Hey, AG Boudreau?
I have no concerns with that, Mr. Chair. I just visualized to let the commission know that now might be a prudent time to consider closing the record. If the commission is considering an executive session at a future date, a closed record could give the commission a set amount of evidence to deliberate upon and from which you could receive legal advice. And it would also make it clear to members of the general public that they should not be contacting members of the commission regarding this hearing for which public comment is closed. And the record's not closed yet, but anyway, I just wanted to bring that up.
I'm comfortable with that. Others? So, AG Boudreau, is that just a motion to close the record?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Chair.
All right, so moved. Do we have a second?
We gotta wait
have
for
a second
another
from
week.
Commissioner Ackerman. Motion and a second. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. And so then next we would just move to continue this to Wednesday, December 3rd at 9
We got a
a.m.
final
Is that right,
hearing, part
AG
3.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and then I would also recommend a motion to put the executive session on the agenda for next Wednesday.
Okay, so I would move that we put the executive session on the agenda for Wednesday, December 3rd, and that we continue this matter to Wednesday, December 3rd at no earlier than 9 a.m. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
This should be in the morning though. This will.
Any opposed?
They'll go executive
That
session at
motion
like
carries
9
as well.
a.m.
All right, commissioners, this also will give us a
Probably
chance
public
to reflect
discussion
back
happens
over
around
our
10, but
voluminous, the information we've received. So with that, I wish everybody happy Thanksgiving, and thanks to everyone for
probably
participating
ultimately
with
this
us,
is
and we'll
fine.
see everybody next Wednesday.
Because they get more chance to digest the information and who is claiming BS. Ooh, that's not what I meant to push. This guy. So yeah, I mean, if that is that fundraising dinner day and we hear positive news back, what a day to pop frickin' off. That party be bumping. Yeah. I mean, from my understanding, they're not supposed to consider any inputs or disruptions, like anything outside official hearing time isn't supposed to be considered. So I get from like a political optics standpoint and like a personal optics standpoint, and like there probably is some pressure and energy felt from actions. But yeah, they have like specific rules that they're supposed to follow when considering this decision. I think so. I think they would have said something if they didn't accept them as a credible witness. I mean, with the Civitas team, they can only like do so much research on their people on team and backgrounds, and it's like years of experience in this field. Like, how are they supposed to vet? But like, if Civitas is bringing people, they're obviously gonna have some bias. It's like you're not gonna bring someone to your testimony that you don't have like confidence that they're gonna side with you. Now, through cross-examination and putting people on the spot and trying to use past like things against people, there is some room for discrediting people. But in their closing statements, they just like were like, these people aren't credible, and then other people's closing statements were like, those people aren't credible. So it's like the Spider-Man game where you're just pointing, and it's up to the commissioners to determine who's lying or what's going on. But we're gonna have to wait another week, another 8 days before we hear back. Yeah, I didn't know if y'all were some people were planning some more stuff, but it'll be an exciting day regardless. I don't know if I'll be at that event, but I mean, you can, regardless on if it gets approved or doesn't get approved, you can do a rallying cry at the dinner. But ideally, it's a celebration. And how awesome our local team is in terms of getting news coverage, getting people out, and getting public comment to show up. Like, we were here for these things. We spoke, we covered it, and these commissioners have a lot on their reputation, I think, and a lot to consider. Yeah. I mean, I bet a positive news is a better fundraiser. I feel like sometimes most of the fundraise emails I get are what's going wrong and what we have to do to fix it. But celebrating some wins would be nice. It'd be nice to live more in that realm. Especially if those bring resources to our local organizing efforts. And I know some of the people who would love to get some part-time work, get more pay time into this type of thing, because it takes a lot of work and effort. Like we're up against a team that has a who knows how big legal firm, and what was that, like a 16-person witness list that works for them or is a consultant for them. I think we got a meeting tonight, right? This gives me a chance to maybe show up in person. I know there's stream things today. I might do some more streaming later this week. Maybe some more fun things. I want to get better at kind of just like some of the creative work I'm doing. I want to do a recap video on this and some of the local activist work. But I guess we're still in a to be determined kind of scenario. This is good. I guess we can get some of our... Yeah, bummer they didn't vote today. We get some of our time back today. I was starting to feel amped and energized that like gonna pop off. Okay. Yeah. I have a delegate hub delegate meeting in about an hour. That starts at 5, and then I'm gonna probably leave that early to make PEP. If you're gonna be at that CD meeting, you can go give them the update, and yeah. Awesome. All right. Good luck on your work. I'm sure I'll see you soon. I'm gonna hop off as well. All right. Thanks for being my buddy. All right. Braden out.